This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
Today, Brazil and LATAM are fighting to claim a spot in the playoffs, and two NA squads are fighting to stay in the running. Hello and welcome to Stage 1 of VCT Americas. Coming to you live from a very relaxed area here in the
Oh, it's so relaxing.
Very relaxed, though, especially in you, Ender. Athena, you may relax.
I'm not allowed to?
The
What?
Associate of American Hosts has told me that you have something to do with Golden Boy's disappearance.
I didn't do anything, for the
don't know.
record. Golden Boy just happened to be taking a sabbatical here.
I see.
There's
We
no...
do have audio-visual
suspicious.
footage from yesterday,
I was there too.
which may or may not incriminate you, but that's okay.
Witness.
We can talk about that later. We're in for a treat today. That might distract the audience from what you have done.
Good.
Because we might see some murder on the server today as well. That's right, because some of those teams will be losing.
Allegedly.
Those are the facts. Allegedly. We have, of course, Furia taking on Crew Visa today, and then later it's NRG versus 100 Thieves. We're in for a treat.
Yeah,
Athena.
it's going to be a fun day. I think that first game is going to be a banger, and I think it's going to be super close. I didn't know who to predict for either of these teams,
Yeah?
and I think it's going to be fun.
Well, you know what? I think the second game's going to be a bigger banger.
Whoa!
So,
Oh, how controversial.
checkmate. Yeah, we'll see. I guess we'll see at the end of the day.
Yeah, let's see. Let's set the stage. Let's set the mood, rather, for what's to come in our first 1v1 skirmish of the day. Side selection, of course, will be determined by a duel between Nerf and Les. Who would you wage your jelly beans on here,
Les.
Erna? Les, okay.
Well, I'm going to have to take
No
Nerve then.
hesitation. How did I know that that's coming?
I was
Oh.
just there.
I love
Okay.
that. Are they picking the same guns?
I
same
like
weapons?
Sheriff.
That's honorable.
Sheriff
I like
meta.
that.
Oh.
I like that.
God, bro.
Why
Okay,
did
you
I-
can pick two twice.
Alright,
Because
we'll go
just
Mendel.
my shirt.
Okay.
Why did I pick Nerve?
Whoa,
Les is-
what does that mean? You don't
No,
believe in
let's
your
just
boy?
like
You don't-
clapped him twice.
There we go. He's back.
Okay, he's back.
so back.
We're Odining
Nerf's
now.
not dead. Oh no. Wait, oh, they're matching.
That's cute.
I don't know how to move with that.
This
I'm a
gun.
turret.
So funny, bro.
No, Marshall.
Oh, they're pick Marshall. Oh, that's so
Oh,
cursed.
let's put the marshals away.
That's so cursed.
We're already down to one bullet. We missed some shots.
Wait, what happened?
Oh no.
Bro, I don't think I've used
Oh,
the
Les
Marshall
is
in
running
probably
away with
years,
it.
I'm not
Like
gonna
I
lie.
don't play
Good
with
pick,
Marshall
Murdoch,
either,
good
but
pick.
I beat Mada
Never.
last time, so
Alright, you wanna go knife?
yeah,
He
let's
beat
go.
Mada last time. Okay, he's keeping score.
I was about to
Okay.
say, it's not that serious.
The knife meta is so bad.
We're jumping up on the box.
Oh my god,
Oh
the
my god, look at the
movement.
moves. It doesn't matter. No.
No, I thought that jump was a good idea.
I thought the jump was a good idea. Wait, we're full knife metaing right now.
This is crazy.
Oh my god. I like the banana karambit.
Oh, Nerve. That's
God.
amateur hour. Way too early on the knife there. His knife mechs, they need a little bit of work. Les is just fully locked.
I love how much fun they have with that. Also, I
Yeah.
love a good gentleman's agreement.
True.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think who was it we were watching yesterday and they were like, "Are you seriously opping right now?" So I love to hear that.
Anything
that
to
they picked
win.
something.
I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Some people just do anything to win. You seem like one of those people. Let's
Oh,
put
Yeah.
it to the test in
Yo.
a competition of our own.
Okay.
Can I interest you guys in a round of, or a few rounds of, Vincent Fan Go?
absolutely.
Only if you
can.
tell me what that means, Zoe.
Well, look at your screen. That's what it means. That's right. The dogs will come out. All of them. Not even
Why
behind
was
the
his
paywall.
right hand so much smaller than his left hand?
You're asking too many questions.
Whoa, whoa.
Now, the rules are very simple. Our beloved fans have been taking the time and effort to draw some of our players, and we're going to guess who they drew.
Oh, okay.
Should we do that?
I like
and we
it.
definitely
Love
want to
that.
keep score here.
Let's do it.
Let's take a look at our first one. This one is done by Jordy. What you got, Jordy?
Oh.
It's a more abstract.
You know what?
I'm going John QT.
What gave it away?
You know what? It says send
Glasses?
win. It says send win, so I'm gonna go with 100 Thieves. Timotino.
Timotino. Wow. Okay.
Okay, I see what you're doing there. That's some mind games. No, yeah, it is in fact John Cutie.
Well,
He
you'd
just- he
recognize
just-
that face anywhere.
Anywhere.
That
yeah.
was a really good drawing.
Too easy.
10
Good
out
one.
of 10.
Okay, let's take a look at the next one. Love Flickless.
Love Flickless.
Love Flickless.
I love
definitely
that.
definitely
Okay.
nailed the name. Let's
What do we
take a look
got?
at what Love Flickless drew for us on this fine, what is today? Saturday.
It's a Saturday right now.
It's
We're getting
Saturday.
baited.
Oh, is it
It's up
behind
there.
us?
Oh,
Hold on,
it's behind us.
It's in
the
the room
with us.
NRG.
Wait, that's so cute.
Wait,
That's
there's
a
two
really
people.
Cute drawing. That has to be Scuba and Mata.
Scuba in the background,
Yeah,
right, with the
yeah,
dark
yeah.
hair. Yeah.
That's such
yes,
a cute
Great
drawing.
yes, it is in
I
fact
love that one.
Mada, that's incredible.
That's
I
an
love that.
amazing drawing.
That's very good.
Very good. Very
You got
good.
it?
We love it. Okay.
Round of applause.
Go.
JRL draws.
JRL.
Provided this one.
Okay.
Whoa,
That.
that's
Okay.
cold.
The Hush.
Wait,
Envy jersey on.
I thought, but Demon 1 did this.
Oh.
Demon 1 did that? Well,
But
Well, then is that your answer?
is that your answer?
yeah.
I
Sure.
feel like you're
Does he have a
overthinking
beard?
it.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
Yeah, kinda.
I don't think that's Demon 1.
Kinda like probably yes.
Am I crazy?
I think
No,
it's an
yes,
Atlas.
say
it's
Papa.
Demon 1.
That's
You're-
Demon 1?
Yes!
Obviously.
That's obviously
That's
Demon 1. My
amazing.
mistake.
Obviously.
My mistake.
Now, of course, all of our talented artists are being rewarded with an in-game gun buddy. That's right. The I
Whoa.
Create
I
gun
love
buddy
that.
will go their way
It's
for their
so
efforts.
cute.
Thank you guys so much. Amazing drawings. We love to see it. Now, let's shift our focus from art to artisan.
Hey.
Thank you so
That was
much.
a
I'm
good
here
one.
all week. Yeah, earlier Dryad actually spoke with Furia's IGL about their hard-fought victory over Evil Genius.
Even though Furia got the win last week, something that we know is that Coach Shaw was absent. And Artine, how much, in what ways did you have to step up to make sure that you got the win at the end?
I think I had to focus a little bit more of stuff out game, especially like mental stuff. But yeah, I'm really grateful that Shaw is here today, and yeah, we're just gonna show our great game.
Was it difficult in any way, or was it a challenge that you were not expecting?
I think it wasn't a challenge because I used to do that in other teams that I played, but I was like kind of off it a little bit because my goal as an IGL nowadays is completely different. But at the same time, yeah, it was difficult, but I'm really happy that I've got it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Great to hear the insight there. Yeah, Evil Geniuses, they made Furia work so hard for the 2-1 victory. I think one of the players that really stood out in that series has got to be Alan.
Yeah, I think he did a phenomenal job. I feel like just in general, he's been so good mechanically at getting a lot of these entries and just setting up his team for success. And I feel like when I'm watching him, he's always just so quick with a lot of these micro decisions to use that util to set himself up for success.
Yeah, I think what's been interesting for me to watch him is how many like heavy multi-kill rounds he's having, because there's actually, he doesn't have that many like first engagements, so he's not like dominating in terms of like he's always just getting the first kill, but when he has a big round like you're seeing here, it's like always a 3K.
Dude, I think on Pearl he got like 2 4Ks.
Yeah, it's
just
it's
in
wild.
general, which is insane. In the last matchup they played, he got 2 4Ks. I think in total he had like 10 2Ks, which again is insane. Multi-fragger. You're right, not always getting those entries, but consistently being there, even in the mid-round, setting them up. And I think for Furia, they look so good as a team, and a big part of it is the fact that they're able to set up a limb. The support is always there.
Yeah, and that's even carrying back to the first series they played in Stage 1 as well. Alan was tearing it up, and oh, I was actually, I watched a little bit. Koala was playing their coach Camino, but Furia were like actually locked in on the table tennis earlier today.
Yeah, they were. No, wait, they played table foosball.
I think
Crew
I think Crew was playing foosball.
Yeah.
There's so much going
We're
on here.
yeah.
Like, we're just losing track. We're losing track. But yeah,
We're
we're not
in an
losing track.
arcade.
We really actually are. And it's a joy. It's also a joy to watch those players popping off. Yeah, Alam definitely a big standout. Fury in general, like, just looked so good. They traded so well. So yeah, I'd love to see more of that today. MW's era used to be synonymous with Furia. Alas, for all the drama, we'll be facing off against them this time around.
On the other side of the coin.
I know. Let's send it back to Dryad for more info.
And some of you guys might have forgotten, but MW used to actually play for Furia, and today you're facing your old team, but it's a very different squad, and also you feel like a very different player. Since then, how do you see your growth as a player?
Realmente, eu acho que a Fúria mudou bastante. Eles estão bem fortes também. Eu acho que se eu fosse comparar um pouco o meu eu na época da Fúria e de agora, eu acho que eu realmente estou mais maduro, estou um pouco mais velho também do que eu era, acho que eu era bem mais jovem. Eu aprendi muito com as derrotas e agora com os meninos também ganhando. Então, é basicamente isso. Eu acho que estou muito feliz com o aprendizado e com a minha evolução também.
Yeah, 100%. This is a completely different Furia. They're very strong too, and I think like the main difference for me today from back then is I'm more mature. I got older. I was too young back then, so I feel like this is the biggest difference right now.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Yeah, time do be like that. We do be aging.
Time
and
to
getting
be.
wiser along the way.
I'm aging backwards, just so you guys know.
Oh, nice.
Benjamin Button?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's me.
So are you going to go
Benjamin
back to being a pro
Parsley?
player? Because the younger you get, the better you are
Oh
at
yeah,
video
dude,
games?
I'm ready. I'm so ready.
It's time.
Is that how? Okay, then maybe I should start doing that too.
You're
It's
gonna
that
see me
easy.
next week on
Hey, if
stage.
it works for her, and if it works for MW Zara, then it works for all of us. But yeah, he and Kruvisa, they shut down NRG, and really they showed that they're a force to be reckoned with this season.
Yeah, I think Crew has been phenomenal. I feel like when I'm watching them, this is the most fun I've had seeing a team on their defensive side specifically, especially on that Lotus. They were so good at re-clearing, adapting to how the other team's playing, and making sure their rotations were on top of it.
I think for how stacked they are as individuals on this roster, I think the macro game they have is fantastic as well.
Yeah.
You're talking about their Lotus. I think the way they control the defensive side, especially when Silence knows whether or not it's his role to step forward, take a forward line, get information, or fall back and play on a weak side, just defend the site.
Yeah.
It's that control over the map that really has had teams spinning their gears, unable to find any control on the map.
And they did it on Split too. It was like just a consistent play style that I've really enjoyed watching. It's genuinely like they've done their homework on the other team. They've also understood and analyzed how they want to play and their timings on a lot of these re-clears. It just looks really good. And I think obviously when you flip it onto that attack side, it also carries on there. They're just so good at having those green 1-1s, letting less lurk, just being super aggro when they need to be. It's almost as if they can see the other team at all times. What?
I
What are
love
you giggling
the
about?
penguin and the rabbit just getting taken for a ride on the table there.
So I don't think the table's supposed to move when you play that game.
No.
Maybe that's just me. I don't know. But they were locked in. That's the warm-up, you know. They're going to give their best on the server today. We still have so many more players that we really want to highlight. Can't get through all of them, but Dante is another player that I want to talk about with you guys. But also, the world is already talking about him. That's right. He did have, I think, the lowest KD last week. Yeah.
But he was frying on the openers.
Yeah, no, it's like the stats do not tell the story. Here is what Sliggy had to say about his performance on Platchat.
I think Dante is unbelievable in the Neon. Like, this is a hot take. I think he's second best in the world after Danby. You're gonna look at you're gonna yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, because Danby no longer plays. Yeah, But you're gonna look at the stats and think that that's mad. But I promise you, if you watch him mechanically and the movement that he does and how hard it is to kill him, he gets about 30 more assists than he gets just purely from movement, and it's all just unknown because he's dodging and he's moving the crosshair away.
Yeah, I mean, he raked up like 13 first kills against him.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually insane how much space he creates for his team to succeed. He's setting them up for success.
Yeah, and what's wild to me is, like, I was casting that series, and it was, like, impossible. We're always spectating him. You'll see him. He's looking at the floor half the time. His forward movement, his backward movement, it is wild. I think Sliggy watches more Valorant than anyone else in the world, so I'll just follow his lead here. I like it.
I mean, you know, he's one of the best analysts in the world, so they just got him to kick us off here a little bit. So they don't want to hear us talk. No, but I think Dante has been doing super well. I completely agree with Sliggy. I think his movement's insane. A lot of his little adjustments are insane. And I think, too, for me, the util. The walls that are being used, everyone is using it to their advantage as well. You see them scaling up and making sure that they're actually using that on timings, and the stuns to set themselves up for the trades as well is insane. It feels like there's so many choke points on their executes that is just completely stunned. Neon's in.
Yeah.
Pulled crosshairs. It makes so much sense to watch this guy play.
But it is all about these sort of set plays that lead into opening kills for Crew. And that's where I think the matchup becomes really interesting in this game between Dante and Alum, because Alum has not been having the same level of outrageous success when it comes to first kills, but he has those heater rounds, whereas consistently Dante is getting the first. Well, if you're not able to match Dante in the first kill, you don't get to have the heater rounds, right? That was what was NRG's problem in their series last time. They could not match on the duelist front. That has to change here. That has to be a benefit for Furia if they're going to take down Crew.
Absolutely. And I mean, the stakes are pretty cut and dry for the teams today. If you win, you go into the playoffs. And that means that you're one step closer to making it to Masters in London.
True.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I think like just in general, guaranteeing your playoffs is really good. And I think especially for a team like Crew, where they finally have their roster here to play, they've had such a strong opening already. I think for them, making it to playoffs almost instantly would be such a huge thing for them.
Yeah, I think this match is going to be really determining who are really the teams to beat when we're heading into the postseason, right? People are going to have your eyes on MIBR, but like, how are G2? How are NRG doing? It's a little bit up in the air. Crew have absolutely run away now in stage 1, and a win here for me puts them all the way up there on par with your MIBRs.
Dude, who are your top 3 teams right now in Americas?
MIBR,
I've been stuck on this.
Oh, it's hard. Like, do you put Leviathan in there? It's tough. I would say MIBR. I am day 1 Crew believer. I think this team is going the distance. And I kind of want to say Leviathan too.
You have to say
Furia?
It's tough. I don't know. I really like.
No,
I think our top
Furia?
is stacked. Our top is stacked right now. But if you only have to pick 3, I don't know.
Yeah, I think this is definitely really hard. Even today, when we're trying to pick between Crew and Furia, I was like, this is rough. I do think Furia has been the most consistent team. However, I think they've just shown that even coming off of that kind of rough performance at Santiago, they've still kept kind of true to how they play, their play style. They've adapted to the meta. We've seen Elim just be really crazy on a lot of these roles. Neon.
Right, yeah. Many people are saying.
So many roles as Neon. And a judge, Shorty, Bucky.
Brilliant.
Phantom.
You can do it all.
Yeah, so this was so hard for me because Crew as well has, I've said it a million times, they just look so good, man. Like, I really enjoy watching them play.
Our top looks so good, but I also feel like it took a week or maybe 2 weeks for some teams to adjust to the new meta, but now they're starting to get things rolling. Maybe they start to gain momentum, so it can still shift in those last few weeks of play here in the groups, right? But it's, obviously you look at teams, you look at the rosters, you say big names like Les, you know, like a household name, he's back in Americas and honestly performing like he's never left.
Yeah, I think he's really one of the main reasons why Crew get a really good job of their information on that defensive side, because as you can see, his holds are immaculate. He's been so good just being able to get multi-kills and denying choke point pushes, but he's also really able to be confident enough to take a lot of those 1v1s. He tends to be the one on the weaker side a lot of the time, and he'll just peek.
And this has been a standard thing with Les going all the way back in the days, even to his time over on Loud, where when you're playing these comps that are maybe a little bit more like passive on the defensive side, when you're playing like double smokes, the Viper in the mix, sometimes the hardest thing to do is understand where your enemies are on the map, because those agents tell you sort of internally, you want to play behind your utility, you need to, you know, work off of that. But exactly what you're talking about, knowing the timing to step forward and knowing when that's a high percentage play, it's a very fine line between inting and doing exactly the right thing. He rides that beautifully.
I want to take a look at predictions here. I feel like some people, I mean, did you feel confident about your prediction for this one?
Wait, you said you picked Furia.
Okay, hold on, guys.
With your heart?
Wait, why is everyone doing Crew?
I don't know.
Riv is alone. Wait, this is insane, guys. This is actually... Okay, you know what I think this is based off of?
Yeah, tell me.
For me,
analyze.
I guess for me, because I thought I did Furia. For me...
You putting it down, Riot, here? Like, what is happening?
I'm just picking whatever and just pretending I did the other one when they went.
Tell me, I'm waiting for this. Come on.
So last week, Furia, they struggled a little bit against DG. They lost a map. They lost Haven. And the other 2 maps, they won, but it was still a little bit close. And I feel like they have that kind of read and understanding of how they play. But Crew, they've just been so good at adapting to how teams play and overrunning their playstyle, making sure they're re-clearing at the right times or being aggressive when they know that they can just take that map control. So for me, that I'm going to assume that's what I did. That's what I picked it for.
Hey, that's a good enough reason.
What do you pick Crew for?
For me, roster's incredibly stacked, and I think first 2 weeks of stage 1, they have the best macro in Americas.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I didn't see many cracks in the armor. I think it's crazy to predict against them when they haven't really shown a clear weakness. Well, we're in for a treat. It's hopefully going to be a banger. We're so ready for it. And so are Riff and Mansili. They're standing by on the other side. Furia versus Crew Visa. VCT Americas starts right now. Those guys.
Excited to play Crew, new opponent that we haven't got to face yet in the Americas, and I think Crew also is unbeaten in Americas. We'll see who wins.
É um time que vem muito forte, eles ganharam o kickoff, vieram agora de 2-0 em cima de times bons. Então com certeza vai ser ainda mais difícil do que as suas matches foram até agora.
Running forwards, running back. This is getting absolutely chaotic as anything.
Em relação aos jogadores da Fúria que eu estou ansioso para enfrentar, eu acho que o Artzin, né? Eu, querendo ou não enfrentei o Artzin, esse Prime Artzin. Agora é o momento dele sendo IGL.
Ultim, será que eles vão arriscar nisso? Gasta o ultimate, mas o Artzin vai pra cima, consegue quebrar o ultimate, não. Falta pouco, agora sim, ult destruída. E a montagem é da Fúria, Artzin 4K do Capita.
Agora que a gente está 2-0, a gente não precisa ter essa pressão de se perdemos, podemos estar fora, ou se perdemos, talvez fique com poucas chances. Então, mesmo que eles estejam vindo invictos, a gente vai jogar o nosso jogo.
Y ahora Sadak en una posición completamente privilegiada, que está con la paranoia, impactado, no le importa nada porque está Lev cerquita para poder robarle protagonismo y la triple kill, pero un laburo en dupla tremendo.
A gente está jogando sem medo, a gente está botando a cara, a gente está botando a mira e fazendo acontecer.
They got a bunch of shooters, we got a bunch of shooters. We'll see who wins on the day.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We're back on the couch, but ready for action to jump into Crew versus Furia. This is going to be a spicy one. I'm excited. Both teams have only shown a few maps. We're going to get a repeat of those, but we do get teams going to a different map on this one.
For sure.
At least.
I think most specifically, too, it's Crew. They've only shown like 3 maps so far since this stage #1, so we'll have to see where this veto is going to go, which is quite surprising, too. I think we look at the skirmish earlier on. We saw now that Crew has gotten the opportunity to choose Team A or Team B, but overall, yes, you're right. This is going to be a great matchup between two powerhouse teams. If you're looking at it on this screen right here for Sadak and the rest of Crew, they actually haven't even dropped a map yet this stage, and they're playing against a Team Furia that actually hasn't dropped a series since the beginning of the year, and they're only team in the VCTs right now across all regions that haven't dropped the series yet. So a big test for both of these teams. Lots of history for a lot of the players in there too. They prepped so hard that even Coach Shaw broke his hand. But as this man right here, Koala Noob, he actually played in Ascension in 2024. He's facing off against a couple of players back in 2024 as well. If you're thinking about it, it's Coach Zonic that was coaching in All Nights back then, playing against Dante, who's now one of the best Neons that we currently have in this stage. And then also on the other side, he plays against Spike Zine, the player that he lost against in 2024 when Spike was playing on 2G.
So true. With, again, EU, though, so can get a little bit of a return to friendship there for them. As we get the maps on your screen, the Fracture, banned out by Crew. That was floated by Furia previously, so they say, no, we don't even want to float it. Then the ban comes through, but we get Lotus, Haven, and Split to go through the 3.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this as well is that looking at the stats, Crew, or any team so far that has won the skirmish has always picked Team B. So the fact that Crew is picking Team A here, I think, is that they know that Fracture is a similar ban that Furia likes to take every single time as well. So they want to take Team A to ban that map first and then see where potentially Furia wants to take the series too. But Furia went into their regular ban that they do as well, so now they're going to play the strongest maps. Not necessarily the strongest yet for Furia, as we haven't seen that test against Crew yet, but at least for this matchup here, Crew has been looking amazing on Lotus.
Is that a mirror up there? Are we seeing each other back and forth?
Actually, it's a TV in front of us.
It is true.
But it is a mirror composition.
It is a mirror composition. It is. You're going to start already? It's too early.
Is it?
It's the afternoon, but it's too early. So it's the same thing here. Artisan and Silence will be on the Vice for the respective teams. But yeah, it's feeding that Neon. It's feeding Dante, feeding Alan.
Yeah, and if anything, it's Dante feeding the information for the rest of the team too. I think that's the biggest the biggest advantage that you have right now is Dante as your star duelist for the team. He's not necessarily going to be the one that's going to be looking to activate every single time and drop 30, but man, is he good at finding space and information so that somebody like Les can follow up on these attacks.
All right, we are about to get on to Lotus here for Crew versus Furia. It is time for your match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED, as we head on to the map to see who's going to start it. Is Furia going to receive first? Are they going to let Crew make the move? Or are they going to be moving as much as they can? We heard Furia previously kind of saying, we don't like to stand still. This is not something we do.
And Crew's the same way, especially on defense.
Yeah.
If I've been looking at the past games on Lotus as well, it's very rare that they're looking for like their early style of fighting for rubble control. They want to react on what's happening, and already it's there. They have the fast rotate they can have towards that door, but Elim is already moving to try to close that gap on the rotate, but he's going to be met up by 4 players.
Call this strat only W keys, and it's going to have to be the same from Crew. Dante trades immediately. I would say just gets the kill, no trade needing to come through as Furia try to set up this defense.
Paranoia's not going to hit anybody either, too, so this is great position for Furia on the top.
They're trying to get into a lot of different positions, but it's creating one-on-ones. Les gets the advantage of that before Qualanu fights back, gets a little retribution for the teammate, and here come the trades. Here come the encroachment into the site from Crew. And EU only more aware now that he is about to be flanked by one.
Last player
Are they looking in the right spot? No, they're not. Crew systematically dropping the members of Furia to take back B and take that pistol round.
I think that's the key word here, Riv. You talk about systematic, and I think that's really the way that Crew was really able to activate on their defensive side. Get that chi flowing. Get that chi flowing. But again, as I tried to mention before here, Crew doesn't really look to play and activate every single round on defense because you have a neon that you're forced to take some very forward spacing. They like to set up these line of scrimmages mainly around where you see that Viper wall is at, right? Towards the blue door, towards the opening door on that A side, so that the Omen playing mostly on the mid side can help with these paranoias, with these flashes, and you can crunch upon that. So you have to base it off sound cues, orb taps, doors being tapped up as well, and that's usually how Crew reacts. But if you give up here on the A side, they're very quick to gain that space on the other end that hasn't been contested in the first place. Looking here, I wouldn't be surprised if Silence is going to start moving out quite early in the rotate.
Yeah, just an eco flood here from Furia. Sadak more than ready, as they still have more protection here in Tree to clean this one up. Oh, just a little high and wide there. Sun was in his eyes. And there's the last one from MW Zera. 3K there. Get that Nightfall in line, retake possibility, and just clean up the second round.
Yeah, and you saw it already. Red Silence moved down. They dropped the spike over on the A side, so you know there's a heavy lean there. He moves up, picks up the orb on C2, so doing his job on his lonely side of the map on C Lotus, but also closing that gap. And I think if you're looking at a lot of these playstyles or trying to study a lot of tape around Crew, you can start identifying how maybe sometimes there's not too many players that are covering all the lanes here on the defensive side. Of course, that Vice Wall is going to help here for Artazine when he's going to be the one having to play a little bit further back. But overall, something here that Crew could start exploiting, and starts off well for Dante. A little bit of a spray through 2 smokes here in the first one to fall, and that's not the player you want to drop early for Furia, so that's mainly at space and wall gone.
One of the things Furia has is everyone can make an impact. I mean, not if they get sat down like that. Just fold it up and put away at rubble. And now Crew pushes forward a bit more just to find the last player in Artisan. So this buy round probably didn't feel very much like a buy round. They didn't even get to execute anything they wanted. And already making Artisan sweat, knowing there's going to be people just around the corner and behind.
Nice shot, though.
Good for 1. 10 HP, 5 bullets left. Bleeding red on both stat lines there. He tries to buy a little bit more time here.
So there's a flash to work with, too. Isolated this fight, though. MW0 is kind of low, but at the end of the day, he does use a little bit of the obstacle as a little bit of a one-way that allows him to stay alive in this one and not fight. So very nicely done for Crew to convert even into their bonus round. And it's a little bit too early on that slide, too, and you just followed through with the tracing, so that was quite nice by Dante to get that pick. But at the end of the day, we talk about the reaction from Crew. As soon as they get the first blood in the pick, they're assuming here that people are going to be falling behind Elim on the space that he's trying to get because he's sliding so early. So they go for their own trap play. Open the door, concuss, flash, have Dante slide in, and they suffocate Furia there.
And you see Sadak there just continuously wide-eyed looking at Dante like, what? How every time? And he's going to get out of here while grabbing a good bit of info to start, too.
There.
Yeah, one was juggling here with the sleeve, but thankfully the other ones were able to slip behind.
He's drawing the eyes.
Oh, wait!
He can't draw the kills, though. Furia snap back with this lower buy and try to just squash the forces of Crew as they keep appearing over towards this A side. This should be done and dusted for a quick Furia round back in their favor.
Yeah, especially with Silence solo here, even taken down, and that was actually quite surprising. Because you could see it from the point of view of Sadak. Everybody's walking forward, the wall's about to drop, and they have a 3-man crossfire set up. That's perfect to take everybody down. But like how instantly they get all these picks. Okay, the first one, not Dante's fault, but then for the other team, look at that, how clean those shots were in the end for Furia. That actually stops that bleeding quite well, because if you're looking at the state of the game, losing a bonus round, this should have been a 5-0, maybe going into a 6-1 scoreline for the rest. But now you're able to build that economy back up on your side. You're forced to Sadak to play into a Bucky, even though he should have enough money to buy a rifle, but he really wants to hold on to that tree.
Yeah.
Trying to condition that pinch.
A lot of ultimates to come back online here. See if Furia can lock those in this round. Get themselves a few more rounds. Alum down to 34. They're going to have to play it slow.
Yeah, just trying to bait the wall in the first place, so the check mark is done, but to the cost of 66 HP down for the side of a limb. So that's not going to help when they're going to try to go for the execution. It seems to be leaning towards the C site, at least for now. The spike's still down and trying to bait out the next wave of utility. So let's see how they're going to operate now for the rest of the round.
It's fine, it's fine. Let's walk back there now.
I'm out of here. Ready for you guys. This guy should be Rumble. Okay,
One's B right now. Were you prowling B?
Guys, we're NDA, okay?
Yeah. I hit Prowler B. It's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Good, walk in.
Guys, I have a smoke, or I have an outlaw.
They resmoked B. They resmoked B. They're worried, guys.
This guy's up A, okay, guys? I'm gonna pump my shit. We face.
Yeah, I can Prowler. Wait. Yeah, wait for us.
I'll target blind.
Okay, ready?
Wait.
Jump starting, fade. Wall down. I get tethered so low, it's fine. Ready? Oh, we might be Rumble, guys. Care.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, wall up, we walk. I'm gonna eye-rebel.
Yeah,
just walk there.
One down.
Let's go. I'm flashing.
Let's try it.
Close.
Take. Breakable.
Fade left.
I stunned him.
Go dark.
Yeah. Let's do.
I'm spam.
One. Face one.
Nice.
Fade. Might be inside.
Only one side.
Might be inside.
I'm binding side.
Do. Blind. That's like okay.
One backside.
Protect me.
I got plant. We gotta fight him.
Nice!
Go. Let's fucking go, boys.
Fuck, I should have smoked there, sorry.
Nice fucking round.
Incredible. At the moment they identify something, one more in sight, there's multiple people activating on it, and it's with everything just about, oh, we need to plant, we can't, we have to kill. Everybody goes for the kill, and that can in this situation. Just, it's not snap judgment. Everybody's on board.
They had to be quick because it was so good by, I think it was Silence, right? He got that pick with 5 seconds left in the round.
Yeah.
You can't even plant that spike anymore. So you know it's at least a 2 versus 1. You have to adapt. You have to push right away. And then at least they called the perfect 3-2-1 to swing in different angles to salvage that round for Furia. So it works that well. Especially able to negate the position from Sadak with the Bucky and also absorbing all of the Nightfall that was thrown also on the side of NW0. So at the end of the day, that was a great way for Furia to stop that round, to take 2 in a row and force the hand here of Crew, who are actually able to open up the first couple of kills.
Just right into spawn. Say, I know where you buy. I'm gonna come in and fight you right now. Spike's still down. They're gonna have to go back and just make sure it's protected. But they have this A main control re-cleared. The EU is trying to get a little bit of a hold on again. There's the Prowler. And they know they have some space to work with now.
I got Spike.
At least MWZR heard the cancel of the From the Shadows of Koala Noob. So he's actually saying, look, it's a fake. They're keeping all the players on that Crew side, but Furia is actually doing a nice little pivot at the end. They want to commit into the fake info that was given by Koala onto MWZR. The position's actually very good on that drop on the defense, though. That could actually slow things down and allow for the rest of Crew to rotate in this post plan.
Quick clear, fake plant.
30 seconds left.
Getting a little, oh, the save. They bought a little bit of time here for the rotation from Crew. Alum now by himself, 9 bullets left and 3 members to go through. Remember that site was made a little bit smaller, so he's got to get back in before he can even plant. And it's not going to be enough. Les finds a third one, a Thrifty coming through for Crew.
Yeah, an answer back on their own Thrifty. Toward the side of Crew. That said, It seems as though we overcomplicated things, though, on that 3 versus 4. They really wanted to try to clear towards that pit. Kolanub thought that the one way that he threw was going to be good enough for him to actually peek into the area and try to go for a pick. But that was so patient by MWZ to stay tucked in at the bottom of the slant. That overexposed Kolanub got shot in the leg, picked off, and then Crew was able to flood back in.
Right towards C, a little on both sides here. Gonna get extremity play coming in from Nerve. He gives up that space, hearing the door open, so they try to taunt that there's a big pressure play coming into Rubble. There's a little bit of a line of scrimmage here for Furia to check things out.
And it's an annoying line of scrimmage, because if you look at how that wall's being placed, it's actually more tucked in than the regular one. So you're actually exposing yourself to swing out. So they're trying to go for the protocol in a 3-2-1.
Oh, they got baited into it. They walk right up Death Alley and get taken down by Crew. What a sneaky little play of utility to get that C on lockdown. And now, again, they're still across the map here, seeing what they can work. And Dante plays his life.
Those razor vines on the side of Silence is going to be super important right now for the defense to hold, because if you're looking at the comp for this side of Furia, you have really nothing to break that utility. So it really comes down to not only having to bait the wall, but making sure that the spacing that you take, you don't get fully affected here by the razor vines. That slide through probably takes like 30% of HP on that slide, and then you had the perfect crossfire setup from Waterfall as well. But it's good here that Furia is doing this early, because it gives them an opportunity to learn a little bit more these setups on this C side. I think this is, what, the second time that they're attempting it here?
Yeah. Sadak already in the mind of his opponent and just behind with the flank. They're looking, is it going to be enough though? He clears one, and Artson needs to clear a few more in this round, but it's not going to be enough. Walks back into a one-way situation, and Sadak will clear 4-2, but Crew will take another one.
Yeah, Crew continuing looking pretty good on this map on defense. Even if you're trying to get that space for a limb, the relay bolt doesn't really give him any favor.
Yeah.
As if he actually was able to cross over, he would have stunned himself. So missing the angle on that a bit. Shaw feels that he might have to call a timeout right away.
A reset needed for Furia here, a position they really haven't been in all too much. They did feel like they started a bit slow on the EG matchup. Were able to find themselves coming back. I think Shaw had kind of mentioned there in a situation that everyone is playing their own game, so they aren't paying attention to the game, which is kind of a clever way of saying, like, let's lock in, you know. There is still a chance they forget what that win condition is.
Yeah, especially for win cons overall for both of these teams, you're definitely seeing that, again, we're just going to talk about it one more time. It's not always about Dante, but I think for me, the person that's been quite impressive on the side of Crew is Les. Les, pretty much back to his form of like Loud back in 2022, pretty much, when he won champs here with Sadak. He gets to reunite with him after playing 3 years together with Loud. He even mentioned he had a hard time just getting acquainted to EMEA in Berlin. He prefers to be back in LA. There's a lot more stuff to do here to manage a better work-life balance. And I think that level of comfort to be mentally strong outside of the game allows for him to be quite stoic within the server as well, and seeing how much he can bring to the table. Doing an excellent job on the defense so far and anchoring. And there's a lot of combination plays and crossfire setups on the setups for Crew between Les and Dante or Les and Silence, depending on the map. And he's actually playing his role very well.
Furia go back to a little bit of speed here, taking that space early. And Crew actually already had movement across the left side of the map. They're going to meet here. Baby door, relay bolts on either side. And the judge to lay down the verdict first. Oh, a limb gets clotheslined on the way in. Sadak is able to trade there, and they're just framing every member of Furia through the doorway and shredding it with bullets. Here's Artsy one more time. It looks like they already even have a lock on the positioning. Silence, thinking the timing was a little bit different. And Artsy again goes into a 1v3.
Yeah, Crew seems to always be a step ahead of feeling where a limb's going to be going. Right now, in any type of setup that they're trying to do as an opener for Furia, to have a limb slide and try to go for an opener, he's instantly denied. I feel like maybe there's a lack of utility to support. Maybe you need a little bit more of not just the flash to allow for him to get the space, but also maybe a haunt or a prowler to allow for him to be a little bit more confident within these lines, so he could actually pre-aim his crosshair a little bit better. But you're guessing there, sliding into 3 guys.
Yeah.
That's also the lack of getting information. Being deprived of that info on the side of Furia that Crew's doing so well so far.
It looks like they're ready to do a C-pop again from Crew's side. Seeing if they can catch Furia off guard. Opposite ends of the map.
Toxins going up.
This is what I'm talking about, right? When you're active on a certain part, they prowler, there's no information there, you're just going to keep taking that space. So now that they have a triple push to prowler towards the front B side, they're like, yo, this has to be a push towards the A side. So what you have to do on A now for Silence is just deny as much as you can. Delay.
Play his life, delay, already gets the vines out, and the limb goes down. He talked about trying to slide across that. Steals the arsenal away. And they get it back, too. Just back and forth, the trade of util to gain this space right now. Only 1 member down on each side as the plant will fall. And this is going to be actually Furia having a great job. All this entry space needs to be walked through. If they don't come through Tree, taking damage from the pit. So it's up to Tree to make the move. It's up for Dante and the team to break this site open. And he's gonna try right now. Goes through, finds Artson right away, and now he's got them sweating inside the pit. Last finds another one, and he's gonna walk right in. They shake hands, and Nerve goes down. EU's forced to backpedal out of there, and would you believe it? Crew just take Furia right out of A.
It's nice that they were able to execute and move in the way that they did here with Furia, from the Steel Garden to getting that pit down. It looked like it was going to be pretty good, right? Because it's covering towards the main entrance and on the staircase. But what's missing? How many more gaps are there? Heaven, drop, tree. The door gets open. You have to watch 3 different angles. There's only 1 guy that's outside of the pit that's trying to watch that flank. And I think that was Artazine at the top right over here as he gets picked up.
Yeah.
The rest of them are stuck inside the pit. There's no crossfire stuff. There's no info they're able to gain right now to set up for that flood retake for Crew. And that just shows how Crew can be very explosive when it's needed. And you just talked about the protocols that are just very, very systematic. That works very well for Crew for these retakes.
All right. The same run. Opsy, open door, pressure with Prowler. Hit it until it works. They haven't seen it. Why not show it again? And it's actually something that Crew benefit off of. Losing Sadak, they still take out EU. Bit of that initiator utility to get into the site. In and out. They don't feel comfortable trying to play the pump fake here towards B.
And it's nice that they're fully pivoting like this to move towards this B site. Because again, we talked about the early flanks that could really happen. Les already pushed all the way down to move back towards A.
Yeah.
And now Lim's just trying to gain space on Waterfall. So they know the retake should be coming down towards Blue, Heaven, and also B main. All of those angles being watched, but they're all just watching it as solo angles. So this is difficult.
Yeah, no Prowler here. That's Crew still gets 2 instantly jumping in, and everybody just figure eights back and forth, acting like neons even if they aren't Dante.
And that's the difference, right? You have 1 watching Waterfall, 1 spawn, 1 blue door, 1 back B site for Furia. Okay, it almost looks like you have every angle taken care of. But then you have Dante just buddy hopping in the site, getting all the information, and okay, there's 1 here. And then he has 2 players falling behind him. So in individual locations, there's 3 versus 1s every single time on the retake rather, for Crew. There's not enough of a buddy system right now for Furia in these post-plant scenarios. They can't trade off each other instantly, and they're not in position to be able to do so, which is very one-sided on a defense for Crew so far.
They've been able to really shut down what Furia, they want to do the same thing. It's a mirror comp, but they're not letting him in on that distance. Whenever he comes in, there's 3 or 4 people ready to shut him down this time, but he gets seized up. Still in the situation, they can't get by the wall either. They're delayed out. Crew has another answer for this purchase coming in from Furia, and Dante's just taking a minute to say, yep, okay, you're done. And we move on to the next.
Alim just looked like the marionette just dangling on the string. Yeah. And you see the utility that allows for, again, Crew to just stall every single opening. it's a broken record, but I love that it's different showings that we see from Crew every single time. It's activated by a wall, and then you have also the C's being thrown onto defense from MW0.
Yeah.
So at the same time, you've isolated everything for Crew. What's always been good for Crew so far is stalling the first wave of aggression for Furia. Despite Furia thinking that, okay, we could bait walls, we could bait util here and there, when they're actually going for a hit, there's still too much util for Crew when they're actually turtled inside the sites to stop here the initial push. And Alim, unfortunately, is getting absolutely no value on the attack.
So we have to consider, though, Furia being Furia, having answers. They'll have a talk at halftime, and they, again, have the mirror come to then be on defense. But it is going to take having the Vines in the same spot that you see Dante going to and everything that's happening from the defensive side and the info they have. But
10 seconds
still a possibility, question mark? It just seems almost impossible with the way the Crew is holding it down right now.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to pay attention once we get to the second half.
Yeah.
I think even if it's a mirror comp, the approach for Crew sometimes can be quite different. They have a lot of these inserts and slow walk-ups from less, especially with the up and down wall when they're getting no pressure on the A side, which I think maybe Furia could maybe do the same thing, but so far, again, look at that. There's 3 players getting ready to greet him.
Every time. Every time. That man right there, calling those shots and doing what he can.
Interesting.
Yeah. I was wondering if this would come in.
Yeah, because you're mentioning it. What is it going to look like on the second half here? And I think it's still a good call, even though it's the last round of the half here. You might want to use this timeout now and the extra time you have during the halftime to talk. Because at this point, if you don't use your timeout and you lose pistol round in the next half, you're pretty much going to be 11-2 down, right? If you lose this round here, it might be 11 down, might be 12-2 down. So might as well try to salvage this round here and then have that 2 minutes to talk about a better plan to play your defense here against Crew.
And 2 timeouts from Furia here, giving Crew time to talk as well and just solidify what they've been doing. Sonic feeling very comfortable with the team, hasn't had to stop them one bit. And they've had a variety of rounds, finding post-plant success, just clobbering Furia in rounds and timing out that last one. And here for our last round of the first half, 4 ultimates that Furia is going to have to crack.
Seems like we're going to have a Hail Mary to try to move towards the C site. The tough part is that they don't really know what the setup is going to be for Crew, where the Vice is going to set up. And as you're looking at it, there's a fortress on both sides. As the pit goes down for less, and there's a wall to even support him to not really allow for Furia to move into this pit.
Seeing if they can get anybody to step out. You see that Bucky playing close. Or say a Limb Judge, rather.
Okay, this could be quite important here, this orb being picked up by Koala Noob. Because right now you're sort of defaulting across the map. I'm wondering when Alim walked up here and said that pit if you heard that wall. Because if you could bait that out, it allows for you to go for the TP maybe in the back of the C site and just really finish on C. But as they haven't baited that wall yet, you can't really go into like that full pop exec. They're still trying to figure out where they could bait this util.
Shot out, so they know someone's in sight, and they would have heard Sadak's shot from the small door. 40 seconds, time's ticking down. B hit is the play with A maybe going through door, but they're getting pushed back as well. They will have a full site, but this is going to be a 5v5 retake on the tiniest site. Things start to activate as Sadak gets 1 kill, and Dante is already on their heels before they've even gotten fully into the site. Now lost, scrambling is Waterfall the play. They're still trying to get back in, but both players are separated across the map, Vance.
That's crazy. I feel like the Nightfall maybe tagged them towards the end, so they never heard the Neon beating the wall and going behind because he saw the tether that he was following. That's just unfortunate for those 2 players for Furia. But Koala Noob at least is finally able to use his TP for a plant, but they got to play a 2 versus 5.
All right. Another TP. TP tree is free, so they're going to open door and have that Prowler information. Actually, a Seize that they can throw partially into sight. Oh, everybody's going to just crash out of there. It's all about EU, though. What can he find? Oh, my God. Silence turns and looks at the door before they hit sight. The timing is impeccable, and he's following up with a second one. as they all run around for the defuse. A 10th round for Crew from the defensive side to start Lotus.
So fun too. Usually you don't see an op coming out on this map for Crew nor for Furia. And the moment he tries to bring it out, drops 2.
A mirror comp. I wonder if we can get mirror halves out of these teams. It's going to take a lot from Furia to come back in the second half, but we've seen him do crazier things. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see. Red Bull gives you wings.
No stop, move fast, got a walk, follow me. No stop,
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Let's get that second half underway. It is time for Furia to wake up, bare those teeth, and sink back into this match because Crew had full control of that first half.
Yeah. And we knew this was going to be a hard game already going to the first map of the series. They look untouchable for Crew in the first 2 weeks when they always pick Lotus against our opponents here. So
yeah,
Furia knew what they were up against. They thought that they had a good game plan on their attack, but unfortunately it falters. We'll have to see if they could do the same thing now on the defense, where you can see the setup's fairly similar. Still trying to be more passive and reactive on what's happening around the map as they hear Dante just making so much noise and hearing the orb getting picked up. Already high-low setup over on that C site.
Trying to get that wall broken. Doing the same play. Let's see what they're talking about as they hit C.
Costas.
Você, moleque.
Morreu, Costas.
51 na frente.
Mais um Costas.
Vem comigo, Léo, vem comigo. Cortas. Calma, acabou o bagulho, Tô com de vida. 51 na frente. Eu preciso trocar HS, tá? Ele vai subir a bola, tá fudido, tá? Eu tenho flash pra você, me pede, atrás de você.
Tá aquelinando aí, bom.
50 agora, vamos agora. Banguei. 50! Tá bom. Eu jogo pra
Guys, plante pra você, viu?
Beleza.
Tem que pular, Léo, pra ele.
Não tá. Beleza.
Não pegou nem metade, acho.
Eu não vou abrir jeito nenhum, tá? Não tá.
Come on, please.
É a pistol!
Yu, vai tomar no...
Les, você é um filho de uma... Mano, olha onde você pendura tua smoke, mano!
And you saw what the win con was there for Crew, as they're still having fun going into this first map, right?
Crazy.
So just chuckling, and even Sadak having a Lieber last battle before he falls. They all chuckle to that at the same time, but noticing that the plant was actually for that C mountain, and they overextended for spawn to try to go for a hero play. As soon as they lose that space, they knew they had to attack that double flank on that side of Furia. They had the numbers, they take it down, and then they just play the mound and the information they get for that plant. So very nicely done for Crew to stop this aggression from Furia that had a good start on that double flank.
And you got to see this buy from Furia now. They're trying to keep it off of game point.
No choice.
Keep their backs away from the ropes, off the wall, and LM says yes. One down. I don't think there's a weapon to pick up. He did ping it. I don't think there's anything really to grab. Help from EU is just behind. And everybody's staying in sight. Allen is just taking the fight. 2 crew right now. 3 to his name, has good damage on another one too. Sadak forced to back. Oh my God, he's gonna ace them all in their spawn. It's Gladiator Alamo. He goes down, but yes, EU still there to secure the round. Rack him up.
And that's gonna allow for you to get a little bit of confidence back in this game. A nice little tackle slide for the first kill onto Les, but everything else is quite simple. A nice bait from his teammate at the entrance of the A main, because everybody was so focused on crew side from this Prowler coming out. Look at that, just focusing on the first guy. Dante wasn't even looking to the smoke. And then Alim just gets a nice little highlight reel towards the end. Couldn't get the ace, but is vibing.
What is even understanding that angle with the smoke there? Like, usually you can see the edges because it's a tall map. You can draw the line down, but he just had the angle that far away through smoke. Crazy, Vans. And they're going to push it again. Ooh, Dante. Because I got that too. And they're going to push right in. Artson trades back as both teams light up the kill feed, and he does a little bit more. Nice. The Stingers are putting in work for this one. Silence and Les kind of just limping around the map, trying to protect each other now. And how can they get back to each other safely?
And you see what Les was doing, right? Pulling the wall up and down, trying to find a space on the A side where there's pressure over on B. But unfortunately, as the rest of his teammates fall, felt like he didn't really go for a true play. So they're just going to try to group up. Maybe try to get a plant together, even go for a little bit of a mini Bogdan's Law.
Yeah.
Silent's going to be the one picking up the Bulldog in the spike. So Les, I mean, at this point, you could give it in the hands of Silent. He definitely has the firepower to go for a little bit of a stroll, go for a hero play, and then Les catches to rotates.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
Rotates, catches him.
Yeah. And that's the thing. You'd think, okay, they're out definitely playing defense. 30 seconds. No one's going around looking, right? Now they are. They feel comfortable enough.
30 seconds left.
Here's the plant, though. Stingers, Phantom. This is going to be quite tough.
Still has good utility.
One burst. Oh, just at the end of the mag. Forced to reload. Nerve will pick that up. Another defuse coming in here. Much needed rounds for Furia. They keep it off game point.
Yeah. And that was that's only a small buy that we had. I think it was a shorty for Dante to slide through to get that first pick. But great anchoring by Artazine. So you're just talking about the setups, right? You saw it was slightly different. They put a Razor Vines into the B site, anticipating a lower buy push to try to go for a simple plant on that B site. I don't know why it is that teams like to default into a B site plant when they're on the lower buy, but that's how it's getting read so far.
You get your shotguns close.
Yeah, I guess.
You're guaranteeing that close combat.
Yeah. A little bit of a smoke in the beginning here to try to TP and avoid any type of scan utility on the side of the defense. This is Cruz smoke to try to go outside. TP comes in from Sadak, and we don't really see an eye or anything being utilized by Furia so far. They're just trying to listen for the information to see what's happening over at Rubble.
Very fluid-like defense. They can flow through door, flow back through door. If they need to have 3 here at A, and they can right away. As the swivel door is hit for a tree, it looks like Cruz still wants to attempt to fight in this, and Les is going to take that into his own hands as he starts breaking these smoke walls apart.
The difference right now is that for Furia, they're not pushing Nerve outside of the C mound. He's still staying on that C side and is forcing to rotate all the way back. That gives a lot of room here for Crew to pivot and cancel and go wherever they want in the mid round if they want to. Now we're breaking a door. They bait out the one swinging out, and EU falls down as they take the upper hand.
It's doing a very good job of kind of just sourcing out where Fury is going to be based on who else is peeking, right? Oh, they got to have one covering this, that.
Yeah, and look at that, right? Because we haven't had that push down from Nerve to really cut the rotate from the back. Now that you cut noise for Crew, they're guessing, and they're second-guessing themselves. Double rotate back towards that C site. They smoke in front of the C site as well, and it's like, oh, wait. We screwed up. Crew's actually going A for a plant.
And Sadak he just does a step shadow there, more so than a from the shadows, as he goes into tree to clear. Playing it safe, 15 seconds, and yeah, everything is forced from Furia now as they're forced to run back over, set up, save these guns, but maybe do a little defense or damage.
Yeah.
I mean, they could try to keep it off game point. Oh, Artson, before the team gets there, tries to go for that first kill. Oh my God, again! Again! That's the same spot!
They got to crouch under the smoke to try to find something, right? So Sadak is just, all right, well, I'm just going to put my crosshair there, tap, tap, get them all one by one. And that little ult that you're talking about, too, it's just to try to sell a fake thinking that they're going to pivot onto a seaside hit. And again, that's what Furia was reading, so they thought they had it when they had the two players rotate over on that side. In the end, the IGL becoming the fragging IGL of this stage, continuing his numbers as this Omen. 16, 9, and 10 map point for Crew.
Jeez.
Yeah, and you're digging deep here to try to get something going. Thankfully, you have at least the overdrive to try to go for the face-to-face battle over here on Rubble.
They push again, either side of the wall. This, again, it's going to be a battle, and they're leaving up to the wall dropping out in the open. Okay, they get the safety. They're playing the time. They know what they're doing. It's all under the control of nerves, gas, anyways, at that point. And now they back up. Very much better position to cover the crossfire. The X-Fire, if you even want to.
Big battle. Sadak trying to stay alive and does so.
They TP out. So again, just an information grab, but Crew, all members alive, still haven't made a decision yet. And they're just kind of figuring out who is playing where to start on the side of Furia.
Yeah, and sorry, it was cool on TPing back to the A side to meet up with the Limb. But that still stops the call here in the mid-round pivot. Actually, Les staying there and getting spotted by the Prowler kind of just keeps Furia anchored again. So once again, false information given. They're able to now go on a 4-1 setup on C and take the advantage over Nerve.
That was a nasty figure 8 from Dante, and he still slides out to make his own play. Holy moly.
A little bit of a quad axle loop on that one as well. Got 10-10 on my vote.
Really crazy stuff that they're able to do to break the crosshairs here and still get back into the situation themselves. And now it is a push in from spawn here for Furia. A little bit of a lower buy, but they can still make it work versus these Phantoms.
No overdrives in.
Smokes are good. Having Qualanoob here is great to get the smoke, but that's a closer plant. It's not the Heretics one back on the steps. So it's much easier to take the spray.
How come nobody's tapping it, though?
They are trying to, but you keeps getting shredded. Sadak gets another 3K to end the round. And Crew dominate Lotus.
So they tried to do as much as they could to go for that retake, but yes, indeed, in the end, Crew continues to look unstoppable on this map of Lotus. I feel like this is what was expected anyways, right?
Yeah.
Furia getting that tape to play against your opponents. You think you have a good read. It doesn't really work out, but now you have to think about the rest of the series. Haven is coming up next. We never really saw it on the side of Crew, and we actually get to see Qualanoob potentially playing this Phoenix, which actually looked quite decent for the team overall. But Crew, I'm wondering what we have going on their side in terms of comps and what they could do against Crew to maybe close another 2-0.
They look so incredibly strong. Like we said, not really dropping maps yet. They go through another win here, and Furia has another slow start to a day, which we haven't been seeing from them recently. We'll see if they can shake that off when we come back for map 2. It's going to be Haven here at VCT Americas. Don't go anywhere.
vai ser desarmada, fez metade.
Y ahora curva instante, abriéndose, se desliza, Sada, lo pocha. Peleando de ese lado, tratando de impulsarla, pero le encuentra tiempo Sada con la triple. Sigue resistiendo la escuadra de Crew, pero Sada.
It was a dominant win on Lotus for Crew against Furia and Zonic. Everybody has been really impressed by the macro on this map. Teams keep leaving this map open and you keep playing it and winning it every single time. How much time have you put into this map with all the time that you had in the off season and currently?
I mean, it was a strong focus at the beginning, I'd say like a month or so ago. Nowadays, it's more about adjusting the details, most of it. We're focusing on other maps on the week, but yeah, keep leaving it open.
You're speaking of other maps as well. Haven is coming up. We haven't seen it. What can we expect for that map?
I mean, you'll see. It's a new phase of the team for sure.
You heard it here. 5 duelists are coming up.
I mean, why not?
I would love to see that.
We'd all love to see that. Okay, listen, Crew's taking the early lead here, and they're looking so dominant. Quite frankly, I'm feeling for the guys from Furia because there was nothing they could, even when Crew was on a disadvantage, they still taking the round.
Yeah, it felt like Crew just had a handle on everything. This round specifically, they were on their bonus round. Dante got that initial pick, and then the re-clear was just so phenomenal. And getting a lot of that information, getting all those kills, and just being super aggressive, it worked out really well for them. And then moving on into this next round, they decided to push all the way through.
Yeah, and Crew have shown these like very active looks where they fight all the way up. In their previous showings on this map, no team has figured out a solution to it, and this entire map, Furia could never solve the A main problem. They started running away from it later in the half because it just wasn't working.
Yeah, they tried re-clearing it, they tried fighting it aggressively, they tried waiting a little bit before fighting it, they couldn't even get a lurk out. It felt like Crew just had such a solid hold, and this is what we were talking about in that pre-show about how Crew's macros are just so phenomenal, and these crucial rounds made them essentially just run away with that defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entire series, right, it just looked like Crew always had a read on what the opponent is doing. Like, they always had the intel and then the ability to react on that as well really quickly.
Yeah, it's because they play such a excellent macro game, right? I think the way they control the extremities of the map with their side anchors is absolutely fantastic, always knowing the right times to step forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was solid. You, I believe, have a breakdown of exactly showcasing that kind of macro.
Yeah, let's just jump right in here. It's round number 8, and Crew actually tried to mix things up here. Throughout the entire game, they've been playing their Vise over on the C side of the map. This time, though, Vise has a setup on A, and it's looking for a fight through on C. But you'll notice, on the other side, Furia start things off on the A side of the map themselves. And just watch how quickly Crew react on the map. What they see is all this presence over on A, and within 8 seconds, they're already opening this door and pivoting back over on to B. And really, Crew would look to fully rotate over to A if this hit continued to come in, but you'll see it doesn't. Furia tried to pivot back in to the B site, and Crew instantly respond for it. They've got utility to throw down into Broken Door and catch this fight in its entirety, which is fantastic. It ends up going beautifully for them as the fight forward just mows down Furia, no problems. But I think really what the critical thing is from Crew is how their side anchors on A and C play out this whole round. If we go backwards, right here, you'll notice this fight is getting ready to go down on to B, and you have a situation where on A, your Vise is playing so far backwards, right? Because we saw all of Furia at the start of the round over on A, Vise is going to play completely behind her utility. But at the same time, you have Viper on C that stepped forward at the team and didn't choose to go with them. Instead, this entire time, Les has been just covering the backs of Furia as they go forward. He's the one that's watching to see if there's going to be a lurker coming down through Mount. He's also the one that, as this fight realizes it's going to be a hit into the B site, he's tapping this door open over and over and over again and making sure any lurker doesn't have any angle to try and catch off the rest of Crew. So that means all 3 players of Crew can look at this broken door, get all these kills, and just cruise through the round.
I think this round is phenomenal too because we've seen them be so aggressive towards lobby, re-clearing A lobby, but now we see them switch it up to that C site, using that C pop and getting so much information. So it just shows kind of how fluid they are. as a team and how good that calling is and how fast they can adapt. I think that round was perfect to kind of show everything that they've brought to the table.
I feel like every round was just perfect from them, like just
Honestly,
in general.
yeah,
It's just
true.
It's so cohesive.
Yeah.
Like front to back, it's just such a cohesive unit. It's a behemoth to go up against. Let's actually hear from the good fellas from Furia what they have to say ahead of map 2.
The desk has been talking about the macro for Crew and how impressive it was for Furia and Coach Shaw. We're going into a map of Haven that we haven't seen for this head of Crew, but you also last week you had a pretty slow start and then you ended up winning this series. How are you making sure that the team is prepared going into the map now that you're a little bit more warm up and also you don't know what the other side is going to be playing?
It's hard to say, but I think we prepare a new strategy on Haven, and in this moment we try to not think about the last map and focus just in this map, because I think we have more aggressive stuff to make on server, and it is time to reset, forget this last map, because I don't think we have any chance to win this last map. Crew play very, very well, and it's a time to reset and focus on this Haven, because we have good strategies in this map and we have some surprise.
Okay, I'm very excited to see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. As you see on the screen, we are about to dive into Haven as the players are as well. We'll see what they have for you in Agent Select, but this is wake up and shake off game 1 for Furia, because Crew is ready to go for game 2, I'm guessing already.
I agree. They had such a good start, and let's talk about Haven for a second, though, before we get the Agents, though. Haven hasn't always been, as an organization for Crew, like their best map. They're kind of like up and down, trying to figure out like different compositions and ways that they can work. Remember, they were still playing a lot of like Breach Jet when there was a big Tejo meta, and or a double controller even then. They even tried to bring out a Tejo in the past, still didn't work. But this time around, I'm actually liking this composition. It's a big test too. Silence, when you're looking at the way that he was playing in G2 and Ascension, there was roles where he was mixing from time to time with him and when they were playing Double Duelist too, where sometimes he would play ISO or play Yoros, will play that too. So to see him on a Phoenix, it actually works out quite well, at least on paper, as they're still leveraging Dante to be the tip of the spear for this. So pretty much a mirror match at the end of the day, with the exception of the initiators between MW0 and EU.
Yeah, EU. Gonna feel like he's just comfortable on that Sova. You know EU for Sova as well. But
yeah.
That Fade feeling comfortable for MW0. We'll see if it makes too big of a difference coming through. Like you said, a mirror match pretty much otherwise on that. I'm excited to see the Phoenix as well for Koala Noob. You mentioned that in game one to see kind of what would be the ceiling we could get out of that here for Furia's Haven. So
yeah.
It might be something we look at how they break open these sites to get back in on the retakes this time.
And I think outside of the question mark of Silence playing as his Phoenix when he was playing with Spike Double Duelist on Haven before, everybody else across the board are playing pretty much to a comfort role.
Yeah.
Less going back to the Sentry role as a Cypher as well has always been quite strong on this map too. But let's focus now on the action as Crew already opening up here on the C site, and it's fully open.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop. They go right in, less able to watch behind. Oh, Lim thought he had a little bit more movement, almost clears Koala Noob too, but they're able to save that one. And backing up for safety instead of taking the fight, MW0 plays with the team, and they split into what looks like a 2-2, or even a 3-1 towards site. But this is big here if Artson can make the right move as the team distracts Long C. Ooh, MW0 down on one. They saw only a few, so that alerts them immediately of spawn. They're thinking so many steps ahead right now on the side of Crew. It looks so smooth.
Man, even seeing the aggression back from that spawn, Dante pushing in, or at least from attacker spawn, Dante decided to push towards CT spawn and saw that nobody was there. So yes, you're right, they're always one step ahead to just stop here the rotate from the side of Furia. Another big pistol round coming on their side and just continuing their roll.
Dang, another round where Dante gets started off too, and just feeling good about the moves he's making. The Neon's ready with the Outlaw.
Which is interesting too. As we talk about Dante, he's always the one jumping around, maybe judging Phantoming, but never really the one with the scope. So seeing Haven as a new map here for this team, oh my god, he doesn't need the Outlaw.
Oh my god.
Just drop that, keep a Judge, keep a Ghost, and just own everybody. And that's just, once again, being one step ahead, right? This is an eco run for Furia. The win con as well for our Phoenix is to grab the orbs. So he even placed his crosshair, I think, before the smoke came down. Here's a tap, gets the kill.
One enemy remaining.
Just walking these shots up and delivering them. I was gonna say sometimes it's the Sova either as well getting it long A, but it's gonna be C this time. So it just goes down trying to get the orb anyways. Furia is like, okay, we could source something out of this round because they're already starting off hot again, and it's not even the orbs.
Yeah, Silver Lining, they still get a pip, all from dying.
Yeah, they did.
What works out, though, at least for Crew, is with this composition, is the Cyphers, I think, for me, probably much stronger in terms of trying to get early information versus, like, a Chamber or a Vice, usually, that you see on this map. I think KJ is still quite viable on this map as well, so adding that extra camera onto less allows for you to see if there's going to be any early pressure coming up on that defense.
Koala Noob plays a quick sewer. Oh, Dante gets out of that one alive. Silence is the one to go down, actually. There's a little cross-mat fighting going on as they're still pushing through so many fronts that they're bringing the fight to Furia on. Oh, that's ridiculous. Lim, but he can. Everything's close here. Almost dashes himself into another shot, but he chipped away. Down to 30 now, and they line that one up. So less, even if he does go down, there's another kill to happen. And Crew, they're finding the solution here for the first three.
Did he get that kill blinded? Got fully flashed, no?
Was the short flash, the sewer flash?
Right over here from the face, if we have it. Koala Noob came back from an ace-eye link. Again, to kick things off, they did such a great job pushing forward to get the sewers killed in the first place. They just wanted to fight aggression on extremities when the pressure came out from Crew at middle in the first place, and you think you could flood retake. And then as you flash to just repeat from Koala Noob from the A-link rotating back, I'm pretty sure the Allah got him while he was blind. That was just unfortunate there, but very, very lucky for Crew that they're going to take it any day, right? They want to close this out on a 2-0, showing that they want to be the best team that we currently have in the Americas. Oh,
which one heals and which one deals. You don't want to step too close.
Thankfully, just step on in and step out, and you could heal today with the buffs here for the Phoenix. If not, yes, definitely would have been a little bit of a gamble, playing with your own life, literally. An eco round for Furia. They were trying to go for that early pressure from Koala Noob to try to deny any type of early peaks on that C line. But as that gets denied, and he gets no value out of it, they have to gamble stack here and hoping that the finish is going to be on the A side for Crew.
Enemy down.
Oh,
Cage triggered.
I was going to say 4-1 last, doing what he can to start the round, make it 5-1, and it's a spam through the wall, just reading the position that the defenders want to play. And Furia really hasn't even seen anybody.
Yeah.
They're dying already.
And it's just great practice, right? It's looking at you're playing an anti-eco, or when you're figuring out that your opponents might be playing a lower buy.
Yeah.
Just spam through the wall. Somebody could play a judge or a shorty in that corner, so.
Spike planted.
He didn't know what was there. He didn't know what weapon Nerf had. He just wanted to make sure that nobody's playing close quarters, and he reads it correctly for less.
And that's the thing, is they have the room to take these chances. They have the money to play a little bit in that, oh, if I did get killed, still buy next round, and I'll know they want to play it aggressive. It's just educating themselves on how much they can pick Furia apart.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Dante has complimented Les and Sadak.
Yeah.
Because they have so much experience in this game. They've won champs together with Sadak and Les back in 2022. They're actually showing somebody like Dante, who's new to the game, how to play at an advanced level just because of all that experience that Sadak and Les brings. So again, to have that experience, to know that these are the scenarios you could face up against in these moments, at a 3-0 on a mixed buy, on a thrifty for Furia. Go for that spam, get that kill. And Furia also doesn't allow Crew to build more ult points because it's starting to cycle up on that side on the attack.
What is the answer? Let's see where Koala Noob goes. It's not for an orb right away. They may try to get that off a fight and then ult out of garage. But it's got to be something, right? This is the gun round. And this, you said the ults are coming up here. This might be around the go for the throat to shut those down.
They want to fight mid.
Yeah.
They want to try to deny a slide from the attack side for Furia onto Crew, and they also want to try to flash out and try to crunch in.
Flash for Neon. I should say for Dante. Oh, a limb comes through.
Mid.
Beautiful. Takes Dante, MWZero, and Sadak out. Just needed a bit of get up and go here for Furia. They should be able to take this out. Silence gets spam through. He falls though. There's just too much firepower coming through the wall, and the rest of Furia set up to take this round, and it's at their own pace. They started first. They didn't have to react that round.
Yeah, nicely done by Furia. All that was just on contact play on what Elim was able to see, right? He's looking down towards grass. He still has his two teammates watching into the window. Whatever they see first will activate that flash from Koala Noob, and then they flood out for that kill. And that's an important kill to get because that's now run it back available for the defensive side.
Yeah.
So now you're evening the amount of ults on both sides while you have a lot of repressive ults with the addition of Elim's overdrive. But that said, looks like Crew, they want to try to maybe answer back into a similar way. Flash, peek, find the info. Don't allow here Furia to really push out towards that B line, but Furia are actually pushing down the A line.
Yeah, it's already aggression. That gives EU the ult orb down at long A as well. So they're making sure that they are giving themselves windows of win conditions. Dashes, relay bolts. It looks like they're trying to touch and go. The push and pull on long, and the limb starts with two more.
Too slow.
A third one. Just rinse and repeat on this round. Tries to get the spam on the hot lane as MWZero tries to cross, and he limps out of this one. Artson's there to take it down. A second round in a row, and a second round for Furia.
That's sick. Coming out from Furia with the aggression. I think not getting any information on the early rounds as soon as the barrier comes out allowed this setup to happen. Look at how you're baiting out that double swing from calling out the ultimate from the Phoenix of Koala Noob. They try to swing around the corner to take him down so he can't get value off a flash swing, but Elim's just playing the tight corner. Swings over on that side. I mean, we were watching them when we were walking by here between maps, and they still look stoic and calm despite the one set of results from Crew.
It's all good.
It's all good. Just another map. We still got this, and so far it's been pretty good here now that they got their economy going right for them on the defense.
Oh, they know exactly where the defense was on the last one. Looks like Silence. The rest of the team are going to back out here as they just crash towards C to make Nerve feel uncomfortable.
It's kind of tough as well for Crew with this comp to really try to clear deep lines if they're putting a lot of resources on C side first, because they don't have the Eldril, and it's only the Prowler that's going to be able to help you clear close range. So leading back towards the garage setup is actually quite good in terms of the state of this round for Crew, identifying and understanding how much space they've given up on the early opening that they've had. So it's just another quick stop and go, and a split towards the C site.
Active. Catalyst being silenced all, and they're going to be in. Qualinu wants to kind of push the other end of the fight. That's a good choice for one. And Crew can answer here to take a breather in sight. Alim overdrives, but he really doesn't have an entry yet. He's just trying to keep Nerve and him alive. The second one from Nerve. And he has the Nerve. Sets up for 4 from the backside, and nobody can even pick him out of position.
He was supposed to be pinged by our neural theft, and he's the one that gets the kill onto Les as a Cypher before he actually gets pinged out. What a huge play coming out from Nerve. Old-eyed Shell from Tier 2 moving up to Tier 1, but given that responsibility and keeping it for Artazine. Coming in from MIBR, and he stands up very, very tall against the opposition here of that hit from Crew on that C site. But all thanks as well to Qualinu, dropping that spike here in the first place when that double Raiden Knight box wasn't cleared. It really allowed for Nerve to really set up for that surprise attack. You grind long enough, you become the grinder. They just fall down as they come into C here. And one of the first timeouts for Crew, as we're mentioning, like, it's the first time Zonic feels like he needs to get in their ear. And Shaw, he's just like, everything's going according to plan.
Nothing. He's like, I almost needed a brace for the left hand, but not anymore. Hold that order.
Yeah, he's smirking right now. Definitely healing from what happened on that first map.
Yeah, and that's perfect because the first map was such a stark difference from the Furia that we see. You have to expect with the changes we've seen them make in a game and adapt. They went, talked, and said, that's not us. That's pretty easy to define for them and just come back to play a different game and realize what was wrong, because I don't think we've seen that Furia very much at all since this team has been built.
Yeah.
Really, maybe twice with the EG game, and now it's just this last one.
Yep. Very similar in storyline is Crew. We haven't seen too much of them since their roster was built because we didn't get to see them at all at kickoff.
Very true.
So it's
just
a new look. Yeah, new look for Crew here on the on this map of Haven. It started off quite well, but now you're definitely seeing that they're needing a little bit of help from Zonic to try to get something going here, and another punish through the smoke. This time is a limb falling down, and that's a lot of space that allows for them to take to really pop out with these double ults, maybe triple ults that they have. But what happened here was before limb falling, he's still done some good damage. There's 3 players that are fairly low for Crew once they set up for this post plant.
That is pretty cooked. Regarding a bit of the util they might face, I mean, hiding in that corner, you can get a hot hands to come right over the wall and sit in Dante's position. Uproot him. We'll see how they use it. A lot of util for Furia to come back in. The first one's just going to be a check. That's from Sadak on From the Shadows as the defensive stall comes through now. Qualinu's going to be the spearhead. They aren't able to drop. Oh, no. Okay, Nerve comes in with 3. That position was totally covered by Silence coming through, but they're able to drop Crew.
Time.
And now Sadak knows all he has to do is just stay quiet. Oh my gosh. Les is going to be the one to give himself up to as Sadak peeks off of that one. Those two know better than anyone how to play that 1v2. And it looked scary for Crew, but they had no worries.
Dude. Nerve got a 3K while he's getting hit by a Nightfall too. It doesn't really matter what ults you're throwing at him, and you might know where he's at. He's dropping numbers right now on defense. I like the idea, though. We tried to drone from the top of heaven to get the information for the team. We're trying to move well. It looks like we saw a little bit of the top of the ponytail there.
Yeah, the side buns.
Yeah, the side buns, that's it. I don't know my hairstyles.
That's okay. It's a part of the complexion.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
They don't understand this.
It's a joke.
That said, though, we'll go back with the action. Flash over to take some early A-space control for Crew. And it looks like here for the side of Furia, they were potentially trying to go for a crunch. Darting down towards that line, Hunter's Fury maybe to follow up, but they could use it now to deny this A site.
Dante calls Artsine walking through the wall with a little bit of a pre-fire.
Got a ping.
Yeah, waiting off of those, but the last one does hit. Who are we going to give an orb to? Oh, it's going to be a run it back coming in from silence here, and that might just be activated right away. Sensor failed. Oh! He's going to get a run it back, but it's not the way he wants.
Next round.
Spike is down.
One enemy remaining.
EU gets another one. 2 in heaven, 3 in heaven. They're going to start floating down as that's a third one. And every round that Furia picks up the pace, it seems to put Crew in a little bit of chaos, and it is working for Furia.
Was such an important shock dart as well for EU. Because even Silence went for the wall up so he could heal while he's planning. Maybe he was a couple of HP away before being able to survive here. And that would have given him a run it back and then full HP coming back from it, which would have given a good win condition for Crew.
We see reasons why EU wants that Sofa.
Yeah.
Fade won't do that.
End of the day as well, though, you got to look at how Furia has been playing the setups on the defense for the last 2 rounds. They've been fairly aggro, leading down towards that BC line and then playing retake towards A. But this time, the trips are more aggressive on this A side you can see being placed.
Just kicking it up to high gear. Okay, nice dodge actually. Overdrive's gonna be there. Koala Noob somehow gets in between the Venn diagrams of relay bolts flying through. Still alive, hearing a lot outside the site. And this, I think, can just allow Furia to say, what, play patient. They're kind of scattering right now, looking for things.
Good on, I think that was EU, right? That stayed alive in front of that B side despite being tagged by the camera.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about here. The 4 lines. Sadak losing to a trip. Can't break in and almost got killed because of that. But yeah, those 4 lines allows for you to get now their early information instead of pushes back towards that spawn. So Furia playing this a little bit more standardized, if I could put it that way, so they could set up these crossfires on the B side defense. That's up to Les. There should be in a good spot. Actually, he tucked in just in time. He's just looking for his timing. It all comes down to the last 2 players over on this A site to maybe try to brute force their way in towards A.
He saw his gun.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to try to say. You got to make some noise on that side too, force to rotate so that Les can maybe try to go for a pick here.
So you gotta make him buy into it.
Exactly. And then Furia said no buy.
I know buy.
They said goodbye.
They don't want any of that. Not even if it's on sale. Artson takes out the last one, nicely played, and while being aggressive, they're much more patient. You can see Furia feels sure about the movements they're making now and not kind of guessing these swings. Oh, that was so much chaos.
What's good, at least right now, for Furia is they're doing a pretty decent job as well to deny here the slides from Dante. Remember that happening to Elim a lot when they're playing on the attack side on Lotus, and
gotta shut it down.
This time Furia on defense, they're able to answer back in similar fashion. Kill distribution is quite even across the board as well. This is turning out to be quite an exciting game between these 2 teams for the second map. You talked about it, Furia needed some time to wake up, and looks like that pep talk from Shaw between the 2 maps is at least helping them out on the defense.
Does seem like it. They're going faster too. Crew wants to see if they can put pressure back on the Furia to make them crack, and they know who's going to be in the back of the site. Koala Noob, EU, ready to lock it down. The run it back goes down, but the worse for the wear there.
And run it back twice. But Koala Noob getting more value.
Oh. Wait, okay. Wait a second. Everybody getting their bearings here out on grass, and it's going to be Artisan that finally finishes off what was going down in Garage and the double doors there, and Furia collect another one.
Yeah, miscomm there on what happened when they jumped out the window, but at least the trades came through, right? What was really good, though, is, again, Koala Noob answering back toe-to-toe with Silence's running back over on that C site. Look how he moves through the smoke. The other advantage right now for teams to be running a Phoenix is in this double comm. You're thinking about, you know, Sky getting a flash available and refreshable now could be the agent to be played because Euro only has 1 flash to work with, right? But Phoenix is still one of the better flashes you could have coming outside of smokes if you don't time a Sky flash correctly.
Setting up for a very different first half than a 10-2, Vance.
Yeah,
this is much better.
Elim definitely set up that timing well for that side of Furia. And again, WinCon is not Koala Noob opting for this team now. It's actually going to be Elim on the op on Neon, just so that Koala Noob could run around a little bit more here with his rifling.
What do you want to do, Les? He's trying to just play and toy with this. The old trick of walking straight up to the trip but not setting it off.
Oh, he might find his timing in the pick onto Dante. Yeah, as soon as he backpedals here and he's not looking, Koala could get this pick.
Hopefully he doesn't get shot on the right. Oh, he chooses the right time. There could have been so many instances where that was just a sidestep.
Last player standing.
What a collection by Nerve there to reset the aim as he was looking up towards mid.
How did Les make it through? Did he jump over the trip? I wasn't paying attention to that mini-map.
30 seconds left.
He might have. It looked like he was in a good position, but yeah. Trip still up. He goes down. Artson takes it. That's 7-5 here for Furia, doing a fantastic job to reset from map 1.
Especially with the start that we had for the side of Crew, winning a bonus round, winning 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And for Furia to be able to do that right after, to answer back and get the lead of this half is actually quite good.
Second half of Haven after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Que llenar más de dinero el pote. Tú vas a dejar de ser hater cuando como yo tú cobres.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Furia takes first half of Haven versus Crew, looking to force that map 3, and it's going to be a banger on split. So let's get there. Let's get there.
Yeah. Lots of question marks going into the third map as well. We know that Dante could very much activate on his Neon on the third map, a split as they did last week against NRG. But a new look here for Crew on this map looked pretty okay. I think they were trying to do whatever they could here to get some early map control, but I think that's a difference here that you have to praise Furia for. How good they've been and more proactive on the defensive side on defense that allotted them a lot of these first bloods. The B pushes, the A pushes that they had.
Yeah.
They could have done that on Lotus, but it's a little bit more difficult when there's so many more obstacles and a bigger map to rotate across. But on Haven, it feels to fall into their wheelhouse to be able to play as aggro as they wanted to on that last half.
Just had a few more solutions for things. The shock darts, the ults. Can they take down? I was going to say a solution for less, but not yet. Not yet. Dante sliding down here as Crew. You saw that pistol win rate, and it looks like they're just going to pump that number up a little bit here as Koala Noob is searching for safety or just a way to get some money in his pocket before he goes down.
Yeah. And it is now going to be all pistols so far in the hands of Crew.
Yeah.
That said, now that I think about it, you lost pistol, you lost bonus, you still finished 7-5 for Furia.
Yeah.
So even if you lose this pistol here against Crew, I don't think it's going to affect you as deeply as it should. You should be able to recoup right now and go into the next round. Even Koala, look at him. He wants to save his flashes going into the next round. At least his one.
4 for less. Deadly in the pistol rounds. Deadly anytime right now, honestly. Les and Sadak, just the way that they've been playing. So crazy lately, and everybody's following up. It's like, oh yeah, they can do it, we'll do it too. And Dante sliding in for some more.
Definitely looked like Furia was not ready for that off angle out in the open here from Lesson. They kind of just blocked themselves when they tried to double swing him. Big bonus round coming up now for Crew. No buy for Furia. And are they going to try to plant towards this B side? As I mentioned before, sometimes three-sided maps. Don't know why it always ends up towards B. They're looking to break this trip in the first place.
Just wide to the door. So one of them split, but they still have 4 in sight for the side of Furia. Silence. The rest of the team trying to get in here. You saw Les firing some pop shots just a second ago. They have his gate to start stepping in if they want, but they're taking time. Gate's down. They have an avenue now to that left side. Still a window. This is going to get tricky. They're going to have to pop out like a jack in the box on this one. Crew is trying to come out of everywhere right now to shut down Furia, and they are doing so. It's going to be left to one person. Sadak's alive! And Sadak gets the kill. Pulls out the round for his team once again.
Dude, at the end of the day, I really thought it was going to be a clean retake for Crew. Because that first thing is you throw the flame wall not only to burn players down when you're trying to plant, but at the same time, you're also denying them for pushing across to get through the back of the spawn, to get value off your classics. And then the circumvented that, or they added another smoke on it with the omen smoke, then they added the Cypher Cage. Look at that. There's no way they can really move in towards the logs, but somehow playing the way that they did here for Furia, it ended up being a one-on-one.
Jeez.
He'll take it for sure. Smiles across the board for Furia, keeping it expensive for Crew.
You see that. Stingers, 1 Phantom and a Bulldog.
But buying Stingers around that is quite interesting as well. And I guess they do have enough money to work with if they want to go for the rifle round, but I think at the same time, if you want to keep that econ way higher, maybe pull out some ops here and there too.
Yeah, their pistol was really clean, right? All the kills happened, no util use, so they've had a bit of pocket change.
That's true.
To keep this going. Spikes down as they continue to roam around. Like, where do they have the shotguns? Where's the judge? Well, it's not going to be a judge, it's less. And that Phantom actually goes down. Sadak is playing sketchy right now. Get out of there. Great job by Furia to identify where they might be able to get these kills. Pushing around Crew a little bit here to make them feel uncomfortable.
But Silence had to use his wall first to pick up the rifle as well, so they have to expect here for Furia that there is going to be some opponents over on this A line, yet they still want to commit to hit it.
Ooh, I like that. Little hot hands in the relay, in the fast lane. Is this opened up? They're not even letting them up the ramp, Vance. May not need to get up the ramp for these kills. MW0 says, not yet. I will play a lean position to see if I have to go somewhere. Oh, he is just going to go right for it.
Why does it look like I'm watching Furia on defense on Lotus as well when you're gambling that they're just backpedaling the plant towards the other side of the map, yet it's just a re-hit. This time the coins have flipped and it's actually Furia just re-walking back into the A side for a free plant. Although they've done some great econ damage for Crew. Remember, this was, you mentioned, 3 Stinger, 2 rifles. It's a 1 versus 2.
Okay, denies the paranoia, but he's still hurt on that, so they get what they want out of it. They're not going to even give him the peek. A nice step by EU to finalize the round. 8-7 here for Furia.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice little lineup. Did not expect that. At the end of the day, though, still becomes a nice hit for Furia, right? They lost 2 players in that process in the front of that line of the A side, yet they still had a 2-on-1 advantage in the end.
Still.
Yeah. And the first wave of util was fully denied. The Lim had to jump in, jump out. Here's aggression coming out from Crew, though.
Oh my God. What? They're at the front door of Furia right away, and even round after round, it still seems like Furia's getting caught off guard by this.
Crew's giving a little bit of a taste of real medicine, too, with the aggro pushes.
Yeah.
This time, a little bit of a different look, though. They actually used 4 players to move up on that side. That allows here for this little walk-in from Nerve.
Oh, that timing. Sadak calling that they need to make some moves to find the last few players they have long controlled. An insert mid? They're just doing defensive inserts here. You gotta love the way that Crew wants the information and he's gonna try to make it work. The slide. Element Arts and almost able to make a play together, but they lose one in the process.
The biggest kill too, it's less falling down, so there's no trips on site. You can take some more space if you want to, so that's a big question mark towards that back of the spawn. So Crew is actually rotating out to control Garage first and allow Dante to meet up with him from middle.
Willing to use that and at least identify ones at backside. Oh, Arts and thought he might have had another second after that. Cypher wire went down, and it was no time at all that he had. Nerve in that same spot. They're just going to keep him in prison right now, take him down when they can. And another round here for Crew. These are getting very push and pull down to the last moment. Everybody's trying to be sure of getting that win.
Another early round 2 where they start off a 5 versus 3 for Crew and almost let that slip. But thankfully they stopped that bleeding. They had to use an ult though to make sure that they guarantee that round. So despite being at a disadvantage for that round for Furia, you'll take it. You got the plant, you force out the big ult. Outlaw now is, well, for Crew as Furia has to go for a mixed buy. 5-man death ball attempted towards this A site.
Cover going out.
Allen takes a hit there. Still gonna want to go in. And what's gonna be that util overs? Oh my gosh, Sadak plays a different position just like that. Cleans it up. We saw him doing the same thing in his Lotus games. Up and down on the box, just making them look in different positions. Still putting a bullet in their eye.
You're just trying to walk contact on different angles too to try to catch an opponent off guard.
Yeah.
But so far, Crew's been really good. Just one step ahead. Not necessarily on, yes, on position because of that surprise attack from Sadak, yes, but just placing the crosshair in the right place and anticipating some sort of a walk contact is what I mean by the step ahead that they currently have here.
Less on one. He gets dropped, and this is going to have to be a force plant. Get the money in their pocket. 40 seconds left. I mean, they want to be safe, but still.
Was this third round in a row that they started things off on a 3 versus 5 after a plant? Trying to bait out the swing here from the taps. MW0, though, looks pretty clean on this map of Haven so far. And he's actually been practicing a lot of the scan initiator roles going back in Tier 2 here. After initially having his opportunity to play a couple of teams on the Americas stage, had to come back to show his worth.
Yeah. Said he learned a lot in Tier 2. Was kind of focusing on realizing he, in Tier 1, took things for granted. And then back in Tier 2, kind of learned to respect all that and realized that he needed to build around some of the things that he previously thought were, you know, the correct way to play. And now you're getting the MW0 that's much more focused. Really giving the team what they need. Dante here looking to put some power towards grass. As Furia's forced now to push forward, but do they feel uncomfortable yet? They respond quite well to this, only losing out. No, they do not feel uncomfortable. They feel great in the chaos and they flourish with it. That's going to be another round from Furia and a very fast round.
And Furia actually wanted to make the first step this time around too. They just went for the blind relay bolt right into the garage door as they make a lot of noise, anticipating some sort of an aggressive push out from the Crew side in front of that B side. It works out, kept those two players anchored inside the double doors. And because the opening is so tight, you're forced to swing out one by one. It allows for you to get these nice little openers for the attack as they tie up the game.
On the shoulder plays.
Yeah.
Come out together, a slide, double peek mid, duelist straight to B, and fast lane in. Almost the old jet play without a jet. You get the run it back down.
Uh-oh.
All right, so Furia's gained their space, but they have yet to drop a member here. Les is a little hurt, and it's going to be Silence trying to retake already on his own run it back, realizing they can start to break some space right away. And Furia is gaining that space back. Oh, Hunter Fury just off the edge there. Nice jumps by Silence to get out of that. And a good hit by EU as well.
Some players are low, though, and the spike's down towards the back of Gong. So that run it back that you had earlier on by Silence to get that pick is huge. That slows down the round. You have to go back to the contact plays for the duels. Everybody's separated. Sadak is trying to flank with a judge.
No. What do you expect? He's a master with it, but just not this time. Classic gets overdriven for a moment. Koala Noob and a limb. Now versus Silence. Double curveball here to get back in. Both throwing it. Oh, it's almost a sidestep, but it is going to be Koala Noob coming up. A very much needed round for Furia. And they keep a round in the lead.
I was just about to mention that Silence had the element of surprise because he ran it back from a C-Link to get that spike down in the back of Gong. They had to expect him to still play towards that side, but preemptively shot the first guy over on the corner of the post plant, which was a limb right there, which allowed here the double setup for both Koala Noob and a limb to trade off this last kill and put themselves back on the board.
These are some bloody rounds, Vance. I can't see the economy when we get out of this. It's like people are still buying, but it's going to get down to 0 and just pocket lit soon for both of these teams if this is what we're getting.
This timeout from Zonic is probably to talk about that next round. Because I think going into this timeout and whatever happened for this back and forth that we've had in the charade between Crew and Furia, I don't think the money's going to be the best so far for the defensive line. Although, again, another one of those moments where the forward pushes are actually being met by Furia this time around. So they're finding a groove. Took a couple of rounds for them to figure out a little bit of the defensive look for Crew. And Furia is able to match that with not only firepower, but rounds on top. Going back and forth here in this series. A stinger buy on that defense, but doesn't really look like they were trying to go for anything crazy for Crew. Keep the close range battles, maybe a buddy system as well to make sure that you trade carefully with these stingers to get the maximum value out of it. That's why they have this crossfire set up on left and right on that B site. And Les is given that responsibility to solo anchor A. Solo anchor C with his util and a classic.
See if that smoke peels anybody off their original spot. No. They're not even worried about it. You get a little bit of movement out of MW0 right off the bat, so they have to be worried about if somebody could have gotten into sewers. There's the Prowler.
Yeah, also MW0 threw a haunt in the first place, right? So you threw a haunt into the choke, it never got broken. You wait a couple of seconds to see if they find that timing or try to take that timing into sewers. Now you confirm that the lean is still mid on or C site, at least in the eyes of Crew on a defense. And Furia, though, as they hear the haunt, they hear the Prowler from their positioning in the first place, and they missed the value of the second one, they could now start walk contacting into this A site, while EU's maintaining that stack over at B. This is actually looking pretty good for Furia on the attack.
And seeing that with Silence too, they find out where the Phoenix is, so you can get away from that a little bit quicker, know you're not going to catch a flash to the face, and they have bought enough time to just get a very soft site to enter. 5v5 here. The Stingers could be treacherous for the retake if Furia is not positioned well, but they should be able to clean this up with rifles.
Should be ready for this haunt this time around, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Haunt
easy clean.
broken right away. Ain't gonna fool me twice.
Walls up, a little bit of an avenue of space to get in here. Trying to play anti-flash. There's the Stingers! They got him in close and they start to bite down. Silence still there. A few from the back. Dante and Silence now as they get the slide in, and that's going to be Crew taking down Furia as they get right back into the site.
What better way to get the full value of a 20-clip stinger by just sliding into your chest and just popping it into there? You ain't going to miss there. You ain't going to miss.
They were all tethered to each other. It was just a death string of stingers. And you saw Dante trying to dash in, was still blind even though he tried to play anti-flash, but knew where he needed to go. That's just map knowledge as well in itself. You have to know which way you're going even if you're blind.
Yeah, and I also think it's both Phoenixes too. If I'm not mistaken, Koala Noob also threw his own flash, right? So both of those Phoenixes looking amazing in terms of finding their timings, but unfortunately the shot in the side of a Neon takes the upper hand.
Wow.
And that shouldn't have been a round here won by Crew.
Rounds that shouldn't have happened is the name of that round. Okay, Crew seems angry here. They want more. They know they've just flipped Furia on their head, so they're going to go even harder. And they get 3 alive in a round that's over in what, 12, 13, 14 seconds?
Oh, yeah, they didn't want to give any tempo whatsoever here onto Furia coming out of a timeout. So again, they're not supposed to win a stinger round that they bought. You were in a great position for Furia to play that post plant, yet you lost your gunfights. It is what it is at the end of the day.
Jeez.
And then you focus on this round trying to reset things, and probably the IGL doesn't even have a chance to speak. They're just getting ran down now for that same type of split that Furia did.
It was 12. I was counting. I was counting, Riv. It was 12.
Thank you, Riv. Back to you, Riv.
You're welcome. The timeout is going to hit. And Crew, Furia has only been gaining a few back, right? 7-5 at the half, and then a few, but it was brought back. They've never had a good cushion of rounds to feel comfortable, to maybe even feel like they can play their own game. They're always reacting to Furia or Crew, and then Crew take it back right away.
And that was the most important detail, too. Crew winning that round on Stingers and then brute forcing it right through within the last round breaks the economy of Furia going into round number 23.
Crazy.
Right? Or 22, sorry. So that means they have an opportunity to already put themselves at map point and then force Furia to play the steep uphill battle for the rest of this map if they want to try to win this or potentially push this into overtime. Right now on paper, as we're all seeing in front of our eyes, this should heavily favor Crew on the side. They have ults aplenty, they have weapons aplenty, and then you're just hoping that maybe a shotgun from a limb could open things up for you, and it has to be towards the A side lean. Trying to bait util by jumping out first, and they don't hear anything, so that's unfortunate. Les just walks out of the garage doors and takes him down. Camera gets broken, so you now identify 2 players on this B side and B side lean, so you have no choice but to work towards A again. Player down. 2 players down.
Oh, their peaks are just so clean. Just enough time to take a head off. And then MWZera has ult too. So they could have just kind of waited for sound and played off that. But confidence is there in spades.
Spike planted.
Gonna flash for hell, probably.
Yeah. Some waterfall into the site. See how many people they can get in at once. That's going to sting for Alum. Oh, sliding in. Good Lord. He's like parasailing.
I'm giving that a 4 on 10 on that dive because he broke his legs. He was supposed to land in the boxes, so it wasn't as clean.
True. Well, maybe that's the thing. You think he's going to land on the boxes, but then he falls behind it, and you've already started spraying.
Never let him know your next move.
Never let him know your next move. Absolutely. Land with 1 foot on the box, then fall off maybe. Who knows? A flawless round. We talked about him being bloody before, and then 2 are alive, and then 3 are alive for Crew. Then it's a flawless. And it's match point. It's just mounting on Furia now that needs to make a play and figure out how Crew keep getting these rounds out from under them.
As you're mentioning, they could have held on to the Nightfall if Crew wanted to for the Flood retake,
Yeah,
but
they
now
still have answers.
not needing to use it on that previous round, they still have those 4 big ults to work in this round number 23, potentially in round number 24 if Furia is able to turn this around. And now you're pulling out an op on Dante. This might be like, okay, well, these guys are always pushing hard. Let's just walk contact in the first place, and they might walk into an op. This is dangerous right now for Furia. A good call to get Dante into the operator this round.
Yeah. Keep him up on the right. He can fast lane out to backside if he needs it. He's getting help already from MWZera. Actually pulled over. They've switched less over to A. Dante cleans one up. As soon as that smoke clears, they peek it again.
And they don't want that smoke on C, already rotating towards the A site. Potentially even a Hail Mary with the run it back too to take some early sewers control. Ult from Sadak gets the info that you do have nerve there with only 1 smoke remaining. I wonder if they're going to want to cut noise and try to get a second smoke up. Oh yeah, it just came up right now, so they could actually go for the exit now if they want to.
The floor trips are so annoying too. Les takes 1. Uplinks. Rest of the team is done. This is going to force the hand of Furia. That's 1 trip, slowing the run it back, and it's not even going to be useful for that one. Sadak takes it, and they're clearing more with the hot hands. A beautiful throw from a spawn, basically.
Nightfall, sees.
Yeah.
On top of getting all the information from Les's kill at sewers with the neural theft, you cannot retake this site for the 2nd round on Furia.
Sadak cleans another one up. The cruising Crew run it back's not having much of an effect on this round, but it's just going to be EU left. They're searching, finds one, but he's going to get scattered here at long A, and MWZera goes for the wide swing. Gets that kill with silence, and they are going to lock in the series 2-0 Crew over Furia.
Lock in the series and also lock in a spot to the playoffs for the stage number 1 of the VCT Americas. Another 2-0 for Crew. Another round where they go undefeated.
Crazy stuff. And you're seeing it from everybody on the squad. Les in the Cypher position today as well. Sadak picking up the 3s, the 4Ks again. Did the same thing versus NRG on Lotus. The rest of the team there. And when they need to feed somebody, when you need Dante to do crazy things, Dante's doing crazy things.
Yeah.
So it's not even like one person needs to be carrying. They can all do it, but also have the means to make the star power happen when they need it.
I remember it was a victory, at least maybe it's a feud that shouldn't be really talked about, but it probably feels good for the Sutter Crew to be able to take down Koala Noob, who also knocked them off, and a lot of these players in 2024. And for Artazine, who wanted to try to prove that he is a good IGL to play against 3 Brazilians on the other side, but unfortunately falter. Things are looking good, though, for Crew for this undefeated run in the stage.
Playoffs for Crew. They take down Furia, so the confidence must be riding high, and we'll hear that from them with the Verizon post-match interview right after this.
Crew takes a win over Furia, and I am here with the superstar Dante to talk about it. Dante, everybody has been talking about your Neon. Everybody has been saying that your mechanics are incredible. I'm just gonna say, real ones know that you have been doing this all the way since All Night. But tell me, what is it about this team of Crew that is allowing you to succeed the way that you're doing it?
Bueno, yo creo que un poco de como el performance que yo puedo tener con la Neon es gracias a la confianza y a lo que trabajamos con el equipo. Siento que el estilo de juego que yo puedo tener con la Neon, con otro equipo, con otro grupo, hubiera sido muy distinto, de una forma negativa obviamente. Entonces creo que la flexibilidad que me da el equipo para jugar con la Neon es algo que me hace sentir muy cómodo y se nota mucho cuando juego.
I think the performance that I'm having with the Neon is based on how my team is trusting in me, how the team is setting me up. I think if I was in a different team, it would be a different story with the Neon in a negative way. So it's more what the team is able to do, and it's something that you can see on screen. I also want to ask you about Sadak, because you're a team that is very aggressive. You like to take a lot of map control, and a lot of it is you leading the charge. What is the communication between you and Sadak when you want to make those plays?
Bueno, eso es algo divertido porque hay muchas veces que yo digo para ir o hay muchas veces que Zach me dice que vaya, entonces él entiende muy bien que cuando yo puedo tener una lectura o siento que hay una play que puedo hacer, que vaya nomás. Si sale mal, si sale bien, ganamos la ronda. Entonces es algo muy bueno también, que esa es una confianza que Zach nos da a todos, tipo en general, no solamente a mí. Entonces es muy bueno tener un IGL que da esa libertad, esa confianza de si alguien tiene una play individual que sabe que puede salir bien, que la haga y listo.
It's an interesting one because sometimes I have ideas, sometimes Sadak has ideas, but something that I really like about Sadak is that if I have an idea and I want to run it down and I want to make it happen, he just lets us and trusts us with those plays, even if it goes well, if it goes wrong, whatever it is. So that is something that is not only with me, but with the rest of the team. And I also want to ask you about the upcoming matches. You haven't made it to playoffs quite yet, but you're almost there. How do you compare yourself to the other teams? How are you taking it, looking at the results that everybody else has been getting?
Bueno, creo que eso es algo muy importante que yo intento mantener y que también intentamos mantener como equipo, que es como enfocarnos mucho en lo nuestro, no tanto en como los otros equipos. Obviamente vemos los partidos y demás, pero no nos enfocamos tanto en el resultado, sino en el proceso. Entonces el enfoque va mucho más de nuestro lado que lo que puede ser los otros equipos. Así que eso creo que nos da también una seguridad que nos autodamos a nosotros mismos.
We're mainly focusing on ourselves and what we are doing, not so much in what the other teams are doing. And that is the confidence that we have. That is the confidence that we're getting because of the way that we are playing and the way that we're focusing on the things that we've been doing in practice. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Dante, muchas gracias.
Gracias, muchas
And
gracias.
we're going back to the desk with the duo Static and Les.
Yeah, the duos with us in the room. It's Les and Sadak. First of all, of course, congratulations, not just on the victory, but also on clinching your playoff spot. How do you feel? Is the pressure off now?
Oh yeah, we're in playoff, right?
Yes.
She said that we are
Is that
playoffs
100%?
2 minutes ago.
100%. You made playoffs.
Oh.
We got confirmation for you. Don't worry.
That's
we
nice,
were
that's
running.
nice.
That is super nice. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just another day in the office, though. You guys are back in America. You're thriving in your lane, moisturized. Like, you just. This was a close match, though. Much closer than some people might have expected. Did you expect this to go the distance?
To be honest, yes, because this is the first time we play with double duelist on here in Americas. So it was a bunch of people being nervous. People. It was a little bit emotional because also like MW was in Furia, so he wanted to prove like, okay, I'm here now, and this is me, and also. Of course, it was gonna be close. Of course, after the first match, we were like, they're either gonna come back stronger or they're gonna be dead and it's gonna be stomped, right? But yeah, we know the guys have a lot of grit. They have a lot of confidence in themselves. So we knew that it was gonna be hard, to be honest. Yeah.
Right, yeah, it's tough to lose those close maps as well, right? But whilst you're technically here to rest and relax after a high-stakes game, we decided to just throw another high-stakes game at you.
We got a game for you.
You know, timing is everything in VALORANT. Timing is everything. And we want to see how well you manage your time with a game of Stop the Clock.
Stop the clock. Yeah, so you want to try to get it to 7 seconds.
Do it.
And you just have to start here.
Do it with your eyes closed.
No. You can look.
Do it with your eyes closed.
No, listen to Sadak.
I dare you.
If you do
I can see the number.
You can see the number.
Unless,
it's hard, I swear.
Unless you want to do it extra cool.
Eyes closed.
Eyes closed.
No, the problem is I never know the time of the spike that is the same time.
You should,
7 seconds. Let's go.
I should know,
Okay, ready?
but-
I'm going to start you.
ready.
Go. And then you press.
I was not counting already. Yeah.
High stakes, high stakes.
Oh,
okay, close.
See, it's hard.
Okay, Sadak, are you doing it with your eyes closed?
Yeah, you should do the eyes
To
closed.
be honest, I don't know. He's farming aura today. I think he's
now
gonna beat me.
I have to leave my words, you know?
Yeah.
Close your eyes. So you
This
just
is gonna be
hit
so
play
bad.
and then ready.
Okay.
Wait, can I just? Okay.
I think the problem is to click with your eyes closed, you know?
Well, you can start it with it. Okay.
Hey, 1, 2, 3.
Wait.
Yeah,
No, you
3,
need to-
4.
Yeah. I'm just counting in my mind. Wait. Okay.
Agora.
Okay.
Now.
4,
2 seconds.
7.
You guys just.
Yeah, you saw the problem. You saw the problem.
I
That
whiff.
was a technical error. You
I
whiffed.
whiff.
But I
This
think
is
you
the
would have had
problem.
it though.
That was actually pretty
You know
close,
what?
though.
You know what? Better to whiff here than on the server. You know.
So
True.
real, so real. Also,
true.
I feel like you just whiffed like hitting the button, but like the timing was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was
I
there.
think-
it's all in my mind. It's all in my mind. It's right here. It's right here. It's not here. It's here. No.
That's right. Well, let's see if that translates into your next match. How confident are you about your upcoming opponents?
To be honest, we are always confident, but we're confident on ourselves. So yeah, we're just gonna prepare like we're doing every week and hope for the best.
I think it's going to be a really nice game for us because we don't have the pressure of going to playoffs. So we're going to play really chill and free, you know?
I think for us, we were talking a lot about your defense side, and your macros have been really good. Do you find that you're mainly calling it, or is everyone calling it? Because you're really aggressive sometimes, even on the weak side.
I think we balance it out a lot because he helps me a lot actually on defense side.
Yeah.
I think attack is more on me, to be honest. But at the same time, like for example, Leo, MW Sierra, he had a couple of calls on defense which were super nice.
Yeah.
So I can rely on them to call a lot on defense, and they are super aggressive players. So it's always like, okay, I have a read, let's do this, I just trust him.
I love that.
It just looks so cohesive. Like the trust is on full display, and obviously like micro and macro, everything's just on point. You guys are so much fun to watch. Hope to see much more of that. Thank you both so much for joining us. Best of luck in your upcoming match. Once again, congratulations on the playoff glitch. And we're not done yet. Nope, don't go anywhere. NRG versus 100 Thieves coming up next.
100 Thieves has a good read on the meta. I know they're very chaotic.
Mada is probably one of the top duelists right now, so really excited to face him.
So many things that you can do in a spot like this. Mada drops down though, that's execution style! Hold on, Bucky in his hands, but it's all Mada!
I think we have a big advantage when it comes to like resilience and staying in the game. We've always been that team that's like, even when we're down, like there's a chance we're gonna come back. Like usually we do come back. As long as we're just like staying in the game mentally, it's never over.
Cryo's been really good on Senti. He's a very passive player, so he's able to lurk a lot more and take his opportunities. He's just a machine where whatever agent you put him on, he'll always be performing.
Cryo, 1v2 now for him, Smoke. Propped up, Diffuse already half on the board. Redux is sticking this one. Jonah P! Swing it out, spraying down! It's barely salvaged by Cryo.
We're gonna bring our A game against NRG, and we're gonna look like a different team.
It's time to break the champ's curse.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match of this beautiful Saturday. 100 Thieves will be taking on NRG. Zoe here back again with Ender and Athena. Full disclosure, Ender hit the 7 seconds first try.
Yeah, in rehearsal. Absolutely crushed it.
It was insane.
We have video footage proving it too.
Somewhere.
Like, we're not just, it's somewhere out there. That's right. Now, during the break, another thing happened as well. Yeah, we had the 1v1 skirmish being played out. That's right. And Timotino came out on top of Mada with a 5-2 score. Yeah, I feel like you can be more excited than that. Thank you very much.
Look, we're not playing
Golf
favorites
clap.
here. I had to go for the golf clap, you know.
I think it makes sense because you send Mada and he's just so chill all the time that
I
think he doesn't mind if he loses or wins. I think he's just there for the vibes.
Exactly. The vibes are good. The vibes are all-time high. Let's see if this match is going to change it, because historically, if we're looking at the two teams, this is the third time they're meeting this year already, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, honestly, it was just NRG scoring a 2-0 both times they previously met during the kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, this was NRG that we've seen make championships, right? They're so good with their teamwork, with their clutches. I think I've said this multiple times before, but NRG is just such a play-by-the-book team. It feels like they have all their strategies and ducks in a row, and every single time when they're adapting, when they're playing together, their comms, everything is just so solidified. I think this is the first time that we've seen NRG kind of falter and be struggling a little bit since then. So I wonder how it's going to fare off versus 100 Thieves.
It's odd, right? Because you're seeing all the smiles during kickoff where they were 2-0. Now they're the ones that are actually 0-2 in the stage. It's been a big decline out from them, and I think this has to be the turning point in their season, or in their stage rather, because otherwise it's going to get away from them.
Yeah, no, it's now or never, really. Like week 3 is really where you have to start turning things around in order to still clinch that playoff. 0-2 right now the score, so their playoff spot is in actual jeopardy. Were there signs of hope though? Anything that leads us to believe that they can turn it around?
I mean, there's always signs of hope with NRG. They're so good at doing the lower bracket run. They're so good at just defeating teams in the hardest spots possible. And I think when you're looking at this schedule here, they've definitely played the 2 hardest teams arguably already. They have a few of those games coming up, 100 Thieves, stuff like that. And I think it's just a little bit easier for NRG because they've had so much success against them before in the past.
Yeah, theoretically, it should be easier from here on out, but I'm still thinking like, okay, this isn't going to be an easy match by any means, and I'm also looking towards a week 5 match versus Sentinels that are also on the back foot a little bit, that are also going to maybe be needing that win either. Like, if you don't win here today, you're all of a sudden taking your destiny out of your own hands.
Yeah, and I think when we're looking at that previous matchup against Crew, obviously we just saw them today. They made playoffs. This team is looking so good, and it's really understandable that NRG kind of struggled a little bit against them. So for me, I'm looking at NRG to just kind of make sure they're a little bit more re-energized. They're really into it. They know that this is kind of where they have to fight tooth and nail. A lot of those strats that they've had before are kind of out there. They're on the table. Just being a little bit more creative, a little bit more inventive to kind of secure that win.
I mean, they just recently signed Mitch as well as assistant coach. You think they can rejuvenate the team a little bit here?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, we'll see. I think Mitch is obviously a guy that's been...
I will not answer it. No, I'm kidding.
No, Mitch is a guy that's been around for literally forever and just announced his retirement playing to come into this position. I think that a lot of people were actually sending Flak Energy's way after dropping Strong, right, the previous strategic coach, and trying to figure out where was the direction going to be from here. So I think they've had a vacancy. I'm glad to see them fill it, but this is coming 2 weeks into a season already where there's no more learning curve left. You got to adapt.
It's a good start.
Hey,
it's
step one, they did it. Let's get to step
they did
two.
one thing, now they're going to bring the confidence. Who is always confidence? Mada, let's see what he had to say ahead of today's match.
The meta has been affecting teams in different ways, and for you, Mada, towards the beginning, that week 1, you guys said that you were struggling a little bit with the meta. Week 2, you made big changes on split. Do you feel like now you figured it out for this week?
I think we figured it out last week. I think even though I was just running it down, it was more about the agent comps and playing a different style. Definitely wasn't the right style that I was playing with the shotgun, just dying every round, but this week will be a lot better.
And you think you were ready to shut down the shotguns on the other side for 100 Thieves?
I really hope so.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Well, there you have it. Just like NRG, though, 100 Thieves also really desperately need that win. They suffered a loss last week against Sentinels, but I mean, that was an incredible Cloud match. It went the distance, a bajillion overtime rounds, plus minus a few. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that was a brutal way to finish it, too. Like, what was it, 19-17 at the end of the day? Like, completely running away.
Yeah, it was, we were watching this in the back room and we were literally screaming because it was such a fun match. It was so exciting. But this is a team, 100 Thieves. They're so creative. And it was crazy to see them fall to Sen. But again, Sen, they just brought back that player, Jerwin. He was there. He was leading the charge a lot of the time. And I think for 100 Thieves, they're looking to kind of just recuperate, make sure that they're ready to kind of have a lot of those trades, use the Sage utility the way that they really like to. Felt like they were just at some point struggling with their util, struggling to keep up the tempo.
And I think what that has now led to is putting 100 Thieves also in a bit of a scary position. Now, again, we're only 2 series in, but if I'm looking at this group now with Furia and Crew doing very well, I'm looking at like, what are the borderline teams for playoffs? Who could either slip in or slip out? I think 100 Thieves, NRG are both in that. Now that I think Sentinels could also be there too, now that Sentinels have the edge over 100 Thieves, this also then makes this a must-win match in my eyes for 100 Thieves as well, considering they've lost that head-to-head and are going to be hovering right on the border.
Yeah, this was so hard to predict. Maybe the players' insight can help us find our way through our predictions. Let's send it to Dried and check in with Asuna.
I know everybody was talking about the 100 Thieves and Sentinels rivalry, but for you, Asuna, it's also a little bit of a rivalry with NRG. This is the 3rd time you play them this year, so what is it going to take to beat them this time around?
We're going to be focusing a lot on ourselves, and we have a couple of small surprises for them, but overall just, making sure we execute what we want. And right now, they're starting off 0-2, so as long as we play to the level that we're capable of and just show up and play our game, then it'll all be good.
And for you and those improvements, is it changing things or is it just continuing to better the things that you have been working on?
Both, I'll be honest. I think, some things you got to change and some things you got to improve that are good. So yeah, you'll see in the match and it should be fun.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, that's a no for me.
No.
Just a no, straight up. A yes, however, for NRG and 100 Thieves, because they are ready for map 1, and we've got Uber and Wyatt on the mic, so don't go anywhere. You, however, please.
I thought I was casting the game.
No. No.
We've got 2 esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 Pulsar 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 Voxy 是其中一个助力。
Is shown on up, pulls away from the spray, back into it, there he is!
Let's go.
Oh no! Oh! Deleted! The disadvantage! What is that?
Much like G2 coming into this week, it's crunch time for NRG at 0-2. Your 2025 World Champions are running out of time to secure their spot in the playoffs here in Stage 1. Mitch Leslie here joined by White River. I mean, this is a team who stylistically feels like they've really struggled to adapt, and they've played some really odd comps. It just feels like, hey, how is this team kind of a step behind in adapting to the realities of Valorant as it is now?
It's because they got away with playing their double initiator style throughout the first portion of this year, had a great run at Santiago, but it feels like we might be approaching the expiration date of that approach to the game, given that the meta is now so ironed out as far as running the Neon, so much of the double duelist, etc. Now, on the opposite side, to talk about 100 Thieves, man, even though they didn't make it to Santiago, they were one of the teams getting a lot of hype in Americas for their kickoff run because they came in with some unique ideas from their coaching staff, running some new comps with some very interesting strats, preset ideas coming in, and so I think people were excited to see them in this stage. Now, they come out with a nice 2-0 over EG, but last week, lose to this new Sen team with Jerwin coming back in. So I think people are still trying to figure out where are 100 Thieves at right now.
Okay, so, I mean, NRG picked this Pearl map that we saw earlier on. It was a sort of interesting comp against Furia.
Yeah, it's just their old stuff. I mean, they
played Waylay, post-nerf.
Yeah, they kept the post-nerf Waylay where you have the slow cast on your Hinder. Now, 100 Thieves selecting Lotus is interesting because it's the third week now in a row they have first picked a different map. Lotus was also their first ban last week. So I think it's safe to say that 100 Thieves
are in
now
flux.
They're struggling to find a home, which is also, I think, evident in the results so far being as contrasting as possible.
Charitably, it could also be that some positive developments have arisen this week on this map. But yeah, it was Breeze in week 1, Haven in week 2, and now Lotus in week 3 for 100 Thieves. I'm looking at NRG because we were expecting them to make changes on this particular map, but they're not huge ones. They've really just plug and play. They've taken the Waylay out and they put Mata in on the Neon. We've got to scrutinize this pick, though, because
still double initiator they're trying to run here, still trying to prove that it can work. Now, right now in the meta, I think this is a great test for it because we have seen Phoenix be utterly dominant in its non-mirror win rate. So, just based on that, you're going to assume 100 Thieves could win here. If you just want to strip everything else away, 100 Thieves are playing the more dominant meta look. And on top of that, I like that Cryo is on the chamber here. He's been putting up good numbers playing the Cypher and the Viper, but he's also been, I think, lacking in getting a lot of high impact kills, a lot of quantity, so I think here he can get that impact as well.
It's time for match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED, folks. And yes, NRG still not going towards a double duelist composition whatsoever, but adjustments are being made. It's crunch time, though, at 0-2. They must find success here today to have any hope, really, of sailing into those playoffs. Off to the races here with NRG, 100 Thieves on its attack side, pardon into that B side. Immediately, Blaze Wall is going to get them into halls.
Yeah, wide open. NRG had more emphasis over towards that A side. We're going to be on for a full retake situation. Look, maybe Asuna considering trying to fight a little bit further forward. The team grouping up to take some space in street, try to do something proactive.
Looking for a big flood onto the B side here, but banging might have caused an issue now. Really shores up this potential pincer for the attackers in the post plant. Asuna onto the site, really trying to take on Mata, who had eluded him for a time. But Timo is able to emerge here from halls. This puts NRG down to 2.
One enemy remaining.
Scuba and Brock with a high-low setup that falls flat on its face.
That's nice from 100 Thieves. I like that pivot, the proactivity getting into street. It's also pretty optimized when Bang just gets the instant one-tap kill. And from there, they can play that triple phase setup. Asuna gets a good moment getting back into the site. The timing on the relay bolt was exactly when NRG were trying to re-push in. Mata's trying to do his best to draw the crosshair away, but ends up looking a little bit overcooked from the Asuna point of view.
I mean, he bought time.
It's a free one.
He bought time, but no one was really able to do much about Asuna. And then Timo was there in halls to pick up that trade.
Well, that is a nice little start. Now, this Pearl map is one where it's extremely easy to just harvest Phoenix orbs over and over, so that's definitely something we're going to want to be looking at with Timo. He does get the one over on B side here, which again is wide open for the taking. NRG just went for the 50-50 gamble and come up short.
Yeah, it's not going to be too much to say about this round. I do want to maybe draw attention to Mata on this map. Against Crew, struggled on the Neon. So it wasn't just Waylay,
that was a Neon diff game that happened last week. Yeah, he was on attack side.
Some numbers.
Struggling to come up with anything.
0 and 9, first kill, first death for that map. It was really difficult to watch. Again, I do feel like Mata's the kind of guy with a really high ceiling, but sometimes the floor is virtually subterranean.
But what's usually, even if he starts a game like that, he'll bounce back.
Yeah.
That, I feel like, has been the hallmark of his, I don't know, just like him as a
series
player
at least,
generally
right?
over the last year. It's like he would start a game slow and then suddenly get an ace, and then he's right back into the game and just goes crazy on the second half. Like, that's something he would do frequently, but yeah, so far this stage struggles for the team as a whole, and he definitely needs to bounce back here.
It seems these strangers want me dead.
And that round passes us by with a minimal event, as it was an incorrect gamble by NRG on that stack. Now, though, guns in hands for the defense side.
Yeah, the main thing really of note on that round is just that Timo is able to get up to 5 orbs.
There's 4, there's 4.
He gets the orb plant, dies, so 1 away now. They can play to that as a win con on this bonus round.
Yeah, that's happened pretty quickly. That ultimate about to be online. Something you want to abuse if it's only 6 orbs.
Yep, and one of the main reasons that Phoenix is so good right now. With Yoru out, he's got the flashes, but his ult is very good and so easy to get. And look at this. Sorry, real quick, Asuna is so fast up towards B, making all of this sound while the rest of the team works through art.
Selling it as well with his Prowler. Guided Salvo gave A-main control for NRG, but now they're going to be potentially fighting here in art. Ethan buys, it's a nice time. And he's thinking of sending a Salvo here to further delay. So 100 Thieves have to decide if they're going to linger here any longer. They've given up their B presence, but managed to at least keep one player interested. Scuba's still over to tower.
Yeah, off that art pressure, you could see the NRG backup that was on B had rotated away real quick. And with this noise cut from 100 Thieves, NRG are finding themselves pretty spread across the map.
I think the card itself is still being held onto, though, by Ethan, so can still be reactive and slow down this potential pincer from Art. I don't think it's 43 seconds left. They're going to go for the fight. And there it is. Asuna slides on in. He wants to play the degenerate shotgun approach. And Mata doesn't have a thing to say about it. Now, Ethan's going to be forced out of this corner with the molly.
30 seconds left.
And here it is, that guided Salvo. He held on to it for a long time. Wyatt, it's not going to do too much to disrupt the but Kiko gets in amongst the pigeons. He's already found himself 2. Can play off his turret now. It's going to be a tough position to break.
Timo's still going to have 1 flash to play with over from Art. Probably going to send that out. You know, off the timing of the tap, but with Cryo isolated in the corner, this round should be as good as done.
Asuna for 3. Hang on. This is getting ugly now. Timo having to swing off this one. It's another tap. Asuna as well from a different angle here. How do 100 Thieves put this together? Bonafide 2v2, any sort of cringe stall mechanics? What? Asuna with the ace. Coming out strong here on a Neon Gamer. We had questions about whether it was the correct assignment for him. Maybe, you know, him, Phoenix, Timo, Neon, but no. 100 Thieves are stuck with this look, and man, pretty tidy round just as NRG had their buy.
It's a great way for Asuna to start convincing people that he should be the primary Neon on this team. It's been a relatively slow start for him this stage. Last week, looking genuinely uncomfortable on Haven on this role, and then just clutches up in a sick moment on the bonus round to just keep this momentum going for 100 Thieves. I love how he played that entire situation, like using the movement to get back as well, picks the right moment to come back in.
Oh, we're going to have a fight here. I'll get onto that topic. Much around here. Vora, pretty flash able to find two as the swing came from NRG. And that'll about knock the wind out of your sails.
Wasn't much of a fight.
No. Just more of an extinction event, really. NBS last week, I mean, he's being interviewed by Dryad. He sort of says, yeah, this is how we want our setup to look because we feel like Asuna actually is a potential Neon specialist. He has a specialist, you know, DNA for it, which for us was maybe surprising because it's not something we'd seen from him in so long.
I thought it was just peculiar on the basis that Asuna historically has always been at his best playing the flex initiator flash role and the secondary duelist. And the numbers support that as well. You know, in terms of his average damage per round, any stat you want to pull, Neon is the lowest of all of his duelists, and there is a gulf, even between Jet being the second lowest, which he was always like, you know, just kind of okay on.
So Cryo was playing Jet so much on this team.
Well, but if Asuna can unlock himself on this agent, and you have Teemo dialed in on the Phoenix, yeah, they can pop off. Teemo is just such a good entry player as well that it's like, it's optimal. We'll see, though. So far, so good on Pearl.
You can certainly be the entry player right now when you pop that runner back, and that's the second round consecutively. Cryo has found a great kill over, just to reduce the pressure here over towards that plaza position. Here's Asuna into the side of the overdrive, but there's already much to shoot at here as Vora's already found two. And this is looking like an unbelievably clean attack side for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and a light anchoring attempt there is going to get flattened into paper. A two-dimensional state when you have the Phoenix running it down on you with the Neon going back, all sliding. Like, you're not going to be able to hold that site ever.
And Cryo is just working the map very patiently, continuing to be a real nuisance here for NRG and denying them any ability to really get into the map, get that map control, or gain that easy info.
You're basically always going to see the Astra and the KJ. They're primarily focused on playing towards that B side, using all the util to stall out, and then the death ball with the Neon can rotate in later. That's like the most common setup we see with these agents. But even with those two, the best stall agents there, it's so difficult to slow down and stop this Neon Phoenix, especially when you're in a Phoenix ult, you have no regard for your own life, and you can just send it forward. It doesn't even matter.
Oh, man, Brock with the Odin up on that corner. Somehow just doesn't spot Cryo not nearly quickly enough.
Yeah, he is.
Timeout time for sure.
Cryo is just picking them apart as well. Heading into this, I believe it's like in ACS, maybe a couple other stats, Cryo is just the leader in the league at the moment, heading into this weekend. He's been putting up really sick numbers. I do think, though, on the roles he's been on with the Cypher and Viper on the maps, when you're watching him, he's not always collecting a ton of the super high impact kills, though. Like, some of them are definitely feel like fluff kills, and it's not to discredit how well he's playing, but I think
it's like late in the round, opponents are saving.
My takeaway from it has been if he's playing a role like the Chamber, though, with the form that he's in, where you can take more of the first engagements, you can be more bold than when you're playing Viper or Cypher. He can be a player with takeover game potential. That's always been the case when he's on the Chamber. So I do like to see them leaning into that here as well. I think that just opens up another additional win con for them.
And he's operating as a pivot here for 100 Thieves in general. This Plaza control is really important because NRG don't have a viable way to push up and get that info or potentially catch rotates. It's just not going to happen, which gives 100 Thieves the freedom to work the map and play these slower rounds. And that might have been required if Vora isn't actually finding these openers. It's the Fade, for God's sake, who's just, first in A main, then over on B. Might be another A play here, but the guided salvo will provide the space for Mado to get nestled up here.
Yeah, NRG not really making a whole lot of noise off the back of that. It's just the slow creep forward. Haven't even tried to get a tap onto the orb yet. Just weary that if they do, suddenly there's a pop flash in their face, someone sliding out, right? So they are just as patient as can be.
Asuna, what does he jump the corner here with a dash, draw the crosshairs away? Sounded like he had activated. Here he comes into the push. Mata. Well, it's going to be 1-for-1 for him. Ethan will have a chance to get back at the very least, and some info gleaned from that encounter as well. A lot of players here for 100 Thieves work in that A main position, but note the spike position. They're not committed to this by any stretch of the imagination. They've also got a foothold in art all of a sudden.
Yeah, so much pressure applied with the alarm bot going down. NRG have to be extremely concerned about an A play coming through, but hey, that's a fortunate little bonus of running the double initiator and having the drone that can scale that far. So most of art is completely re-cleared, but
I mean, Cry's just going to walk back in there now. Oh, wait, there's another drone, yeah.
yeah,
the
it's
double
just
re-cleared.
drones on drones.
You hate to see it. Still, that Hydro didn't see a whole lot at all.
But with Cryo being so separate, what could have been a 4-on-2 site hit turns into a 3-on-2, and it's doable for NRG. It's doable for Scuba here.
Oh, we don't check those corners, do we? Scuba having a double down, make it 3. It's Bang, attempts to challenge.
It is done.
And that's not really where Cryo wants to be. He's forced to push off across the map. And a little bit of a slow round, screeches to a halt for the 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Cryo just really ends up in no man's land there. Not enough players to actually trade things out effectively on that side. Scuba just works into this position that ends up not being cleared.
I mean, it's just straight up nice stuff from Scuba, but there's not a ton of ability to get information on the B side. Yeah, you can just play a corner against those 3 agents and be safe.
Go, go, go.
Finally, stopping the bleeding a bit there for NRG, who once again want to go towards A main. They've got an op now for Armada, trying to use the drone to post them up on that line.
You see what happens when Vora dies first in these rounds, though. Like, 100 Thieves really need this fade on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, even on the last round, thinking, yeah, like a Prowl or a Haunt, something that could have cleared Scuba there, right? Yeah.
You would so much early
You'd kill for it, but on this 100 Thieves, they're going to pivot back now over towards B. Looks like they just want to go for a split. Scuba is currently entrenched back halls, and it's very possible he will not be able to escape. That is the case.
Yeah.
You hate to lose that guy right away.
It's tough. He got timings, but I don't think there would have been anyone there to trade for him anyway. He was in a rough spot. So again, NRG just leaned pretty heavily onto the A side of the map here. I mean, the 2 players down connected for 100 Thieves. They're just overwhelmed.
Yeah, I believe there was a turret in street, but it got smoked off, and so Scuba was just not entirely sure of what was going to go on there, what the timing would have been like. And now you're on a retake with a Neon that has an op that needs to be the space creator going forward. That's going to be tough in of itself.
Into the side, NRG go, but the 100 Thieves have just given so much of this ground. There might be backstab potential, but it might not come quickly enough here. And Arsene is mindful of it. Sees Mata spotted out with the op. He's going to claim a kill and make it 2. Mata finally getting into the game. Sees avoided, but there's just no room for NRG to even think about a defuse here.
No, can't throw a smoke down on the spike. Can't send any kind of, I don't know, star back pillar stuff. Like, there's just nothing they can do. They're never going to be able to actually get on the spike there. Losing Scuba basically is just the round done.
Yep. And again, that's just like that early pick, that mid presence and a nice smoke on the turret. So there's just, yeah, there's no early warning. Oh, absolute timings there.
Yeah, I mean, Mata ends up getting a couple kills with the op, saves it. I'm not sure, but again, they're just already in an unwinnable situation there.
With like this huge like B long stack, they got like 3-4 players down there. The backstab just doesn't eventuate. Ethan's looking for flank pressure, but that's not enough.
So this time they want to set up Mata over on that B side with the op. All of the pressure from 100 Thieves coming fast down mid. A wall goes over towards street to Con, so threatening that someone could be pushing into that side of the map behind where that turret is, but NRG will quickly find out that no one is going to be there when the wall drops. It's getting re-cleared by a drone.
Prowler just cleared A main though, so 100 Thieves realize there's potential for no one to really be there.
NRG just used both of their drones to clear both art and street, so they have to imagine that a hit is going to be coming in towards A. Mata's got that op line all the way down B. Nothing has happened there at all. No recall star, nothing.
Can 100 Thieves get around this corner for free? Okay, so that flash will be maintained for the side hit itself. Nice old lineup there's going to force Brock out of that position. Scuba though deals with Arsene. There's a ping on one of the players on the attack side, trying to make their way into A. Vora has reached the site. Would love to spray Brock down, but he's able to reassume that position after the molly had expired. Ethan in art, expecting a swing, and goes down to the first player. That's Timo falling.
There's a little bit of time for 100 Thieves to play with, honestly. They're going to slow things down. They wait for this haunt. That's going to be nice. Re-hit off that and Cry with the spam. That's lovely.
Scooby here, noted. Vora knows he's tucked in that corner into the side. Keiko has no choice but to try and get a foothold here. And Mata's just now approaching He's still got the op to play into this with as well. With smoke everywhere, it feels like that's going to be a dud.
100 Thieves just waiting to get that smoke up so they can safely cross into the plant, play this out with the man advantage.
Oh, Bang knows he's being sprayed down. Almost saw the head there as well. He's going to go for it. Going to get swung on by Kiko here, but is there a trade? Doesn't even need one. Bang just wins it out. Oh man, NRG are in deep trouble, and Mata again is going to retreat without having had an opportunity to blood this operator.
Running low.
That swing just comes a little bit early from Kiko, unfortunately, with that relay bolt. Look at the 100 Thieves money. I mean, it's basically capped for everyone, it feels like, right? So they can just hunt. Oh, the shot being baited out. Mata's spotted.
Oh, he's in trouble. I don't think he can let him exit the round with an op this time. Mata into halls. Making enough noise to wake the dead. They're going to push into him here, and Timo will finally get the op out of the hands of the Neon. Not ideal at all for NRG. This is starting to look pretty rough.
They are being dominated right now. Big credit to 100 Thieves for, in that mid-round, after getting front sight control, they pivot into finding a pick art rather than trying to brute force, getting any more space in the site, trying to fight towards secret dugout. They just ignore that completely. Pivot through the nebula that was outside art, flash to isolate one player, and then after that again, slow things down. Another, well, like 25 seconds maybe, they're just stood around art, front sight, wait for Bang to be able to re-smoke, and then they plan with 19 or so seconds on the clock. The pacing there on everything was really calm from them and just so solid in its execution.
And I feel like in art there, Ethan probably needs to at least trade. Find a
he's
way
got
to get
he's got to get 1 for 1, but he's just so overwhelmed.
But he's a single player
it's tough to do it, yeah, and they knew where he was standing.
Just lost the duel,
It's tough, yeah. It's tough for him to win out there. But
those little things, right? Like they have the compounding effect, right? And
absolutely,
getting forced out by the molly, like the lineup. We're getting good Phoenix util use. Like on the B side, Blaze Wall's going to get you across into halls. On the A side, you're able to clear dugout. Get that position, force the player to sort of retake it and get themselves away. So the cogs are turning here for 100 Thieves so far. Bonka, second time out of the map, already expended, and NRG only have 1 round to show.
Now, how do 100 Thieves, out of this timeout, want to play an anti-eco? That is the question. Now, they have that grab wall and the ult from Phoenix to play with. And those as a combo kind of feel like you could turn them into a free round win, just kind of like 1-2, take the site, play it out later.
Just add water.
All right, well, they've gotten some information on the fact that NRG are trying to send it out of A with the ult from Mata. That's not going to end up getting any value. 100 Thieves just patient to open this round, figure out what NRG's game plan is, and then work around it.
I think Cry might have heard something there over towards mid-connector. Unclear, but here comes NRG converging on this side. They've only got the pistols to work with, 1 rifle in play. A good time for the run and back to be made use of. But there's Scuba finding his second. Kiko for 1 as well. The Bandit sings, and out to 3v3. But look how low Ethan is. Tough to play from this spot, but there it is. Bang will handle him. Shorty deals with the KJ.
The wall from Mata to get around the trip is very weak. Ethan is just praying that something is going to connect with the Classic.
Yeah, that's being watched for. Mata there as well realizes this is going to be tough to get back in. What's the plan? A long walk back around? Try and play out of connector?
Yeah, that's really the only hope. I mean, obviously at this point, economic damage is not even real for NRG. They've got to just try to send it and get a round win here somehow with the Classics.
NRG's, these are the gacha whales of this game
or
so far.
If you're NRG, other plan is don't die to Timotino and give him orbs. Plan not finding much success just yet.
No.
But yeah.
It's a 7-round game, man. This attack side from 100 Thieves look good, it's look varied, it's look effective. You've got redundancy and utility as well.
And those are the kind of rounds as well where you're seeing the value, the inherent value that Phoenix exists with in his ult being so cheap. You're on an anti-eco, just send it, right? There's going to be ratty NRG players tucked into the site with annoying close-range guns. Just send him in and find out what's going on. He gets 1 kill, gets the location of Scuba tucked in the corner. You're gonna get, he might get another ult by the time this half is over. It doesn't even matter.
He's like a living owl drone that can shoot back.
Yeah, just use that ult, get the info, it's fine.
Quick art pop here for the defenders, but NRG are backed up. There is an alarm bot just here to catch this out. Oh, buddy! The combo! Still, maybe a slight overextension there from Arsenal. Kiko had a great little spot up on top of the boxes to punish the Neon.
Yeah, that was a really good positioning from Kiko. And now, how do 100 Thieves adapt? With Timatino inserted all the way into connector, from just getting all of that art space prior. Cryo has really just been left on his lonesome in this half. He's kind of just been existing, where the rest of the team has not. He's had a couple good kills catching people out on the cross, but he really hasn't needed to have massive impact in this half so far.
After the noise cut, it's going to be an A-side re-hit with 40 seconds in the round. Much of this KJ util being expended to stall things out, but Brock's caught out in the open. Good. Flashed. Kiko at least is able to make a trade of it, though, and that's the Phoenix down.
Yeah, that molly just forces Brock right into the flash. Now, how can they deal with this lockdown, though, when they need to get the spike planted with low time?
This is awkward here. Johanna Thieves still going to go for the plant, maybe pull off the side if they can, lingering. Okay, the wallbang is going to account for the lockdown. So they remain entrenched in the site. Two plays here, already working their way up Secret. This is awkward. Oh, the Cosmic Divide provokes action from NRG, but they run the hail of bullets from Cryo, who's been virtually perfect on this attack side so far. Yeah, it's like that sometimes. Worlds are about to collide, I imagine. As NRG realize they're probably going to make something of this. Through the wall we go, and guess who's waiting for him? Cryo and Vora double down, making an 8-round game.
100 Thieves are playing with a lot of confidence there. Big round from Cryo, but being able to push forward together, they find that lockdown, spam it down, and no one from NRG is in any kind of position to punish them just walking forward and breaking the lockdown there. And they just, don't expect. I'm not sure what really the idea was of the push in towards Secret. Like, they know players from 100 Thieves are likely going to be there because they just broke the lockdown from the spam angle, and then the ult went behind them. I mean, it was just very awkward.
Okay, we're going to have a fight here over towards this B side of the map.
The fastest fight of all time. We're 10 seconds in. Everyone's dead.
NRG want to send it. Such an interesting matchup. This is two world champion coaches, two European coaches imported to America. Two very different takes on how to play Pearl out. So far, 100 Thieves being more willing to, well, be swept with the tides. Have shown a much more successful footing on Pearl.
Yeah, that has been 100 Thieves' approach all year, trying to be forward-thinking with the comps that they're running, their approach to the game, whereas NRG are just trying to, feels like, rely on what's brought them success in the past, no matter what. Timatino, the new addition in this 1 versus 2.
And again, this round is just NRG being willing to take that fight at B long. Look at those 4 X's of the red variety here. 100 Thieves maybe not ready for the fight to be taken them so rapidly. 33 seconds. There's always a reason for Timo to fight. The money is absurdly good for 100 Thieves, obviously. So an opportunity perhaps to farm some more ult orbs abounds. There's a flash availability here for Timo. Scuba has the crosshair place, and he is waiting.
A desperately needed round from NRG. They just throw out with kind of a Hail Mary, completely different look. Just send everybody down B to fight.
It's like two neons drawing crosshairs away. It's just very chaotic.
And then Brock finds the advantage with a good ult in the mid-round. Cryo can't dodge it out.
Gotta do some random shit sometimes, boys.
That's really how it felt. Yeah. They just did some random shit and won a round.
That's fine.
Sometimes you just gotta send it.
100 Thieves now, this time might be a bit more conditioned to fight. Should have come to that. Again, you won't see NRG push past their own salvo. Okay, we're going to fight this in art. Fair enough. Arsena sliding across. He is everywhere.
The whole team is fighting him.
There's a guided salvo that prevents Timo from actually swinging off his contact, and it doesn't matter. Bang! What a catch there as well. Beautifully set up by Vora. Nice C's for 2. Now numbers are even. Side control here for 100 Thieves, and they still want to fight for it. NRG say no. I know what it 10-2s us in the first half of this match. We'll get our third and try and make it a bit more competitive, but not a whole lot of reason to smile over there.
With the strat book lit on fire works again for the last round. That all 5 players in art to kill Asuna and Timo. I mean, good response from 100 Thieves that they all get out of main quickly. They catch out, at least it was like Ethan, one other guy that were on stairs, but all right, I mean, 2 Hail Marys back-to-back, it feels like, from NRG. That gets them to a 9-3 half. Still dominant from 100 Thieves overall.
Going to take more than that from NRG. There was 100 Thieves really come out at gate swing and stick around for the second half of Pearl after these messages.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is certainly a matchup that could serve as an inflection point for the fortunes of either 100 Thieves or NRG in Stage 1. However, the road doesn't get much easier after this game for both of these squads. To secure a berth in playoffs, both these two need to maintain an upward trajectory, regardless of the result here.
Yeah, after this 100 Thieves, they're going to be playing against Furia and Crew. Crew look, they look pretty good, Mitch, from what we've seen so far. It is a dangerous schedule ahead. Now, NRG have already played those two aforementioned teams, so now they have to lock in to win the games that on paper people are going to predict them to win. And that starts here against 100 Thieves. You're heading into this with them as the favorite for sure. And yet 100 Thieves are up 9-3, and it's NRG's map pick, Pearl, which they just keep going back to, keep trying to run this double initiator on, and so far in Stage 1 have not found success with.
Yeah. Not a fan of working the double duelist in. Not a fan of putting Kiko potentially on one of those as their Raze player. Okay, Arsenal wants a bit of space here at Art. Special delivery would stop any over push. There's Cryo, the headhunter at the ready. Timo wants more. Boy, howdy, he wants to fight. But NRG aren't giving him anything.
So for 100 Thieves, though, taking down Mata, the entering player, the space maker for a later execute, is a nice one to find early. Over on that B side, you can see Bang is just playing ultra passive, giving the site at the moment. So we might just be headed for a straight-up 4-on-4 retake.
Yep. Bang has some amount of util to work with, but none of this Fade util in playoffs. He had a lot of ghosts here on 100 Thieves, so would always be a little lacking in terms of that retake potential.
Yeah, now for this retake, there is not much util from the Thieves at all.
Yeah.
Vora might get that haunt back in time. Yeah, it just popped up for him. But Austin doesn't have the wall. There's no flashes for Timotino, so it's going to be throw this haunt over and run out there, try to kill them type of retake.
Yep.
That is all they got to work with. They're trying to split it through street actually as well. 2 on either side for 100 Thieves.
Ethan poised here with Frenzy. Sees the player first, and okay, gets out alive at the very least. It's Timo off the map. Turret going to be set up in hall. Here comes the push now. Ethan low, but still gives a good account of himself. Finds it another 4v2, tough odds. And it's going to be NRG with a crucial foothold via this pistol round.
That's a fantastic play from Ethan. Getting the 1 and then living. I mean, he's already done enough there to have the rest of his team secure the round. He's put them in position, but then the fact that he tucks back default and somehow gets a second is crazy. Huge play from him.
Yeah, NRG just made the right call. It's 100 Thieves banking on a...
Nice. Good shit, boys. Good shit.
On an A-side hit. That doesn't come in the end. So 5-round game it is. Now 100 Thieves obviously need to eat crow for this round. See what they can scrounge up.
They're going for the all-out play over towards A main, and the Chamber does something somewhere else, kind of a classic eco look. And the Chamber somewhere doing something else does get them a kill. So that's a solid opening for Cryo.
That's the most unserious thing. Tap of the orb there did draw out the relay bolt. 100 Thieves in numbers now in A main. Potentially would have to retake here. Maybe. In the retake scenario, they can get Cryo set up to play backside A with this headhunter, but we're about to see Cryo.
Mono, don't walk into the 4 stack.
He sees it now.
Don't walk into it. I'm feeling like Walter White in the truck. Episode 14, season 5.
Obviously an iconic Hank! Timo, a little bit ahead of the pack there, over towards A main. Eventually got dragged down. Here's that plant. This is NRG made their way in through Art, which was entirely clear, and now they can set up Secret and wait.
Yeah, maybe Cryo can try to do a little bit of extra damage, but outside of that, clean so far for NRG. Yep. Both initiators actually have done some pretty good work towards getting those ultimates online for them early as well.
Timo up to 3 orbs, so keeping you abreast of the Phoenix ult development.
Kind of curious to see what will happen in A main, because both of these comps have so much firepower if you try to go all in. That it feels like it'll be a kind of a game of, well, if we try to commit, are they going to fully commit? How many resources do we actually want to expend here? And if we use them all, are we going to be getting hit by a Gravwell missile neon sliding into us, plus there's a recon above us, and like, you know, they can send it on that side of the map, either side if they want to, right? So that'll be an interesting dynamic to see.
100 Thieves also, they need to win 2 to 3 gun rounds here to close this game out still, and now Vora has already availed himself of the Odin. It might just be this like pop A main. 100 Thieves showed they were happy to fight early over that real estate to get the orb into Timotino's hands.
All right, so Montage is going to run down. It's pretty lightly held by 100 Thieves. They give it up instantly.
Prowler was shot.
Yeah, the A main space is collected for NRG. Slowly working down mid. Looking like they want to go for an art crunch. This drone is super nice here. It just clears out everything.
The Astra util could mess this art crunch up, but it's going to be a bit uncomfortable for Bang here. Timo wants to try and take the fight, and just gets a bit unlucky there. Kiko low. Here's Mana. There's the crunch, and there's no one else to see here as the Astra had already backed away.
Yeah, it's a pretty bold solo play from Timo, but you got to feel like he's usually going to go 1 for 1 there. 100 Thieves have 3 players ready to commit for this hold.
Odin spam. Tapped. Could be big. Arsena just sets his feet on the site, and there's the spam over towards Art. That knocks Kiko even lower than he already was. Arsena now will draw some action, get out of there if he can. This has slowed things up drastically for NRG. The spike is still on this A side, but nowhere near being planted yet.
Arsena really is the difference maker right now. He is stepping up in
Can they clear Vora?
Well, they can try to recon him, or they can just shoot it randomly, shoot him through the wall. Yeah, that's a really good strategy too.
You like that one? Kiko down to 8. He's been hit by 3 different players this round, I'm certain of it. Spike is down, Kiko low, yeah, tucked up on that corner. Oh, Spike's on blocking, drops low, bang! Could help out, he was Scuba. 3 for Scuba, 5 HP left. But he's got quite the opponent in front of him, it's Cryo. It shuts this resurgence for NRG back down and gets the Thieves to 10.
I kind of want to see that little last engagement on the replay again with a few players. I want to see if NRG were kind of giving too much of an opening for 100 Thieves to actually take some fights there. Because they did have a player pushed up Church. Scuba's doing a nice job getting kills there. Obviously, again, credit to Austin at the top of the round. Hell of a shot. So Kiko's kind of caught out in the open, and then a swing came from main as well.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, the position gets awkward there when Kiko is trapped. I think kind of like trying to find somewhere to stand.
The player swinging maybe didn't know where the player who killed Kiko was exactly. Might have had his crosshair set for it because he just ends up getting ruined. A little bit slow.
So this full buy from NRG is going to have an outlaw in the hands of Scuba. A main pretty free for NRG there. 100 Thieves are yet to go for a real committal fight with the comp that they've got.
They are within spitting distance of the A site already though. Vora needs to be careful. Just randomly, he was wall-banged out of the dugout last round. Oh, Cryo. Love the variation. Not quite Baby Bay-esque. He was playing in the corner across the way yesterday. Like a 3K. But still now, it's a question of how NRG are going to deke him out from that spot.
If you just try to swing on this guy to force him to teleport away, you're getting spammed by the Odin. Oh, what a shot from Kiko. Opens up the opposite side of the map. 100 Thieves going to try to overcorrect for this in any way. I mean, certainly not now with NRG making a ton of noise if they're going too far.
Oh, okay! There's something here now. Kiko's able to find Timotino, and Vora has to... I was going to say he has to back right on up, but perhaps he just feels like he may as well throw his lot in with the rest of his team. No connection on the special delivery now. It's just spray and hope you don't get hit first. But Kiko draws a bead on him.
Oh, that's one silly kill for Asna, who will probably get traded out soon.
Isn't that just so emblematic of both those players' play styles?
Yeah, so he does go down. We'll see it on the replay, but it looked like 100 Thieves, off the timing of the drone going through, wanted to just go for a flash double swing with the Phoenix. But in back-to-back rounds, yeah, the little flash swings have not worked out. You had Scuba playing anti, tucked to the left. As soon as the flash audio cue goes off, he just swings out to support Kiko.
I wonder if there's interest in expending a timeout here before too many rounds elapse here for 100 Thieves.
2 times Scuba has been able to kill Timo, flashing from the same spot in art by playing pressed up against the wall and delayed swing.
Yep. Okay. Same stuff here over towards A side. Cryo, though, has Tour de Force, the quote-unquote hero rifle for the round, but that Aldron's going to force him off the line entirely. We'll see a retreat here from NRG, mindful, of course, that the chamber could unravel them.
NRG have no desire to go towards A, where they feel like a gamble kind of stack could have been waiting for them.
Super fast rotate from Cryo here, though. He wants to make sure this Tour de Force gets involved.
Hell, if he gets a shot in the choke point and then gets the slow on everyone because of it, well, that's not going to happen.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, fast lane came up just in time. Okay, bang! It is checked for. Mata wise to it, gets around the corner. Cryo found one, was traded out instantly. Timo's going to flash himself off an odd timing, potentially. Mata is now aware that the Phoenix is lurking.
Yeah, it felt like Timo with that flash could have baited someone out from back halls. He was almost right.
Relay made some space. Arsena now spots 2 players inside halls. This info all coming together now for 100 Thieves, who are trying to fight back in with pretty poor weaponry. Rourke is in a great spot to punish this. Spray that corner, the first sight of some of those neon bangs, and he will M1.
I like that NRG gave halls there. All the players just backing up at the same time. They give the space. Let's get the guns at range. Get out of this claustrophobic area on the map against these low econ players that are going to try to right-click us with classics. Just play it safe and get out of there. Secure that 7th round.
Pretty clean stuff from NRG.
Well,
that leaves a bit to be desired, I will say. Odin recovered, though. All good.
Caster curse?
I mean, is there like a mild misconception about where the spike is planted? I'm not
yeah, mild,
sure.
yeah.
Okay, we'll let that one go. Timeout here called, regardless. And again, for 100 Thieves, it's probably worthwhile here. They're in a position to close out this game. But like I said, a couple gun rounds.
Could I request, is it possible we somehow get a replay of what happened with the spike going down there? I do want to see, I want to see what occurred if that's possible. Just
EVS
calling that out
head in their hands right now, yeah.
Well, we got the 100 Thieves timeout being called, though. NRG are making a little bit of a comeback. 100 Thieves have only been able to get 1 round on this half so far.
Nothing yet, nothing. Okay, this is how it goes down.
Yeah, it's a cut earlier. They had Bang in the corner. Mata gets the kill.
Oh,
yep.
It was default flood.
Okay. Not great.
That's production. Appreciate that.
Regardless, NRG have slowly but surely built their way back into this game. The Odin was maintained, and again, you're dealing with lockdown, Armageddon as well. Amazing tool to clear halls or that backside of A. So you're in a good position to take a lot of this space essentially for free and play those post plants that NRG have looked really comfortable in.
All right, so NRG on this round have plenty of ults to play with. When you're just looking at that, you feel like this should be a locked up round win for them, right? And unless Cryo presses forward, gets an instant kill, he's going to have to do something soon because, yeah, okay. I was worried he was about to get suppressed.
You flinched, bro.
I was worried he was getting suppressed, but it's fine.
Yeah, that would have been an issue. You would have left him stranded. Cryo gets out and back to safety. And here's the lockdown over to the B side of the map. I think the cat's out of the bag at this point.
Oh, and then there's the molly wall to break the lockdown. PTSD from 100 Thieves did this in the last game, and they thought they were all going to get locked down anyway, and they ran out of the site, but they don't. All good this time.
The Armageddon still forces 100 Thieves to clear the site, but as Timo, Ethan is brought down. Running back available. This is getting messy now. Timo eventually brought down, but he's going to be back into the fight in no time at all. And Asuna pops the overdrive. Some of these key duelist ultimates coming up at just the right time.
Oh, that was a great little double swing. And you could see NRG were trying to exploit where Timotino had ulted from by getting the pinch onto him with that lurk coming from top mid to street, but yeah, Ethan just runs right up to him. Also has the spike, by the way.
Yeah.
Didn't notice that the first time.
There's a second player connected. Yeah, Vor is watching Timo's back.
Yeah,
they don't have that info. They think they're just pinching a solo Phoenix there.
And then Austin is able to get right back into the site in the midst of the chaos from main with the ult. So that's well played from 100 Thieves. And NRG's economy in a weird spot now. I wonder why. I wonder what contributed. What could be the catalyst?
No. Unexpected overheads do occur. Arthur is going to get some judge value. But Timotino's not quite able to get away. Bang does avoid the questing bolts of the Hunter's Fury, though. And NRG, yes, they've got a Stinger and Judge in this round, but an opportunity to upgrade weaponry here. A lot of corpses littering A main.
Vora on this little flank, doesn't want to press any further.
I like it.
Knows that there's going to be an alarm bot around the corner. So just going to control the space, and that's all he needs to do.
Yep, he just wants to be able to potentially put NRG on a clock when push comes to shove in a post-plant.
And they've got no smokes to get in here, so they're just going to have to deal with Cryo right on this angle.
Raw sauce! No catch-up, baby. Cryo's found two! And that's tough for NRG without their controller trying to hit the site. Vora now, of course, will make his way on that flank with the KJ out of the picture. That alarm bot ain't doing squats.
Does Brock know?
Oh, he's a Noah!
He's aware.
Okay. We're in a post-plant, 1 versus 1. Pretty favorable scenario for Brock, who also does have a recon. Bang snuck up here, but this can be spotted out pretty easily. Got it to half, though. This does mean that Bang was pinged out, though. A second time, Brock's trying to work this corner. Bang really just has to push into it. Brock is waiting. Another shocky towards the sights, and there it is. Bang is brought down. Brock in a fortunate position, has all of this util to bring into that final face-off. Nice Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, you're not going to beat him in a situation like that. Brock loves to get some good shock darts off in a 1v1, like little jiggle maneuvers.
Little
like
nickel and
that.
dimes.
Yeah. But also just the awareness that he was likely going to be flanked. Like, hold on a second. There was no fade-related activity occurring in front of us. This guy's probably about to flank. Just reads that, gets the kill on Devore. That's super nice.
That is a very effective molly that came there from Timotino. I think we've been seeing that, though, in a number of these rounds.
Yeah, that's a really standard A main control Phoenix molly. You usually can just throw it right over at the start of the round, so you're intending on stopping the potential of the Neon just sprinting at you right away. Not that Neon has ever cared about
the
mollies,
Astra
but
walking into it and taking most of her health and damage. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Scuba just wanted to make it more interesting.
And that was the NRG low buy, by the way. That was the buy what you can, save for next buy, and they win. So now look at the state of 100 Thieves. Buy is pretty tragic here. Trying to get towards B.
That turret just spotted a push out of Arc here, so you can see Arsenal very quickly relocating, wants to make sure this, Bucky is well apportioned for the fight.
Cryo got a health
block. There it is, Timo brought down by the spray. Nice little alcove here, carved out by NRG on the side. The plan on Arsenal never got that Bucky in the game. This is clean as a whistle now for NRG. Very decisive once they do settle on a site.
Yeah, even at that, they didn't want to force the plant just yet.
Nope.
They pause.
Yep. Cut noise.
Oh, we could be at
30 seconds left.
It's optimization. It's orb maxing. They get another one for Ethan. They can give him the plant. If he gets the plant and the kill, hold up.
Hang on.
That's optimal VALORANT.
Oh, bang! That filthy, brother!
God!
I mean, even Marta is slightly disgusted by that. That is
here I am on the couch just talking about orbs, and then all of a sudden, what the hell?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. That's going to keep a lid on things a little bit for NRG.
He did give Ethan his orb.
That's true. There you go.
He does have his ult now. We see that at normal speed, and then 0.5 speed, and then 0.25 speed.
That's a lot of work.
God, shot.
Maybe not. Maybe just once. That's fine, too.
Yeah, that is
That's
gross.
crazy, though.
Okay.
Hey, for the latter portion of this game, it's going to keep NRG's economy in check.
Yeah, no, Kiko's had to buy down to nothing. Yep. Well, there's the Interesting. Maybe the Astra Smoke was in a weird spot that round that Scuba took all that damage from the molly. Either way, it looked like a pincer. Oh, wait a minute, 100 Thieves. Look at the fight that they take here over towards Art. Kiko's got nothing to look at the moment. And here's the fallback from Timo.
Yeah, in prior rounds, when 100 Thieves want to re-clear Art, they flash, they're making some noise. This time, they just straight up contact at them, it looked like, but we'll see again in a moment.
It is just
Unless Kiko wants a 1v4 clutch. It's pretty crazy.
You're inspired after the previous round, and I like it. But it's crazy how different the rounds where NRG have Scuba alive early and when they don't look here. I mean, I think it was someone just walked up onto the A site there through the enemy Astra Smoke because there was nothing to work with. Getting on A tough without your controller util. Kiko waiting for something to present itself.
It will not. Spoiler.
And honestly,
for the viewers.
With NRG losing 3 in the previous round, this money is it's awkward.
Yeah,
it's going to be another one of those like
jumbled
jumbled bites.
If he doesn't get the spike down, and he shouldn't be allowed to, you would think, just looking at the minimap, it is going to be a tough buy on the next round. If not a save for next, buy what you can. I think that's what
Okay, Kiko goes for
shuts him down.
Yep. 100 Thieves very disciplined there as they all tuck and wait for the solo NRG individual to show himself.
And on match point, yeah, what am I talking about? They're on match point. I saw 11, I'm like, oh, they could save. No, they can't, because 100 Thieves will actually win the game if they do that. This is actually a game that plays to 13,
there you go.
if you weren't aware. And so, on account of that, NRG will be forcing with a low buy. But Mana does have his ult at the very least, so...
We've got our very own John Madden here, it's crazy.
It's okay. Hey, man, I'm just trying to mix it up. It's after years. We got to find a new style to commentate.
You got too intellectual from it, yeah. All right, he's going to tone it down.
9 to 12.
That's my job. What the hell?
There's a peek here, of course, heading down to B-Long. NRG making their way in. And of course, this is going to clear halls. And honestly, the angle of it forces this entire clear off the side for 100 Thieves.
So many ults from NRG expended to get this spike down. They'll have one new one, I think, because maybe Brock planted. No, Brock doesn't even do that. So, man, advantage for 100 Thieves until it's ripped away by Kiko, but they've got the Nightfall to get back in.
Exactly. Nightfall, Cosmic Divide not an option for them, though. They did lose Bank, so the retake wall's not going to be at their disposal.
What a stun!
That is a nice little relay. Look at all the space. You can take off this, and there's Asuna, like a bat out of hell, but it runs headlock into Brock. It's on Cryo. V Brock, shorty in hand, and he gets ahead of the Owl drone. 100 Thieves close out on a pretty dominant Pearl, especially if you over-index and looking at that first half. A 9-3 attack side, and eventually they land the plane in the second half.
That was a lovely response from 100 Thieves on that last round. That full ult exec comes in. They've already got both their duelists pushed all the way to flank down B main at that pace. Scubawood, he had no idea that that was about to happen. That's an excellent just early round kind of protocol response to that situation where you're facing a big ult execute. And then Cryo clutches it out. Brock is not expecting him to have gotten that close already. Honestly, though, hero of the game, MVP is definitely Asuna.
Yep.
I mean, he had his best Neon game of this stage so far. A lot of question marks coming out of last week. That loss they suffered to Sen, but he definitely made up for it here. This ace on the bonus round was sick.
Yeah, this Phoenix
and
Neon comp.
Let me make sure to act cool when I get this
exactly,
I'm not
yeah.
going to react.
Say something about cheesecake to close my eyes. I can respect it. Pro hit Zen State. All right, this Phoenix Neon comp starting to look a little bit more snug here for 100 Thieves. And again, if they want to go up to 2-1 out of week 3, they want to continue with their left off on our next map. Lotus is around the corner. We're going to step away, but up next, Zoe and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map of the series.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. outplay the world. It's time to express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy, and more. Scan to subscribe.
Is shown on up, pulls away from the spray, back into it, there he is!
Let's go.
Oh no! Oh! Deleted! The disadvantage! What is that?
It was the victory that goes the way of 100 Thieves and NBS. It was a little close in that second half, but you were able to close it out. Why do you account the second half for? Is it just one side is a little bit better than the other, or do you think it's a little bit more in the compositions or the willingness to, or the push to try to close it out as soon as possible?
I think we just messed up. I think we started getting a little bit tense towards the end of first half because we were so far ahead. I think we got a little bit excited, and then once we swapped the sides, we didn't follow our game plan precisely. It was still there, it wasn't as good, so I think we got punished because of that for a couple of rounds, but then with timeouts we managed to recover and close it out.
And also, I really want to ask you, because we're going to a map of Lotus that we haven't seen for this team at all. And Asuna, at the top of the show, he was talking about how the team has some surprises. Is this a map where we're going to be seeing surprises?
Oh yeah.
Love that. Thank you so much.
All right, excited what they got in store for us. Welcome
Surprises.
back. We love a good surprise. I was surprised at the beginning of this match, not gonna lie. They completely ran away with it. I am also surprised that NRG somehow found the perseverance and the grit to claw themselves back into the mix in that second half.
Yeah, it felt insane. I feel like I literally was sitting down looking at the scoreline and I'm like,
7-1.
Guys, are we looking at this right now? This is insane. But I think overall, man, 100 Thieves had a good showing. That was really sick to watch.
I mean, they started out by taking the pistol round,
Yeah.
but really, I think what Asuna was able to do in round number 3 to win the bonus, down at one point in this round, it's a 2v4, exactly starting here. He lines up those first 2 kills, and then the 4th and 5th on this slide, catching the headshot on Kiko, defusing the spike into the quick reset for the ace. Brilliant.
It was nasty, and I think Asuna overall this map has shown that he's really improved on that neon. His movement has been really good. A lot of those frags were going his way, and it just felt like a lot better of a showing than we saw previously from him, and as well as a lot of more aggression, which I really liked from him.
Yeah,
I approve.
We approve. Thumbs up from the desk. We love to see that. Another thing we really love to see is how 100 Thieves handle themselves in the post plant. They always seem to have the upper hand. Myrna,
yeah.
Can you break that down for us?
Oh yeah, their post plants were really good. I think the thing about 100 Thieves was they were really good at adapting based on what numbers they had. If they had, the numbers advantage like this round and this round 7, they were able to fall back, play a little bit more passive, holding for that flank right there and just punishing them. And NRG, they really like to save in those kinds of situations. Whereas on the flip side, you have this where they're down numbers, that lockdown gets destroyed and instantly they're pushing into that spawn. They know they have to equalize. They know they have to get aggressive at some point, and they did a really good job at it.
Yeah, they absolutely absolutely did. And I think that on the other side, NRG struggled a little bit to actually like force their way back into a side. I think if there's ever a round where Mata has died early on into it, like that stun is one of the best tools they have when they're playing a lot of information agents in their comp, as opposed to just having a lot of tools to like break back in. So if you don't have the stun, or if that first piece isn't really connecting, they're just getting stuck at the pass.
Yeah, especially when they're using their util during the execute to try to delay as long as possible. They now don't have those Tejo missiles to clear out angles on those post plants. So it looked like NRG was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and 100 Thieves just had really good reads and really good push mechanics into that.
And this is a tough situation now for NRG, right? They're losing their own map pick, even though they kind of brought it back in the second half. That hopefully gives them some sort of momentum as we're now heading to Lotus. What do we expect to see here?
I mean, what do we expect to see? NRG have been playing really slow attack rounds on Lotus, and I think they ran into a lot of trouble in their series versus Crew because of, I mean, Crew playing really good on the defense, but running themselves into the clock. I would love to see them focus more on taking control of early space. That was something they didn't really have, and I think from there, they'll have a lot more of a foothold to play out their rounds.
Yeah, I wonder what 100 Thieves is cooking too, because this is this the first time we're seeing their Lotus? I think it is, and I think it's going to be super aggressive, because based on whatever we've seen, if Asuna's back on that Neon again and they do the double duelist, it might look really good. They're really good at capitalizing off the space that's given to them, and like you said, NRG, they've been giving them a lot of that space. They've been playing a little bit slow, and it's going to be kind of hard for them to counter if 100 Thieves are just playing the way they just did.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see if NRG allows some more leniency to their lurkers on the attack side as well, to have a little bit more confidence to take space. I think NRG is usually a team that plays a little bit more, I would say, like by the books, in the sense they don't love to take a ton of risks on the attack side. They play very high percentage plays, but I think it ends up leading to slow rounds when you are trying to, you know, advance and take more space. But it also means that you can be a little bit readable, and if enemy team is able to get forward lines, they know exactly where you are at all times.
Yeah, and I think that NRG, they're so good at playing post plants. That's been their whole winning condition for essentially all of kickoff, I feel like. And I feel like that's why they keep leaning towards the double initiator. But I mean, we've seen them get punished so many times, especially against Crew, where they're trying to play post plants, but there's like 2 people flanking, 3 people just denying the execute onto site, and they can't even get into those positions. So I think it's definitely needs a little bit more aggression, definitely needs to up the tempo for me, and Kiko needs to get activated, man. Like on that Killjoy, he's just been so slow and not really taking that many risks, like you said.
Yeah, we definitely saw some better moments though in that first map from Kiko in comparison to last week, so there is that.
True.
Right? But ahead of map 2, rather ahead of this entire match, we actually had an opportunity to sit down with Timotino to hear his thoughts on this series.
When we really play our game and we play in our strength, which is our very slow and controlled playstyle, I feel like we can get around a lot of teams that play a lot of macro. Like teams like NRG that play really slow, that play spread, we can like outmaneuver them a little bit. And I feel like if we do go in that direction and really play our game, we're gonna come out on top.
Yeah, nice to hear. I think, too, that 100 Thieves have... I feel a little bit validated. They've got a similar read over NRG, but this has been kind of NRG style for a long time on the attack side. They do take their time, and I think that when you insert the right amount of aggression with just bleeding out the clock in some rounds versus them, that's the winning recipe.
Well, let's hear if Coach Bonkar is sharing some insight ahead of map 2.
Map 2, we're going to Lotus, but Bonkar, I want to ask you about what happened in that first map and what are some of the struggles that NRG has had. The team in the past has talked about struggles with energy levels, but also maybe with a little bit of the read in the meta. What do you think happened this time around?
We're just not getting any momentum. We can't get going. Creativity is pretty low right now. We're kind of just doing the same thing all the time. Even if we're calling something, we change it up for one round, then we're just going back to default immediately. So working on energy levels and creativity and just getting going, getting some momentum.
All right, thank you so much.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
momentum and creativity absent for NRG in that last map. Wasn't a lot of speed or violence either. They were struggling. A weak first half. We started to see him maybe be able to, crochet a couple of rounds together as we headed in the second half of Pearl. But in general, 100 Thieves felt like they set the pace on NRG's map pick. And now, Wyatt, we're going to find out, why did 100 Thieves choose Lotus for this series after banning it last week? They've been working on something.
This is the third week in a row. They are picking a new map first. So are they going to bring out something unique and interesting? Have they just been in that time honing in on maybe getting very good with the meta look of the moment? Well, we will find out shortly. As things stand, though, they have in dominant fashion stolen away NRG's map pick and are in position to set them even further down the hierarchy and put them in an 0-3, which is madness for the world champions to find themselves in that situation this year.
We're gonna have another us and a Sage map, not unlike 100 Thieves' Split.
Yeah, it's giving 100 Thieves on Split. They also just have the solo Teemo Rays. When we saw him on Split and he's that solo entry duelist, I think Teemo's ability to get first kills might be, it's one of, if not his best attributes as a player. And we saw that on Split, like reminiscent of when he was in like Perma Waylay in Kickoff, but he'd be double satcheling in on the Rays. He's still getting opening kills with the Bucky. Like, he excels in those situations of finding first bloods.
Any thoughts on the Sova over the Fade here for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, the Sova is a very, I mean, it's an off-meta pick. The Fade is just so consistent. All of her abilities, as far as the value find with them, are just so ironed out.
Also, the C-Snake combo is pretty sick, right?
Just all of the ability to easily throw that haunt on top of so many different cliffs and perched locations, and you get so much information from it. Feels instrumental to this map. So to go away from that and see if the Sova can get the same amount of value will be interesting. Like, the Prowlers here as well are so good. It's
I think it's
an interesting decision.
Yeah. Might be a couple of rounds before we start to see why. But that's something we will be tracking over the course of this map still.
And of course, NRG here, they're going to have to be executing into the Sage and the Vice. So, from their point of view, it's like, all right, we're going to this site where there's a Vice. Okay, well, if we work through this, we have to deal with that, but maybe the Sage is elsewhere.
Sharp shooting from Arsenal, though. Door is toggled.
Yeah, and speaking of, there's the Sage elsewhere, and if they go over to A, there's the Vice. So,
exactly.
As I'm saying, it is going to be real annoying.
Most of that Vice util set for Tree, though, except for this one. That is the sheer wall, which will cut Scuba off from Ethan for a time. That is going to slow things up a little bit now. His door is also toggled through Tree, and we might see a quick cancel and dive into B. But 100 Thieves are very much ready for that as well.
No matter where NRG go, they will be running into site anchors right now.
And there's a Prowler, dealt with Brock also. Out of the picture all of a sudden. It's Arsenal looking to take the challenge there, and Kika was handled easily.
Yeah, Asuna hoping for a little bit more with the paranoia coming through, but there wasn't the connection, so Bang wisely just going to give a little bit of this space. They can play for the retake. Ethan is on such low HP.
Paint shells won't find any purchase, but there's going to be a flood back into the site now as Scuba has to give up the game. 100 Thieves, great start here, honestly. Just finding these early picks on the extremities. That A-side presence, they got 2 free kills, the defenders.
Yeah, it's a really nice, simple, but great pistol round strat. This aggro through C-Mound with multiple players. Great when you get a kill with that too. And then it's just going to funnel everyone over towards that Vice where you get stalled out by the wall and the thorns. And then they feel like, okay, well, maybe we can pivot to B, but there's already anchors there. Like, that's just a well-executed 100 Thieves round, and we're going to be seeing a lot of their pushing of NRG into this Vice.
And this is the kind of map, Lotus, obviously, where the double senti does rear its head every so often. We used to see, like, the deadlock as well, thrown in here a bit a couple years ago. Also, that slow orb is pretty good against shutting down these comps alongside the Neon. Really want to take space quickly.
Yep, and Mata round 2 does have the Bucky. We're getting flashbacks to map 2 of last week. The Judge, Bucky, Shorty. And it was just, it felt like 12 out of 12 attack rounds. He was running around with it, trying to get kills.
That sounds like a jingle for a really unhealthy breakfast cereal. Oh, man. Kiko's going to have to cut his way through here, but Timo is right where he needs to be.
NRG are going to try to just, maybe we can slowly walk back towards A, but the Vice is still going to be there, so that's a little bit frustrating.
C's avoided here, Razorvine deployed. Plenty of noise here, enough to confirm that for Hunter Thieves they need to be at A pretty shortly. Cry trying to back away, start up though around a corner. Mata dealt with. Timo able to play into this here from up on top of that pillar. And NRG are simply too slow to respond to it. Kiko though gets some value out of the Classic here rather. In on this A side, but Spike is loose and Kiko is alone. Firing squad of 100 Thieves bring the curtain down.
2 kills, not bad though. You'll take that. That's enough of a success for NRG. Just investing the Bucky in that. We'll take a look at the Alto as well when we get back into this, because Austin was looking super close. Timo was getting some kills as well. So perhaps that'll be a factor in 100 Thieves trying to win out this bonus. This is how Pearl started for them. Pistol round win and then a bonus win. That's when Asuna got that ace. And from there, they really just stormed away with that game. They were in control the entire time.
So, recon there for Sova over to Rubble. Seems like the early play for 100 Thieves with this comp.
Yep, it's fight Rubble, take the space. We have the wall B, all of the Thorns to slow over on C, and you can see the 100 Thieves are already on the move, trying to get over towards this site to help out Cryo. The response from NRG is to just quietly walk in so none of the Thorns even get popped.
Well, it's actually paid off for them. They're in this C site. Now, though, Judge up on the corner here for Mata. Really need to see some stopping power from NRG. It's tough to play off the side as attackers on this map. You've got to commit. And that's just what Mata has done. Trying to fall back here. Paranoia, though, came in, and Bang's able to deal with him.
Wow, Rez being committed on this bonus to get Timo back to life. Judge collected as well, so 100 Thieves have a fighting chance. NRG have given all the space on the site. 100 Thieves can really just take it back for free.
Yeah, there's a lot to punish this positioning at the back of the site here. Here come 100 Thieves, of course, through this Viper util.
Guys,
taking their time.
That wall is a bit of a problem.
Yep. Sheer wall dealt with now, but it's going to be tough. Timo low as he tries to get forward, and who's going to be on this defuse? Hard to say. Kiko, he's going to be able to do his job here. Prevent that defuse. Scuba trots on out of there. There's 100 Thieves completely blown out by that wall.
I mean, yeah, in the moment of chaos, they just could not collect themselves to deal with one
multi-swing.
Yeah. One wall versus 5 men. Who wins? Wall. It's brutal. But hey, they still come away with that round, getting 4 players down. So, you know.
Good damage, boys. Good job.
Yeah, good damage is the call.
That's a good damage call.
Right. So you've got to be mindful here of those pieces of Viper util, rather the Vice util occurring later in the retake attempt. Again, same look for 100 Thieves off the rip on this round. Same recon over towards Rubble. Yep. It's going to be solo Vice at C.
And you can see they take that instant space, and now they have the Sova move over towards B main. They're going to try to get the rotates in time. Does Cryo try to hold this?
No.
Surely, all right, he's got to run, but
there's nowhere to run.
Get caught. Yeah, he's just playing a little bit too far forward in that awkward position of he's not going to commit to fight because no one can get there to flood in time, but he's not quite all the way out to get, you know, out alive when you're playing against a Neon.
Some amount of reclear util, though. Namely that. Mata, though, still determined to maintain that corner as long as he can. Relay bolt here to further waylay the attack, or the defenders on this retake attempt. Higgins waits forward to show himself here, and inside the Razorvines, Timo sets his feet for one. But that's not going to be remotely enough. 100 Thieves are done.
Pretty necessary round win for NRG, given that they've lost all those players on the bonus. Their economy isn't actually looking good, so to be able to bounce back with a round win and one where 4 players survive is pretty huge for them. So far, this Vice has not been effective on the C side. Mata just getting past everything, and Cryo is definitely going to be regretting the positioning he had in that situation.
Two extremes.
He's really just supposed to play to live there. That's it. You are literally playing to live. Unless there's a setup involving players ready to fast flood, your only job as a Vice is to survive.
And in the prior round, it wasn't a fast hit onto the site from NRG. It was honestly that slow crouch walk. They are. Okay. Through the Razorvine. Cryo just needs to find his tempo here amidst this pressure from NRG.
Yeah, and this time they've shifted him over to the A side, which means that the 100 Thieves aggression will be coming from C and B. Hero rifle for Timo kind of taking point there. And he's got the ultimate, so that could be something to flip the round in 100 Thieves' favor later on.
Yeah, big flip for 100 Thieves. Entirely opposite allocation of people on the map here as they pushed out. And I want to try and fight past Mound. Mata's going to be out of there, though.
That is so smart. Mata is straight up trying to bait out a play just like that. And now they accelerate into A.
Just good looks here from NRG. They know what's coming. Razorvine buys some time. Some. Eventually, though, NRG going to be in on this A side. Cry's going to be really crucial here as an anchor as he was in that pistol round. Found 2 there. He absolutely needs to be stalwart. Big fight being taken here. Hold on, the classics are ringing out. That's not supposed to happen at all. Skirmish down to 10, by the way. Very, very dangerous situation for NRG. Now they're caught, trapped inside the site. And Timo, with the rifle, brings them down. That is not supposed to happen.
Crazy that 100 Thieves win that round. It starts with NRG baiting out the trap play and ult that involved 3 players over on C. And then they go for the fastest rotate possible to the A side where Cryo is playing, slowed up a bit by that Vice, and all of 100 Thieves just hit the instant rotate towards that site. And the shots just don't connect on the players in heaven. Austin's winning the duel with a classic. I mean, they're just not hitting the shots in that situation.
There's 2 classic kills from
Cryo
what is going on?
site.
Okay, NRG, that one, it's a tough pill to swallow. They're still able to buy out properly for this round, and now they might actually commit a bit earlier to A.
Mata getting some of that space back towards Rubble. If they go into this A site, they're going to be getting slowed and hit by the Thorns. A lot of util they have to extract from 100 Thieves if they want to intend on ever hitting this A side in this round.
To be fair, they've got a full round to do it, and they managed to get some of that util over towards the tree side. I don't think NRG really like what they see here. Some conversation about how far 100 Thieves are pushed up on Mount. Let's listen in to NRG as they game planned their next hit.
As soon as, let's go. Wait, walk. They smoke behind. Yeah, keep walking. Okay.
Up, from close.
I'm
traveling close.
I'm going right. Flash right, Joe.
I'm ulting. Nothing shroud. Nothing Ben.
Joe, take heaven. Come.
With you, Why is all on plant? No?
Take heaven.
With you. Wait, school hold flank.
2 seconds.
30 seconds left. I've got orb, guys.
Yeah, I have water. Good flank. Do our post flank, guys. Taking heaven fast. Yep.
Water maybe. Yeah.
Nice. One flanking. 2 more heaven. For melee.
Yo, go fight flank. Play out. Go fight flank.
Play out. Only one. He's far.
I've got orb, guys. I'm off Yuska.
You're alone in sight now, Brock.
Call my orb, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Off Yuska.
I will. Orb up.
I'm going inside. You're low. You're fine.
Mine over, boys. God smoke in 5. Play for God smoke.
I said they're next.
I'll smoke in a second. Smoking now. Orb down now, Scoo. Orb down.
Flank low. 120 flank. 120 flank. Fight up. 120 flank.
Nice, Gio!
Fuck you.
Bro. Come on, bro!
You're aim, buddy. Bro, you're aim.
You see how that smoke at C main was such a tell for NRG that there was no one actually pushed up on Mount, so they just accelerated into that site. Sick post plan. Again, they play back, and Kiko finds 4.
We've seen as well, just a standard protocol that they have every time they're on C is that Mata is fighting all the way back into main towards the spawn. He's getting all of that space and forcing 100 Thieves to need to use some amount of util just to get back into that area
like
of
the
the map
boom bot to re-clear,
before they even get into the site. And he's been successfully going 1-for-1 there every time. It's a crucial part of that post-plant C success.
Or he gets a kill and backs out sometimes because the relay bot gives him the space. That's going to be an issue for 100 Thieves in time. And well, it's an inauspicious start to the round for Cryo Cells. 100 Thieves not in a position to fast rotate in, also not really with the weaponry, but we said that last time this happened and they still managed to win it out. This one, though, looks a little tougher.
NRG are just trying to make sure they're extremely safe before actually committing to the spike plant going down. Timo tries to get in there off the slow orb with the paranoia.
Don't hate it. Tico, decayed down, Bang's able to finish the job. Fast lane, though, yep. Shows Bang all he needs to see. Smoked a tree now to maybe get them back into the site. NRG fully committed to that position. Some weapons, perhaps. Here's a wall that'll be busted down. Oh, Arsenal couldn't have trusted in it. The spray, though, through the smoke's been able to find another frag. This is getting dangerous now. They've got to push up on this, and Brock knows it. That's the NRG attack side win they've been looking for. But again, Couple of weapons tossed away.
All good though. They were very ready to break the wall.
I am literally
Both
the
of us,
leaning
as
forward
soon as
meme.
the wall went up, we both hold on. We were very
locked in.
relaxed on the couch. But NRG still stabilized that situation.
Ah, yes.
Last player standing.
Love me some smoke spam in the big 26.
Sometimes the Phantom saves ya. There we go. Good shit.
No, I love the Phantom. You run a gun, gives you free kills even when you're an NPC. you just never stop moving. You just never stop holding mouse one.
You can go from giving out quests to getting free kills through the smoke. Love to see it. Right. 100 Thieves here. Tough start to the round. Remember, they lost Cryo in tree, but it was a anti-eco.
Yeah.
They only had, a couple
You never really want to play tree in tree. That always gets spammed. I've never seen the tree not
Play
get
the tree,
spammed in tree. It's a tough spot to play, but yeah, you're on an eco. At this point, it's reverse psychology, you know? Tree always gets cleared, so you play tree, because what's the point in even clearing it when no one plays it, because it always gets spammed.
Cryo does always feel like he's on, bro's on the bleeding edge of like the rat spots to find, you know? he's like preempting, you know how like trends come back around? Yeah, he's like preempting that. Yeah, he's going to be wearing fluoro colors tomorrow in the arena.
Bro's about to show up with the skinny jeans and the Chelsea boots. Jeans
The
with
studded
the
belt.
motocross knee rib on the skinny jeans.
Stop. That's too far. Oh, buddy. Round 8. Coming at you. Timotino's got himself an off to hand. Okay, no recon here out of the defense side. Sova at Rubble. That's being held on to.
Yeah, this time the Sage is playing over on C. 100 Thieves are trying to, just kind of preferring have Cryo on A, but none of that matters when you're just in B and you just kill Vora immediately.
What's your... We'll talk about it in a sec. I'm going to ask you about Sova, but we'll get back to business here as we have that C main smoke. This is to buy a bit of time, but yet awkwardly, there's two players that have got into B-Link. Oh, there's a fight to be had here, I'm sure about it. Steel Garden popped. Bang, reduced to the shorty with a slow orb everywhere. That's very uncomfortable. And Marta's able to come out on top. Back over to the C side now with 2 frags to his name. It's on Timo, who's frankly caught outside of the play.
This is just a stellar attack half so far. Obviously, they know where Timo's now coming from, and they're playing for Mound because it's planted for Mound, and there's basically no way he should be winning this.
The return of John Madden, folks. Jump peaks now. Timo's going to see a whole lot of nothing here if NRG have their way. Apparently, yeah, that's a great way to turn the flash real quick.
Yeah.
Timo's out of there.
Saving, definitely his best move. What were you going to say? Something about the Sova with the fade and comparing them?
Yeah, I can't even. That was a delayed recon there at the start of the round. It still went over towards Rubble, then Vora just dies horribly from the walk up onto B.
Oh, Mata aware? Knows he wants to get that op?
Just a matter of timing there. Timo gets off the line. Mata will walk it and be punished.
That's fine, though. They are rich. But, I mean, look, there's a reason that we see Fade being played as the scan initiator on this map 99% of the time. Having those 2 Prowlers has proved to be extremely valuable, and the Haunt, it depends on the map architecture, which is going to get more value, the Recon or the Haunt. The Haunt is super consistent here, and the Prowlers have just proven to be invaluable. So, I think
is it like something niche where you're trying to clear like Vice U2 with shock darts or something? Like, what do you... like?
Yeah, I mean, that is one aspect of it, but they're also playing with arrays, and you could do that with the paint shells too.
Yep.
So we'll see, though, what the plan is when they switch over to attack with the Sova. I mean, so far, it's mostly just been Vora kind of drifting around B with some mid-round drones after they fight up towards A or Mound, which is not too dissimilar to what you'd be doing with a Fade. You just have 2 Prowlers instead of 1 drone.
Yep. No Nightfall for the retake, which you've seen it's been a bit of an issue at times. We had a Nightfall and like Showstopper in. It's pretty sick. Timo not rewarded for that shot. Oh!
Falling asleep at the wheel there.
This C side is soft as butter when it's soft, not when it's in the fridge.
Oh, right.
Very soft. Just to be clear. It's been a struggle for 100 Thieves to maintain anyone here. It's the weak side of the map in many of these rounds, but you think the contact op position will be good. The slide up was very nicely timed from Mata. He's finding a ton of nice little edges here so far on this attack side.
Now you're in that situation when you're 100 Thieves where you have to deal with the slows on attack, the thorns on attack, where it just makes retaking so frustrating. And Brock on Lotus with the Odin.
Mata didn't push up on a halls this round, so Hunter Thieves actually able to get here a little bit earlier. But again, with the weaker weaponry, one random kill off the Sheriff, it's really tough to build off that. Two, though, maybe more likely. And again, the Odin eventually sings its tune. The NRG improved to 6.
Yeah, and with Lotus back in the pool, a new opportunity for Brock to just spam with the Yoda, you know?
A new old
They took away some of the walls on Corrode. Corrode's out of here, but that's okay. Lotus is back. It's time to spam.
Interesting gear, like this here, the lack of neon inclination for Hunter Thieves obviously sees them with the solo duelist raise on this map. And obviously you can't do that kind of stuff. What Mata just showed us. A quick slide across, punish the op.
This Hunter Thieves team have loved Sage this year. They were playing it on Corrode as well when that was in the pool. Yep. This has just been a
like the Sage veto
idea.
comp, right?
Yeah.
Even going back a bit further, we'd see them try it on split a whole lot. Very emblematic composition for this team.
We've seen a similar start to this round before, right? Hunter Thieves put some pressure early A. They take that space. Someone drifts over towards B. It was typically Vor before, but then ultimately NRG just hit C, run over the anchor, and win out the round.
I mean, you get that sheer wall out of B, so now that's an option for them later on in the round if they want to pivot back, if things go wrong at C. They do need to contend with this Vice Util, and this time there's no push off the side. It's actually much safer position, but also a lot heavier presence for the defenders at C early.
So they're about to find out that there's a wall up over on A that's going to need to be broken if they don't know already, as Mata is trying to sell this C hit.
Yep. That Prowler will confirm you. They wouldn't have Prowler if they knew there was a wall. There's going to be some early info there for Bang to obtain. And to pull out a mound, almost a catch on Mata, serpentining away. And so he'll be left at 30 health.
I'm sorry, Kiko popped his ult to teleport into A, and now NRG are trying to go back to C.
Okay, still guarded now. This is going to make it even harder for NRG to make the move. Cryo's going to have backup. Timo's going to swing this if he has to, I think. Cryo just went down to a shorty. Hang on, Timo! He's going to decay down! Wow, he's really flying by the edge of his seat. Still gets that kill, though. Now it's up to Brock and Ethan to break through. Door toggled. Arsenal are going to continue to harry them at the back of the site now with a slow orb at Ethan's foot. He just swings and takes the kill. Nightfall, okay, with the Odin as well. Vora's gone down. This gets ugly here. We're in a post plant. Hunter Thieves have to make the move up onto the site here, but Timo doesn't want to challenge this alone. How do they get in? Bang's able to deal with Brock. He's too close, and now it's on Ethan in a 1v2 to salvage this round. And he gets them one at a time. Unreal. Bang at 42. Classic is out. Ethan just has to buy some time, but Bang gets ahead of it.
Absolute chaos round, Mitch. Slopfest type Valorant. I think, I could be wrong, I don't know if there's any way to see this, but I think what happened is over on A, they were standing outside of lobby, so they didn't know that Asuna had walled main. I'm not 100%
yes, no, that's exactly
and then
right.
they went up, and then they had to break it, and then Kiko teleported into A while the fake was being sold on C by Mata, who got stalled out, and they're like, oh, hey, I think we just need to go back to the other side. Dude, MBS is having a heart attack.
Yeah.
But I mean, chaos. And then they almost win the 4v2 because Asuna dry swings, dies to Ethan, then Ethan nightfalls the other three players who are... chaos, Mitch. Chaos round.
No, they definitely hadn't swung into lobby at that point. Wow. Yeah, weird one. Yeah, the Sage does change the way you need to play it sometimes. So, round 11 sees Hunter Thieves fighting 4 defense side rounds here. Heavily varied sort of layouts for Hunter Thieves now. It's just the Omen at C. Buying a bit of time. This will probably be walked up on, no disrespect to some degree, and yeah, Bang has a feeling for it. Up on the side already. He's not going to be ready for Kiko to swing him. Oh, the timing. He connected the paranoia, but Mata comes to the rescue.
And now from here on the opposite side of the map, Scuba is just trying to contain with this outlaw, because when they've given the space, Hunter Thieves have walked up.
No way. No way! With the judge, in a judge in a classic.
He was aware until he wasn't, and needed to be in the exact wrong moment.
Okay, door toggled here. Cryo is in, but Kiko has the line held. That's such an important kill. That flank pressure dissipates here, and Timo just loses his nerve in that duel with Ethan. He's honestly done very well.
Are just all over the place on this retake right now.
Where Asuna still has a judge, bro.
Yeah, and he has to wrap all the way around.
Okay. Nice by Vora. To be fair, Ethan was a second of 2 very low players in that spot. Halved it, sees the head. Fora! No way, bro, no way!
No, the Odin plant. It's just the headshot angle plant, but you have an Odin and you can just spray.
Okay. Again, it's like that solo omen on that C side. It goes a little bit wrong. In fact, it's always been a very difficult early round for the solo defending player on this C site. That's diabolical.
NRG have just brutalized C this entire half.
How is Kiko so confident with his crosshair place where it was?
Sketchy, but
it could have been either side of the stack of boxes he got swung by. He was convinced. Slow orb. We're going to stand in it. Okay.
Oh, pretty easy A take. Shock dart doesn't do a whole lot of anything.
Yeah.
By the way, also could have a seed.
for the nade, yep. Could be good.
That's another synergy in the game.
I mean, I am convinced that the proof of concept for this over, it exists somewhere on the attack side for 100 Thieves. Convinced. This is, of course, the last round of the half, and NRG get off to another good start. Timotino has struggled on some of these early pops. And that sort of key showstopper round is sort of baited and kited away from by Mata.
And the response from 100 Thieves to giving A after that pick was to get all 4 players there for the re-clear. They want to get that res. And now they have to play for a retake over on C, though. That's the trade offer they've been given. You get a 5-on-5, but now you have to fully retake C. Well, except for the fact that Bang is trying to get in there, but has to get out. And Mata is always fighting for backside in these situations.
Yeah, he really wants to get into halls and make it slower. Come up the works a little bit. Okay, Arsenal able to get in there with a stinger. That's Mata down, but traded out instantly. Viper's Pit, all on that low ground, and Cryer has to step up and find a shot here. Broad out the open. Hang on, still guarded, gets active, and Ethan again finds crucial frag involvement. Midway through the retake attempt. This time it's to the tune of 2 kills, make it 3, and it'll close out a pretty gainful attack side half for NRG.
This was a one-site half we saw. The C site is the only part of the map that was real in this entire half. I mean, it started on the pistol. NRG play towards A, they lose the pistol round, and then from there, they just obliterated C over and over. On the site takes, they were finding kills. 100 Thieves weren't successful at getting out and retaining space back hauls. Mata was always taking it. And their post-plant setups were just always so good, whether they were inside or planting for mound, playing for spam, just unbeatable there.
Quick break here, of course. We'll see if this Sova comp on the attack side for 100 Thieves has the goods. As we get the second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with advanced and pro plans right now. QR code on the screen, folks. Bang that line. So, NRG 8 rounds on this first half of the map. This attack side goes pretty well for them. They're on the Neon comp. They're also on the Fade. We're reminded of exactly why that's kind of the go-to on this map. And that solo C site sort of strategy for 100 Thieves gets cracked open many, many, many rounds.
Yeah, they got crushed on defense. Despite having a Sage and a Vice, it felt like they still had no stopping power somehow. and no ability to retake over towards C. They won the pistol, and they've only got 4 rounds. But maybe they can find much more success on attack. It's going to be an early A brawl. Quiet one so far, though, not particularly explosive.
Paranoia, though, waiting in the wings. Okay, no time for that deployment. Apparently, Timo gets around the corner. Kiko caught by the counter Noia. And it's just Hunter Thieves now down to 2 players. They will commit, though, to the safe side. Bang spotted around the edge of that smoke, and Kiko's going to give it a little bit of ground.
Yeah, he just has to live. He's done enough good work finding that additional trade to get NRG in a 3 versus 2.
They've got a high-low here on A, or they could have, but Brock drops into pit instead. Kiko's fine on his own, apparently. That's the same for Brock, though, as Bang wins that fight out. Kiko's done a great job, isn't he? Just pulled players in his direction, stayed alive, 17-9, great hair.
Yeah.
He's got it all.
For real. Just kind of casual 17-9 as well.
Yep.
Just slowly accruing the kills. Great pistol round, though. I'm in. It's not a whole lot to break down there, I'll be real.
Yep.
They just fought on A, and NRG traded out better, and Kiko killed everyone. And then he does a great job just slowly getting away, playing around into smoke. They group up together, win the round, trading out again.
Yeah.
Love that.
Scaled out of A long nicely.
So when we're looking at this half, we're trying to figure out what's going to go on with this 100 Thieves Soba. And then in addition to that, if you're NRG, you just have to be concerned about giving 100 Thieves opportunities to get the spike down and play post plants when they have the Sage and Vice on attack. Because getting back in is going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
100 Thieves are always going to be having opportunities to just drain time off of the clock with the spike planted with this comp.
Yes.
So if you're NRG, you need to be ready to burst in and flood onto them before those pieces of utility come down, or doing something, proactive and fighting forward before the opportunity for the spike to go down even arises in the first place.
Yeah, we've been kind of talking about these double senti comps on attack side post plants are where they can really shine. We've seen a bunch on Ascent before that rotated out of the pool. And it's just as effective on this one.
America's always had, whether it be in VCT or Challengers, a desire to run double senti on Lotus too. There's 2 maps. They just love playing it.
Again, it feels like you can defensively just canvas the map a bit more effectively without having to over-allocate resources to a certain site. And then you play off the site, wait for those retakes. C's there caught on the 3 for 100 Thieves, and now it's NRG very much just playing with their food. Wrapping it up in a crown of thorns and looking to collapse on them here. In we go. Kiko with the open up. Right, they're getting some classic value now. It's a 1v2.
Oh,
Bang gets a better gun.
Got a rifle.
And Paranoia,
and they're
good
both
timing.
Blind.
Double swing, has to be a good double swing. There's the bait. Oh, buddy, it's going to be dangerous. Marta taken down, Bang with 3 in the round already. And come on, surely Scuba can salvage this. It looked ugly, to say the least. And Bang out of nowhere. With the clutch moment powered by Red Bull. Keeping 100 Thieves competitive in this map.
I know we use the phrase out of nowhere somewhat often, you know?
Yeah, a little bit.
That genuinely felt out of nowhere. I wrote this round off completely. Like, all 3 of them are just seized in baby doors, slowly trying to get in and get the spike.
But he's like, okay. Even for him, it's like,
he's like, what?
Where'd this come from?
I won that? That was a genuine out of nowhere round win.
But again, this is the risk when you do end up in the post plant on that B side of the map.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pretty stunned. NRG, they're trying to send it down C right now, and 100 Thieves say it's time to run away.
Okay.
Let's just go to A and plant. And win the round.
Yeah, economically, NRG are in a shambolic condition. They got the sheer wall, though. Love to see it. Back with a retake attempt with nothing but these classics. As due diligence is being conducted by 100 Thieves. Let's listen in to the Thieves comms in the post plant.
So we can
slow tree.
I'm block the tree, yeah.
Well, okay.
Listen, I'm going early.
I'm slowing tree, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna block them tree P. I'm gonna smoke it with you.
Yeah.
One deep C. Okay, go back. Nice. One more omen.
Yeah.
Carry your short,
I gave heaven.
I'm peeking it. Can you peek off me?
Yep.
I'm not gonna smoke that off, okay?
Neon's Bucky. Close.
I have blinds though.
Guys, we need an exit plan.
Yeah, we have to, can we exit rubble still?
Yeah, open door. They flip towards heavy spawn, boys.
I'm gonna blind orb side.
Okay.
Blinding orb now. Main orb. Nice.
What? Last guy deep spawn.
Nice.
I'm down to farm ecos, boys. I'm actually so down. I like that. Keep farming.
Those are some nasty shots.
The paranoia was perfect, though, for Timo. I must say, the timing of that satchel play with the Omen util was picture perfect. That was gross,
It
man.
was cool to hear the structure of the calling, even in a situation where obviously they're at a massive advantage. It's a 5-on-5 where they have guns, the other team have classics, and they have the spike down. But to still hear that kind of calm, structured out communication where they have everything planned, that did allow them to survive with all 5 players. And Timo gets a nice little highlight reel 2-piece.
Yeah, Timo either can't see who he kills or they can't see him. Either way, somebody's side is hindered.
The Recon gets a good amount of info over on that A side. I will say, when you're going up against a Sova, which is a rarity on this map, you're probably going to be slower to break Recons because you're not used to breaking them like you are Haunts.
That's fair. It's a super niche point, but fair. Wall's up here. Skipper's going to try and get over it. Get some info, but there's an Aldro that's going to head up into upper. God, this post plant is going to be so annoying for NRG to play into. Res here as well, if it's relevant. Slow orb available for Arsena. It's just been used now over towards Baby Door. This is gross.
This 1v1 is critical. Oh, wow, that timing is so beautiful, Cryo.
He's going to be able to find his way in now. He's going to be doubled up on Bang. 1-for-1. Timo with the shorty gets involved, and it's on Brook. All for Brook! Timo on the other side of this smoke. Brook has to know exactly where he is. He's got the info. Timo wants to keep himself scarce for the time being, but Brook is short on it himself. Timo backs away. Starting into the game now after the eco farm of the previous round and the clutch here. 100 Thieves have returned to Lotus.
Timo had the read there. Smoke going down, did not commit to peeking that at all. Expected that Brock would get off and try to push him exactly as he did. There's 100 Thieves just getting into that site. They get all of that util down with the Sage Vice. They get a lot of forward control in Heaven. It's a really nice post-plant setup.
It's pretty hard, I think, to try and make a retake happen as NRG up against that double Senti comp in a way that's, you know, coordinated. Feels like one of the arms to your pins is always going to fall down. Remember, that's after that important duel was won by Ethan. That kind of gets the foot in the door there for NRG. Such a painful sight to try and retake.
And look, yeah, when you're NRG here, you're going up against a composition that you are not practicing against very often. Now, again, the history over the last few years, have they played against some double Senti on this map? Yeah, for sure. But Lotus is back in the pool, and in recent time, is this something we're seeing teams leaning into? No, it's not. And not with the Sova either, right? So there is going to be a requirement for NRG to be able to adapt on the fly to these situations. And when you're in crunch time and you have to go for some of these retakes, just a little positional error here or there might put you on the wrong side of a wall or some slows where you're basically not finding any value because you can't go forward or do anything.
Your spacing is also messed up. Yeah,
you might not have those exact perfect responses in the high pressure moments when you need to be in the right place at the right time because you're not used to the timings and maneuvering around certain pieces of util. So NRG, despite being at 9-7, they've got to lock in here to get this thing over the finish line, try to go to Breeze. Or else they're going to be down 0-3 in this group, man. Serious danger of not making playoffs after winning champs, having a deep run at Santiago.
It's funny how the tides turn and how quickly at that. Yeah, you're not out of playoffs mathematically with an 0-3 result, but your fate is no longer really in your hands.
They're on the knife's edge of disaster for one of the best, if not the best teams in Americas right now.
Missing London would be bizarre and also heartbreaking for Kiko. Love a chance to get in front of a home crowd. It's a rare thing at a global anyway. Okay, here it is.
This similar story before, except this time all of NRG are coming from the south side of the map.
It doesn't validate like the Sage Wall and stuff, for example, right? It's not, I mean, still we're going to walk into these sight lines, and yeah, Timo's definitely starting to feel himself now. Boombot here is going to be able to check that grass area. They actually just do not have the tools to get in here. They know they're going to have to flood in numbers, try and maybe work a flash through this smoke, get the neon in, whatever it's going to take. And unfortunately, too hard to make it happen. Walker up on the corner, blown to smithereens, and now it's a one-round game.
100 Thieves are doing such a great job as well in these post plants so far of maneuvering the entire team's positioning based around where the utility is as well, like flipping the map in that situation. It's like a straight-on firefight that NRG have to run into, circumventing all the util, and then just getting funneled into every single player on 100 Thieves in the right spot, posted up on the angle, with better guns in that situation as well.
The out drone is so nice as well to pull crosshairs while Timo swings that, and the Sova's protected in a little alcove at the back of the site. Yeah. This is actually... 100 Thieves evolved under different systems, different rosters, actually struggled with these exact adaptations that they are dominating with now.
Well, Timo is deep in the site. In the meantime, Mata finds the opening kill.
It lost in the
and
source.
all of NRG are ready to flood into this. If 100 Thieves try to commit to the plan here, they're going to be so cooked, man.
Timo just only knows one direction, man. I respect it. I'm not talking about the boy band. that is intense. He will be punished again for his proclivity of holding W. Bang here. Yeah, on a timing.
Oh, man,
that's
that
just
could
an
have been,
execution issue
that could
there.
have been the moment.
Okay. Well, this one's chalked. Cryo has the money, though, to at least see what he can get. Snappy shooting. Will at least keep a lid on Mata's personal economy. All right. That'll be around 18 locked up. Cryo, a quieter start to this map. Again, sort of getting pressured and maybe not getting good feel for spacing against a Neon comps here. Started look a lot better in the second half.
Oh, that's launch, Timo. Not his finest moment, but hey, what can you do? What can you do?
Why is he holding an angle on me for?
I don't know, Kiko.
That's a light stat pad accusation, Mitch.
A little.
That's what that is right there.
Bro's trying to get frags, come on.
We'll see if 100 Thieves do something similar to try to burst out A. Yeah, you can send that slow orb forward, so no one on NRG will really be able to run forward too effectively, and you can control the space. Looks like Mono wants to repost with this AWP when the smoke fades.
So not a ton of info for 100 Thieves after that first foray. Shield wall left in their wake. They'll do a 4-1 test of this C side.
A long moment in time there that B is just super gapped for NRG there. They had 4 players all focused towards A. It won't really end up being relevant though. Some of these are just going to work towards C, and there's the shock dart attempt to try to break the thorns, but the Blaze further back.
All right, here's that Steel Garden. Omen TP there out of Kiko just to confirm that it was no A side presence. So this gives NRG a little bit earlier over towards this C side of the map.
NRG are looking like they're ready to pounce right now when the spike gets tapped.
Steel Guard is traded from both sides, by the way. And there's Mata, chimes in with the op. Has a nice little angle. Brock with the Odin as well. This is going to be a real difficult one for 100 Thieves. They're going to have to pucker. Timotino up in the corner. Mata's really going to get into the site now. Overdrive at the ready. Arsena, creative little angle here, but it's not been able to make much use of it and gets spotted out. Kiko dispatches him. And away Arsena will go. Trying to punt for Mao, but Arsena's going to be facing a veritable firing squad. And Scuba cuts the right wire.
It's a nice try with the setup. Like the little wall position was cool, but 100 Thieves just bleeding players, getting delayed, getting into the site. And there we saw from NRG what 100 Thieves just seemingly could not do, which was control the lanes in waterfall and back halls, and then as soon as like the go button is pressed, everyone is in right after the spike is going down. There was not like a loss of any of that forward space. They don't need to re-clear halls and then try to go. There's no time delay. No, they have that space and they are just in right for the retake straight away.
Still some money to work with for 100 Thieves. This would be about it. Okay.
I mean, actually,
well read.
Soul read.
That is well read
on that BP.
That's insane. To be fair, Mata did something similar when he baited the showstopper out in that first half. So both teams definitely have done their homework.
And so this drone is being used to re-clear over towards C.
Very reasonable for 100 Thieves. Despite their being a poison orb up, they want to make sure there's no one tucked. A lot of that Vice util over at B. 100 Thieves may or may not discover that in this round. Also that sheer wall, keep an eye on that. That's going to block that sort of push up to waterfall.
100 Thieves are procking the door over towards B as well, the C connector, and just trying to continue to apply pressure somewhere else on the map, but yeah, ultimately they're just going to go into this C exit. And this pit is being placed from Scuba just to allow NRG to get back into the site easily.
Yeah, I like that. Getting in there from Halls is pretty big. Obviously, you're up against a Soda though, so not quite so simple. Timo gets the plant, shrugs off that decay, and he's going to hear that action from Brook. Very loudly getting up on the site in this Viper's pit. NRG going to try and play out of it with this Odin. There's Paranoia catching on to Timo. Ugly stuff, but hey, Brook was close enough for him to see. Vora's going to be credited with the kill on the end, and now that wall is being made use of, this time to the good for Asuna. 100 Thieves again close the gap a little more, as Ethan's got zero business lingering here.
The positioning there from 100 Thieves is pretty nice. Like Timo in that spot, Asuna as well. They weren't going to have any chance of getting more site control because of that pit that Scuba threw down. So they kind of go for the next best option, which is to just try to set up in some unorthodox, weird, close positions, playing around the utility, like that smoke there. Timo like crouch next to that. That's just
outside of the pit.
Yeah, like that is a strange spot to play in, right? And so just getting up close to deny NRG when they have to eventually go forward. It's a good little setup here. And
it's nice.
Yeah, you have Asuna on top running around his wall as well.
Yeah, Timo exploited that smoke cover really well. 2 rounds in it. Round number 21 coming up. 100 Thieves, what more do they have up their sleeves? Because NRG is still in buying form.
Yeah, both teams with a lot of money. That is not a concern right now. They're going to be able to get full buy after full buy.
Vora with an op on this A side.
And there's a fast take of C with the flash and the satchel up from Timotino. NRG push Mata up towards that other side, and they just immediately leave him there and then go for the Ethan Prowler re-clear B main. That's a really standard protocol that they're going to use there.
Asuna's jump peek in lobby. But I think it's just an angle that's being held by Mata over there. Might even see like a smoke. I like this. Smoke towards Rubble here. This could imply a cross, but with Mata being so close, he just physically checks Rubble. So they're not selling anything over there. Here's a stall util.
Hey, now from here, what is even the option for 100 Thieves, right? This C site is going to be so difficult to get in. They have no idea what's going on. I mean, they know over on A that's been completely controlled. They haven't pushed through, but yeah, ultimately it's like, all right, try to go for the re-hit with the wall.
They haven't tested the shear wall. The shear wall is still there. Yeah. It just gets triggered now. Like, you've got to try and get that out at the start of the round.
The side is Bang just not missing.
Oh, Timotino's back in the game, by the way. What a swing we've seen. A +3 player swing for 100 Thieves. Now in a position to get this plant down. Ethan, he's been in the same spot round after round, just tapping at the same location. And again, he's able to get a free kill. Spike eventually deployed though. Bang takes some damage as he tries to get away, and this is far from over now. Bang a little bit low, Cryo with the AWP, looking out towards that mound area. And here come NRG, encroaching now through the smoke, but Asuna, again, perches up in a decent position. Swing with the shorty, you better believe it. Kiko is made mincemeat of. And there's 100 Thieves now making it again. A 1-round game.
Cryo just able to pick up his best weapon in the midst of everything to close out the round 2. I mean, 100 Thieves they have no options halfway through that round after they lose
There's
Timo.
Nothing cooking. Bro, Bang is solo in the side because the shear wall got triggered behind him.
Yeah, they weren't able to get the wall out yet. They have no info over towards A. They completely give that side of the map. It's basically C re-hit or nothing.
Like, what are the odds of winning that round statistically? Like, 12%?
And Bang just running in there and getting 2 kills is crazy. That is a mad play from him.
He is solo in the side. There's no one to trade that, bro. Like, what? All right, 100 Thieves with just a flash of brilliance. Bang rocketing to 19 and 13. Both Omens kind of ruling the lobby.
NRG just couldn't be more set up to win that round, genuinely. Like, they're in like a 3-1-1. And they have the wall still over on that side of the map. That they just can't be losing that. They just cannot be losing that round, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm calling a timeout if I'm Bonka because I am absolutely livid at that result. That's variance for you, though.
Yeah. And hey, we mentioned it at the top of that round. Both teams still have a ton of cash, so that was not an economy breaker for NRG. They can buy up again.
And that operator now has got over to Timotino's hands. Before, it was passively watching the push up out of B, but Mata has not tried that again since losing the op to the double stack. He's bought himself a new one, though.
What is the setup going to look like here for NRG? That AWP over towards that A side.
Cryo is actually getting ahead and clears this haunt. That's going to force Marta back a little bit, yep.
Yeah, you won't feel comfortable at all to push up and take too much space. That's like about as deep as the angle can go. I mean, hell, maybe, I don't know, if he's a maniac, he could try to take an angle closer to where he's staying on the orb and like keep swinging out. Maybe if he has a teammate to help him, which, yeah, he now does. Ethan wants to get that AWP deeper on the line.
Yep, he's just going to push up. Oh, yes, tough to get out of there. Marta, great timing, knew that.
What a shot.
He'd be able to pressure Cryo and barely take it. Well, one good turn deserves another, they say. And that's the B site cleared for now. Look, it's going to pull players back towards Waterfall. Sheer wall is still active though at C. That still needs to be cleared. Drawn out.
Look at the info Marta's getting with the team. He's pushed out A, though. Past the sheer wall. Great spam from Brock.
Oh, Arsenic can wall up though and actually take this fight. Brock doesn't quite get the full encounter that he wanted, and Scuba gives up his presence here in front of the wall. The timing was kind of there for Bang, but Kiko absolutely dominant here at the back of the site.
Yeah, Bang felt like he had to do something. So he runs out into the open to try to kill one of those players that were just boxing out the rest of his team, but Kiko's just on the watch in the back, so.
Bora's going to go forward for a moment anyway. Shorty.
I mean, honestly, this just felt like the last round, except things went as they should have. Genuinely. Yeah. Everything played out basically the same. I mean, you know, small variations here or there. This time Timo got an up kill, and it was a 4-on-4, but it was basically the same thing.
Yep, same idea. That is so nice from Marta. He knows with that Prowler. What?
To the hand? That's crazy.
This puts NRG on a map point, though.
That's what he does, though. Marta has
honestly.
He hits some crazy flick shots with the off.
Marta going to be out into bound early with some backup.
Yeah, paranoia off the contact of one of these guys going to take.
What do they have to actually spot this out?
They're going to go further.
Now, again, there's a double stack. 400 Thieves watching the push out. And Marta hasn't tried it since he got killed.
And so with this little bait play, if someone tried
they're gonna
to
get a
push,
free
then
recon.
Kiko would shoot them in the back when they go through there if someone was waiting, but...
Okay. The recon die has to be used to clear this. Our drone, though, is available for Vora, so they've still got a free clear option, essentially. And maybe that's out to Rubble. This will be a big shift in game plan for 100 Thieves as compared to the last few rounds.
Crowd just slow to try to work B main. No op for Mata here.
Okay, can work an A split now if you're 100 Thieves. You are contending with his Vice util. And Ethan, not maybe the player you want to be testing. 100 Thieves look like they're priced into this now. Ethan can no longer play this corner, though.
Also, we are getting to a time on the clock where the Vice util being active is getting more and more dangerous.
Yeah. Okay, showstopper over to the A side. That's going to open it up. And respectfully, NRG back off of heaven. All right, there's Marta dealt with Cryo. Up behind him. And I imagine it's going to be a pretty quick pivot here into Baby Door as Vora goes for this plant. Still no heaven presence, though, for NRG. 100 Thieves might be able to make use of that. Timo is going to be up there. But they have no idea where NRG could be coming from. Outside of that B-side presence from the defenders, 100 Thieves had to be ready for anything.
Not a lot of util to work with for 100 Thieves at all.
Oh, just having us.
They're trying to move forward. Timotino flashed up now, too.
This could be good, though. Look at him taking it off angle here. NRG going to wait for the smoke to dissipate. And slide on in. Marta's found 3 out of nowhere. Bang! How does he fall there? Timo with the off angle. He's rewarded for it, but NRG close out Lotus. Nicely done. They really have great seaside control, and they show us how 100 Thieves should have been trying to operate their retakes, I think, on their defense side.
Yeah, this genuinely felt, despite the differences in the comps, we saw so many similarities into the approach to the more of the macro game and where they were finishing on the sites, but NRG just playing those sites so much better. And it's the seaside you're talking about. They were just dominant there in that first half. They had all of the answers.
Just a great map from Kiko, though. Again, finding these multi-kills in anchoring scenarios or in retake positions, really sharp from him. It's been very, very hard. I mean, at no point have we seen 100 Thieves ever be able to get to play in halls, in a post plant. There's always seems to be someone there that threatens them. Nicely done here. It's going to be an evened up series as NRG look to try and get off of ground floor and get their first win of stage 1. Don't go too far because Breeze beckons after this.
Rock is shown on up, pulls away from the spray, back into it. There he is.
Let's go.
Oh no! Oh! Deleted the disadvantage! What is that?
Welcome back. NRG score their first map win of stage 1. And they tie up the series. We're going the distance, friends.
Going all the way.
We're going to breeze.
And you know what that means? It means time to refuel for our players as well. I see one banana. That's why Bang's locked in. He's ready to go. Turn things back around for map number 3.
True, his mechanics have been insane. That whole server was insane.
I love that a few of those things that you guys discussed backstage already in the first map, they came true, they came to fruition. We saw some good IGLing out of Ethan here as well, especially in the first half, and I think you have a good breakdown for us.
I do.
That.
I have a pretty nice breakdown for you guys. So we're gonna look at this round 8. Essentially what we're gonna be looking at is Ethan's IGLing on this attack half. Keep in mind, they were kind of down. They came back a little bit, but the two things to look at are these two players that are going to be contacting up towards that B site. And the reason why this is important is because, whoa, I hear side
Josh.
Josh.
We'll be winning more games.
Josh?
Hey Josh, be quiet. Knock it off, Josh. Josh is trying to say things. He's trying to say things. He wants your segment.
It's because of the telly, dude.
Okay, take it away.
So they're contacting into B here. They actually get this first pick. And the reason why I want to look at this round in the first place and talk about the IGLing is because you can see here, they've walked all the way up into B, gotten that pick, and they're aiming to take that space towards spawn. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they're all still outside of the C. And the reason why this is important is because after this little inkling of time, they take contact on the C players that have rotated towards B to deny a lot of that space. And it's so important because this gives essentially a free site for NRG. Off this contact, you see they go, they push. The rest of the team has completely, sorry, I fast forwarded a little bit too far there. The rest of the team from NRG comes in and backstabs almost instantly. You can see it right here on this minimap. You don't even have to see the gameplay. They take that contact first towards that C spawn, and instantly the reclear from behind. You can see Mata going in, the rest of the team is there. They're instantly trading off that contact, and it's just such a good round to see. And this is kind of the energy that we like to see, right? Where they're so good at their gameplay, so good at their IGLing, and so good at that ping-ponging, and it worked out really well for them. I think they struggled a little bit towards the end of
Josh just
I
living
can't take that seriously. First I could hear him, now I can see him.
I know.
Living in our heads.
Yeah, this cursed smoothie bar. Josh is with us at all
Look,
times.
Josh approved of that breakdown. That was good.
He scares me.
But yeah, but this is exactly what we wanted to see. It's great to see them like bringing it back like this in map 2. And it wasn't just the IGL, obviously also the execution from the individual performer. Heading into map 2, we did mention Kiko for just like a slither, like a tiny little mention right there, and he really stepped it up in his map.
Oh, absolutely. His omen was absolutely phenomenal in this game, even starting early with this kill where he's like getting all these headshots right over the box, then whips it back around for the other. But he had a few like really high impact rounds that started just running this game away for NRG.
Yeah, it felt like he had so many of those high impact rounds on both maps too. Keep in mind, but he had so many multi-frags, so many retakes, so many post plants that the reason why they won was because of Kiko. I think last week when we saw them play against Crew, Kiko actually struggled, as you can see here, and the main reason was Crew was punishing a lot of his flanks, punishing a lot of his positionings, especially in those post plants. But this game, man, he really was out there. He was able to be super aggressive with that omen when he needed to be, and he was really good at playing that post plant with the rest of his team.
Exactly. I think it was like the team fighting in the post plants for NRG that were working so well, and he was the critical factor in that.
There was actually one round where Kiko and Mata both entered onto C, and Mata literally ran all the way around site, entering from the one side onto elbow, and Kiko TP'd onto site. So you can see that they have that aggression ingrained into their gameplay, and it really proved to work out today.
Yeah, and with that, they did win 100 Thieves map pick. Now we're heading onto the decider map. It's going to be on Breeze. We have not seen NRG on Breeze yet. yet. However, we did see 100 Thieves though, and they did win it in week 1 against EG in a very dominant fashion. They did bust out a Harbor there as well. Do you expect to see that again?
I'm honestly not sure, because 100 Thieves have made some changes already. I'm personally, I think Harbor is playable. I know Athena's not the biggest fan, but...
She's a fan of Harbor.
I am a big fan of Harbor.
Okay.
He's a great guy. Love that guy.
Okay, but is he a good agent?
I think Breeze, he works really well. Because you have the Harbor, you could have Harbor and Viper, or you could have Harbor and the Astra. Both work really well, taking back site control, being really aggressive, and a lot of those pull plants were really good because you just delay for so long. But, I mean, listen.
What? What do you think Josh has to say about
What
Harbor?
if we see Sage again from 100 Thieves?
Hold up.
I think I'm cooking too hard.
Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Let's see. We might be eating after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We should be right back with the conclusion of this match.
All right, we've got ourselves a map 3 here between NRG and 100 Thieves. Frankly, from start to finish on Lotus, NRG seem to be the more comfortable outfit, despite that being the pick of 100 Thieves. The floated map in this series, though, is Breeze, one which we've already seen 100 Thieves on, albeit against a...
Is there a problem with the program monitor that I'm looking at, Mish? Do I need to call tech to get down here? Is this a production mistake?
What is going on? Mada is playing Harbor. Kiko is on the Jet, which is not crazy. That's not crazy, all right? Kiko is that secondary Dildos on this team. The Rays, when we play Bind.
There's real potential for people to begin. People are already typing and queuing up the Bonkar fraud Reddit threads right now, depending on if NRG lose this game and Mada plays poorly on the Harbor. I can see them right now, Mitch. That's nuts.
I fear the Valorant fandom, if the hashtag chat was right, gang actually turn up and have a reason to talk. That would be quite something.
I'm stunned.
Okay.
I had some kind of storyline or narrative coming into this, but I forgot it because I saw, well, that, which is crazy.
So,
did you see that Mada's on Harbor? Did you catch that?
I mean, I guess like you would reasonably expect Mada to be on the Jet here, but we saw NRG on this map in the double duelist meta, right? So it's not crazy.
Now, by the way, that knife from Asna caught all 5 players. Yep. We got 2 real comfort KOs on this map. I think Asna and Ethan are some of the best in Americas. Honestly, if not like #1 and #2 when it comes to playing KO. Both of them are so good.
It's like these 2 teams in Loud, I guess, that are playing a ton of KO in Americas. Okay, still a plant here despite that very insightful 0 point at the start of the round. Here's a high tide for retake, though. And Thieves getting ready to flood on in. Kiko's going to be a little stranded here. I like the Cove usage, though. It's going to give him a little nook to play from. Mada shoot, no. Ethan taking... Okay, bro,
never mind. It's
you
a
can't
genius
see
pick.
any of those people.
Genius.
He can't see any of those people he just shot.
I've actually been saying a lot recently that NRG would be finding more success in this stage if they put Mada on the Harbor, and no one would listen to me.
That's interesting.
Finally, I'm validated.
I would like the timestamp, personally, I would like the timestamp. That was.
I'll give you a source. Right, as for now,
just trust me, bro.
That's the source as things stand, but...
You have seen none of these people, Mata? None of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
I see moments like that, and I think maybe I could go pro. I could do that, Mitch.
Nice, boys!
Again, so there's a retake wall for 100 Thieves, and they are crossing eventually. There's two things, though. It's Mata obviously killing 3 people through a wall, but Kiko sat inside that cove as well just to pop out. 100 Thieves are not ready for it at all. Okay, all right. Big suppression again.
Little Venn diagram with the knives over towards A main. Scuba watching for the push out, and he might get some free kills.
Yeah,
this might look good on the stats page. VLR might get a boost in a second. Never mind.
Well, that could have gone better. Turns out he was walked up on there by 3. Still, though, that does mean that, yes, this A side's going to be a little bit weaker, so NRG will test it.
And as one wall goes down, the other wall goes up. No Scuba, that's fine. We could just put the Harbor wall exactly where the Viper wall was and get in all the same.
We've got wall-to-wall walls. Over the top here, this our drone sees 3 players grouped once again in the same spot as we saw in the pistol. And Kiko does with Arsenal, who was playing out towards that causeway. Thieves going to have a crack at it here. Obviously, a recovered Sheriff to make use of. In we go. Nice flash play off there. Kiko's felled. Ethan, though, wins that one out handily against Cryo. This is all of the Thieves. They're very susceptible to this molly. Going to be very, very challenging to defuse here.
Yeah. Maybe if Cryo gets the kill on Ethan, we live in a world where something crazy could have happened. We're not in that world. But for 100 Thieves, they'll be very content with getting 3 kills. That's a W, honestly.
Only 2 rifles out of the round here for NRG. So far, a very similar retake protocol for 100 Thieves. That's a pretty important kill there for Kiko. Yeah, that fragment being, unthwarted by the cove. And being able to stall things out a little bit longer, prevent that defuse attempt is pretty big.
And we've got Motto 1 away from that reckoning already, by the way. So NRG can absolutely play to just getting that orb and then sending it on site if they wanted to. But no, they are going to, on this round, go for a mid-control play. They get right up past their own smoke as Ethan, oh my god, okay.
This is dirty. This is into a gun round, by the way. Ethan is just full of confidence. 100 Thieves just get dashed to the 4 corners in this round. It's a walk up with the Bulldog. Yeah, Ethan takes the upgrade happily. And at this point, you can leave your analysis at the door. NRG confidently saunter onto the A side and get this plant down.
Yeah, like at the same time, they had the double push going through the opposite side of mid. And then Ethan is just, I believe, trying to obviously great when you get a bunch of kills, but there's some pressure in A main while he pressures through door, and then if anyone tries to walk down mid thinking that it's an A split, there's 2 players in that smoke that was mid, and they're going to pop out to kill them. It looked like maybe something along those lines, but who cares? Ethan walked into doors and killed 3 people, Mitch. That's all that matters.
It's going to take a while for 100 Thieves to get into this game at this rate.
I'm just filling the airwaves, just speculating about what could have happened in a world where Ethan didn't walk through doors and just kill 3 guys. Yeah. But in VALORANT, you just shoot them.
Yeah, timing
and
broke.
Win.
Timing broke really well for Ethan, in fairness.
Also, the 3rd guy probably should have killed him. That one, the 3rd kill won't really be in the highlight reel, or we'll edit around it. There will be a fast cut into the latter part of that spray down that you really should have just gotten to, but...
Look at this, though. Reckoning and Null Command online. It's round 4. Ethan and Mata have been dominant so far. And yet, it's a interesting sort of assortment of weapons here for 100 Thieves. I'll say that much. After their gun round got absolutely ruined, they're still going to force the issue somewhat.
It's a little delayed knife if there are players from NRG walking up towards B main, like getting the Sova in your standard drone close kind of spot. But it is, like a previous round, just Scuba playing back, controlling that area of the map for any over-pushing.
Okay, late elbow explore. No re-clear there, though, from 100 Thieves. They want to stay entrenched, I think.
I mean, if you look at the minimap, it looks like NRG just realized the round started. They're just now exiting their spawn, working towards A main. Very patient here.
Yeah, they were all so obsessed about mid as well, expecting some kind of walk-up from 100 Thieves. This is the weak side of the map for the defenders, though. Notice that no Viper walls being deployed yet. That's going to be probably a retake wall set up later. Cryo falls off the side.
This is just a question of what can Cryo do, and mostly just live.
He
That's
has
fine.
one of the
He can
rifles,
just live.
right? Like he just needs that to be maintained in a position to potentially be passed around.
If he got a spam kill, it would have been nice, but
not everyone's smarter.
No.
Brook here trying to do just that though. Was shocked out over towards connected. Licks at us in his heels. On the side we go. Here's that late Viper wall set up there for retake. Awkward stuff. Awkward indeed. Timo, despite the flash, Kiko making use of this support. 4 kills for the round. No one questioning the jet pick whatsoever now. Arsenal's able to drop in and deal with him as that stinger. At least got one. Well, 100 Thieves now well and truly struggling in that round. And yes, Kiko is absolutely frying.
Yeah. No, listen, if they were questioning the jet pick, they don't watch EU VALORANT, and I don't blame them. But it's really the question of the mod Harbor pick, but so far, all good.
I mean, Kiko was the jet player right in the double doors comp, so. Sometimes you just got to let the internal canine out, bro.
And then it's just right back to chill guy. Just chill guy with optimal airflow through his nostrils.
Absolutely. Listen, like, collapse septums, that's no joke, bro. You want to make sure your VO2 max absolutely popping off. Studies have certainly linked it to mental acuity, by the way, so that's why you will see some of these players with those strips on. It's a thing, bro. Listen,
you're explaining a lot because I'm thinking about the fact that I can't breathe through my.
Yeah, like you as a schnoz haver.
Is this why
we should invest?
I'm lacking in mental acuity.
That analysis just hit a little diff when you got that proper airflow, bro. I'm telling you, it's a thing. I recommend everyone try it out. Quite sure there's a paper published. I'm waiting for the college esports course paper to be published. About the effects of proper airflow for competitive gamers. It'll be better.
University on that.
It'll be better than the 96-page Icebox document. I'll say that much. I will read this one. I promise. Okay, let's play some VALORANT, folks. Coming in around number 5. 100 Thieves, their buy gets dashed. They go for like a sort of save up. We're only 2 rifles in the previous round. They're going to have another crack at it here. But again, still dealing with that null command and reckoning aspect.
Yeah, I mean, and outside of a couple rounds of NRG just slamming the A site and 100 Thieves being unable to retake, the only other round of note was them getting killed by Ethan. And here they just try to fight main kind of close, but one guy's pop flash, the other's tucked in the corner and spotted, and they're just cooked. This round, it's done. It's over.
Yeah, it's like another gun
it's
round.
It's already over, man.
It's just going up in smoke. Kiko. Exactly the player that you want with this confidence and an incredible bank of credits after this run of 5 rounds.
As of right now, all we've really seen is that on 2 occasions, 100 Thieves have not been good enough on these A-side retakes.
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know. I don't want to speak too soon. Maybe they can make a miracle happen here. Doesn't seem super likely, but
now the backstab being threatened. Kiko just farming kills, bro. Unreal.
Yeah, it's a harvest. And now on this round, they just lose 2
That's a gun round,
maybe.
guys!
Yeah.
Okay. Kiko doesn't require assistance with his nostril diameter.
As well. Yeah, bang his pop flash, trying to run away. Other guys pinged up by the recon.
Sick. I mean, talk about laying out the red carpet for your duelist, man.
You know,
site destroyer.
Your Harbor KO is really not a lethal duo to obliterate the 5-man A main. You're not going to really be able to slow them down too much. Like, the Jet is just in their face, cooking them.
2 kills around so far for NRG's Jet. In this single duelist look, they're still finding success.
It really feels like 100 Thieves have not played a whole lot of VALORANT.
And they haven't gone up against the MIBR all that much either.
Aside from the pistol round.
That's right. Yeah, MIBR fighting 3 ghost kills through that wall.
Yep.
Still with that
That's
reckoning.
A big play.
All right, again, another. We saw this prior, a couple rounds ago. NRG with a really slow start with eyes on mid, expecting a push-up.
Standing ahead.
Trying to maybe drag some people off sites. I do think Scuba is a bit of the centerpiece right now in terms of this little interaction.
I mean, I think you can kind of hear it from like Ethan in the voice comms, just talking about how they're destroying A. They're just going to work the map a little bit, slow things down. Okay, let's just hit A. It hasn't failed us yet. Just keep running this exec. They can't stop us. They can't stop us, and they can't retake us. Just keep sending it, bro.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be 100 Thieves opting into the retake. Of course, it's Bucky and Stinger, so they might try and find a weird timing. Okay, I like the counter code being thrown up. It's going to give him a pocket to play from here. In the back of the side, it's the Blade Storm from Timo that notches the second kill for the Jet. Now he needs to find another way back in. There's no flash to get him into the fight again, though. And so the Cove, the High Tide Rider is going to come down.
Yeah, a bit of an adaptation from 100 Thieves. Throwing down that High Tide has allowed them to get a couple kills. Worse guns, but more players.
They still need to refight, though. That's kind of the issue. Timo on for 2 so far. Okay, that's tough. Here's that Reckoning, going to make it very, very difficult to fight back into the side, but 100 Thieves have a couple players coming out of Connector now. Timo wants to wrap around. Recon destroyed. Ethan shows himself, and Timo cannot find a connection. Needed the headshot there. Ethan's on 3 for the round, and it should be comfy for NRG to notch yet another.
Ethan's looking excited, and listen, I don't blame him, but that was the least clean A attempt so far, and that was despite 100 Thieves not actually having rifles, but it's because of an adaptation they made with the utility, where while NRG were executing into the site and about to plant, they had sent in a harbor wall that cut them off that was a little bit more shallow.
It's not a retake wall necessarily.
Yeah, it was more of like a closer fight up against the planter and the guys getting into the site wall. And it did find them some success. I feel like if they had actual guns there, they'd probably win that round, though.
And that idea I think you can expand on, right? Just have KO flash you through that wall on off timings to be disruptive. But you're running out of defense side rounds to play is kind of the issue. Hunter's Fury off the rip.
Great time to call that early round Hunter's Fury with the knife. It connected onto 4 people with the knife, but then the Hunter's Fury just unfortunately not actually netting any kills.
Timo's at 2 all of a sudden, by the way. Not great, because he's not carrying an op.
Wow, Bang feels like he has to use that just to live. So, goodbye, Reckoning. I mean, it's over. And he still dies, because Mod has worked his way up through mid on the lurking harbor.
Yeah. I mean, I just realized what agent he's playing. All right, Cove thrown over at the causeway. Timo low, so hoping to set up at least like a staggered double swing. Oh, man, Marta is everywhere, man.
Marber's all over them. They don't know how to act. They don't know what to do.
Just marbing it up. All right. 100 Thieves down to 2 here, and they are not interested.
It's another round done. 100 Thieves are reeling, and it feels like, I don't want to call this at 7-0, but it feels like this game is over. Because they have yet to play Valorant, it feels like. Even on a round like this, where their early round aggro play is in the right spot at the right time. There are 4 players in the B, outside B at stairs that get hit by the knife, which off that info then activates the Hunter's Fury, and they got, what, like 1 tag with it? It feels like a situation where even when they do something right, everything still just goes wrong somehow.
I do feel like if you're 100 Thieves, you want to look to the example that G2 set against Leviatán on their, especially on their A side plays around the harbor on this particular map. Yeah, COP was a little bit different, sure, but being able to fight in the side against this stuff, but no one is expecting that.
And then they double back and go out elbow, pressure Bang, and then he feels like he needs some Reckoning just to live. But they had never had nested controller info, so the Marber is in the walls lurking, and then Bang just dies anyway.
Yeah, so that Reckoning, which is...
it's just brutal, man.
Such a big retake piece is just no longer available to you. I mean, you're not even in a position to retake in that round anyway. But this is a horrific showing from 100 Thieves here. NRG have had all the answers. Kiko, up until round 6, had basically been dominating the game. He's quieting down now, hasn't had to do everything. Ethan's been also sublime. Honestly, over the course of today, he has certainly been leading the charge from the front. The money is in such a great spot for NRG. Still got a Blade Storm if they sort of have a low recon round, but that's unlikely to sort of be a factor here. I'm maybe looking at like a reactive null command from Arsena in his upcoming rounds. That's the only ult we've really got on deck here for 100 Thieves, especially after Hunter's Fury went for nothing and Reckoning went for nothing in that previous round. You're running out of pieces to build on.
God, this is also selling me on just NRG. Can we just see some damn Kiko, Mata, double duelist on some other maps?
You want to run it? Yeah, you want to run it back again?
This guy's great. He's Freako on duelist. Like, let this guy loose sometimes. Like, a little bit of, listen, I wouldn't be mad at a little bit of
Kiko Phoenix
on somewhere else.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't seem like NRG because they're the only team not playing double duelist unless it was Breeze in the previous meta. They're not about it. Oh,
the rare fast hit on B.
Okay.
But Timotino gets exposed trying to peek outdoors when all that aggression was coming in on, you know, the opposite side of the map. So it's right back to A.
This mid encounter. Oh, spots 3 crossing. That's pretty big, but there's just no presence at A. Bang had to get out. Definitely feeling nervous. He probably heard footsteps coming out from mid anyway.
Yeah, he's just trying his best to live. There's no ults in play here for either side, and utility is definitely getting bare. Oh, the pop flash, but it just gets spanned anyhow.
Arsenal ready for it. We are in a plant, but this is NRG now having to play post-plant with 3. Snakebite to buy a bit of space.
Take flight.
Arsenal did have that null command active earlier in the round. Oh, again, a fragment is what to slow this up, but Arsenal's gotten ahead of it. He's on the side, but he's alone. There's a backup. He wanted to get past this stall util, but he did so alone. Now Cryer's going to inch forward, suppressed as he is. And Brock will wait to swing off this. He's low, but he knows he can play contact easily. Oh, Ethan, it's dirty! It's absolute filth! Through the box, he'll take his 4. Bro is dominating!
He's feeling it. He threw a pop flash through double doors, had flashbacks, thought he was on dust again, and just started going crazy in the server. He just started feeling it. I've never seen him more dialed.
Man, the guy's KO is... Talk about someone who squeezes every inch out of this kit, right? Fragment, over to double door, slows things out. Arsenal's like solo ahead of it. He just dies on his own. Ethan, like every pop flash is impactful. Null command midway through the site here had Cryo suppressed as he tried to walk up on the site.
No, further, you get Ethan on the KO. This is always the agent he's going to individually pop off on the most. It is his comfort agent. And honestly, I mean, I was saying the same thing for Austin at the top of this game, and I think it's true. Like when, you know, Flash, like Flex Initiator was a more viable role in the game. When you had Austin playing the KO there, he was putting up really good performances. As of right now, no one on 100 Thieves is. They're not in this game at all, so it's not a, you know, you can't even look at an individual at this point. But
Mata's actually cycling back into his next Reckoning, which was pretty huge in the round it was used. And now again, so slow early round, but this is how NRG want to play it. This is kind of their default, right? They look over towards double door, find a pick. Timo has to pick for info. And he gets punished. Vora doesn't use any of his, like, you know, his early round util. Still has Aldrone, still has Recon. But we didn't have the space to make use of this stuff adequately. We'll see. Well, body block the Aldrone. Bang's able to get one and to stay for more.
Yeah, fair attempt. And hey, now it's Austin's turn.
He got
a little bit better than Bang. Yep, nice.
Managed to
So
find
the next
2.
guy that does it should be able to get 3.
Right, there's actually only 2 left. So.
Two fun. No, that's fine.
Hate to see it.
I mean, Vora could kill his teammate with a shock dart if he really needs to get 3.
That is
That'd be
true.
unnecessary, but... Does NRG expect the double flank coming through? This is pretty weird from 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
It might catch them off.
He's going to be... Ooh, my, he's going to be ready for it. And they see the second. All info you need now.
Yeah, Kiko is just kind of a phenom today.
100 Thieves are out of luck in this round. Looked like they could have made something of it, man. They really did need a thrifty here. Sadly, not to be. Kiko notches up another 3-piece. NRG 9-0. This is a dominant attack side. Ethan and Kiko just ruining.
Yeah, the more compelling storyline at this point might be who will get more kills between Kiko and Ethan at the end of this game. Because right now, it's 9-0. And how many times have I said that 100 Thieves not played Valorant yet? It's probably 20, but like, there's not been a round that I've been compelled to think about them winning yet.
I really think that the first 15 seconds of the round for 100 Thieves will be very telling. Especially if NRG are playing that slow default with mid-presence. They're not, though. Looks like they might even just bum rush A at this point. Oh, Cryer spotted. Just able to get out when he's alive.
100 Thieves consistently getting just flashed up over on this A side if they try to fight close at all.
Look at the space take. Kiko's up and about it. There's actually someone wrapped on the back of, yep, Pyramid. Arsenal able to account himself. Finds Kiko, but he is brought. And it's just NRG trading into this space a little more effectively. It's an even game, but Cryo's a little isolated here on the site. There's a 2-piece for 100 Thieves, trying to work their way towards mid-doors, and they didn't even find a good timing. Scubado's on the site, and now we can stall this out. This is a tough round to win for 100 Thieves. Look at this, Poison Orb also committed. How the hell do you get in?
You don't. You try, you dash in, but you're overwhelmed by util, and it's over. And now Bang just, I don't know, does he try for the 1v3? Does he try to save?
I do remember last time he was in a clutch. He did shoot 3 people in the face with the Sheriff.
Yeah, that is true. Off to a worse start, though, getting randomly spammed.
Just randomly spammed down.
Like, again, though, 100 Thieves, when they're trying to play close on A main, they're getting instantly pop flashed. It's happened multiple times now. It happens there again. So then one of the players is just running all the way back behind, you know, the further left pyramid. They're behind the Viper wall. And NRG, they cycle that down, then the high tide comes up. So it's like they get out with that first wall, then it drops, and there's a second wall. And now suddenly there's like a little new part of the canvas that is open for them to fight and kill players on, like Bora just there in front of back yellow. Like,
that's the premise of, like, you know, having these double controller comps is you section up the map so you can take it piecemeal. You don't have to cover everything at once. Well, this is, this is rough. 100 Thieves haven't really been able to get into the game. They've not really had first picks in many of these rounds. The best round was when they were able to throw a high tide on A midway through and execute. And that looked all right.
They're just going to throw the Viper's Pit in A main to try to control it. Scuba a little fearless, just trying to get through towards the other side.
This is so cursed.
I mean, 100 Thieves have to know that this is very possible. And
oh, no way, dude. 1 for 1. Oh, look at NRG, like they're deep on B, the weak side of the map. They've already kind of sniffed this out.
Yeah, in the meantime, 100 Thieves still think it's just going to be A anyway.
Hold on, why
do you relentless on that site?
100 Thieves assume that even though they've, in theory, funneled NRG towards B, they're still assuming NRG are going to disrespect the pit and go A?
Yeah, like, you know, that is an option they could have, is circumvent the pit and just go heavy through doors, play more
We can't split the site, though.
Pyramids, but
okay.
It's, yeah, not going to be the case. This is just a free B plant. Mata feeling the pressure, but just going to back up. Throw the high tide that's going to cover up all of the entrance ways for 100 Thieves.
All right, it is go time. Mata, okay, little ping there off the 0 point. Both sides have them, in fact. Suppression now on 100 Thieves is going to make it that much harder to break back in. They can shrug that off, though. Cove now triggered. Inside of it, though, is Mata, bro. The Marba? Chef's kiss. I'm about it.
100 Thieves just trying to fight through layers of util. They can't do it. There's more counter util. Ethan has basically his full kit available there. They're all just playing up close to the wall. It's crazy that Scuba gets that. What on earth is that flick? That is disgusting.
One enemy remaining.
Well, we might be looking at 12-0
Again,
half
that's what I'm
here.
saying. Ethan had his full kit. He had both flashes in that post plant that he can throw out when the wall drops and just pop flash all those players. Like, as soon as it's going down, they're blind, right?
High tide, 2 flashes, a Cove to work with as well. Shock Dart was there for Brock. Last chance to Looney, 100 Thieves on the defense side to put their mark on this game.
They're going to try to do that with a 3-man walk down mid.
Which have been watched for, and all this low defaults from NRG.
Is a recon. I mean, teams will do something like this and then have the Sova top nest and throw the recon all the way bottom mid, so then you can shoot through a wall or smoke there. But the Sova's with them, but it doesn't really matter. They just wait for it to drop and triple face.
Theoretically, maybe that probably shouldn't work out. Let the Guardians do the work. Oh, Aspas just had strips torn off him. There's Kiko, and he's knocked the KO. It's all up to Cryo, who actually has a pretty respectable game, all things considered. It's a 0-round game for 100 Thieves.
I think that's a fake stat line. Don't worry about it.
Oh, no, we wasn't looking at that. I don't think he's 17 and 6 in a 0-round game.
What are you looking at? No. No, he's, well, I mean, 100 Thieves tried to mix it up, but also they probably could have just gone for the other play that I said. And it might have been better,
I am Paper Mario. This is such a flattener.
Yeah, I want to say this is a Valorant game, but I think I'd be lying.
This is ritual sacrifice.
The storyline of Ethan versus Kiko there. Kiko wins it out.
Yes.
He keeps getting more kills.
I truly hope
18 to 14.
I hope the Volcano Gods do spare us this harvest season after what we've just offered them in his first half of our third map. Brutal stuff here as 100 Thieves are still looking to play some Valorant, I think, on Breeze. We'll see if they can after this. It is a grim landscape out there for you 100 Thieves fans. Post-Fallout, Breeze looks pretty ugly. 0 rounds to their name, and NBS is in the tank. This is the floated map of the series, but after the 100 Thieves pick of Lotus falls flat, they have shown us almost nothing in this decider. And NRG finally spinning their tires for so much of Stage 1. We're on the precipice of taking their first win.
100 Thieves beat EG here 13-6, by the way, in week 1.
Bro, wasn't it 13-4?
Was it 13?
It was even worse than that.
It was even worse than that. It's been 1,097 days since we've seen a 13-0 in VCT Americas. That was in April 2023.
It's one of... Did we cover that one?
No.
You were so confident about that.
Did you?
Oh, wait.
Were you in the league in 2023?
I don't even know if I
think
was
you were.
here.
I think you...
That's 24.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Man, that's before my time? Damn, you old fogies remember though, huh?
100 Thieves, will you stop the 13-0? That's the only question on everyone's mind here, Mitch.
Honestly, it's the only question on their mind at this point. You've just got to take every round at a time. Into the side they get. Timo just walks the wall. Sees Marta caught sleeping. Ethan's able to find the one, but that's all NRG been able to amass so far. And Ethan has dropped to a paltry point of health. High Tide drops down. Cryo has the flank timing. So far, not too shabby. The Sheriffs do sing, though.
Brock with the Sheriff. Kind of a god with that gun on the pistol rounds.
Yes. Scuba inching his way forward. They are quite low. Cryo should be in a great spot here just to play off Aura's contact. Or make his own luck.
It will not happen.
Welcome to Breeze.
Make it 1,098. It's the day counter has gone up
no
by
one.
one.
13-0's us on Breeze.
Well, at least they have that. Did they celebrate? Can
I think I saw a grin. I saw a smile on Cryocel's face.
Nice! We're gonna get 13 out. Let's go!
Yes! Yes! Yes!
And let this be an example of how our standards drop precipitously when our fortunes do not favor us. Okay, listen.
Can we compare that to NBS's reaction of winning champions?
I don't know how.
Side by side?
Yeah, are Lithuanians all that animated? I'm not sure. NBS, though, seem very happily there. I'll give him that. Flash comes in here from NRG. They might want to be disrupted midway through this hit, but the weapons obviously favor the attackers and Timo. Okay.
Hold on. If you don't look at the scoreline, it looks like these guys are on fire right now. Don't look at the score.
Just look at
Ignore everything
Timo
that happened in the past.
throwing gang signs and smiling. That's all you need to know.
That was a nice little... Listen, that's the kind of play that you hate to throw in your frag movie because of the context, but you can still do it if you just cover up the score.
Exactly, you just zoom in a little bit, right?
Yep.
Just best with the aspect ratio.
Yep.
It's all about using cinematic devices to obscure the fact that you're getting pounded on this map. But hey, there's still more Valorant to be played as far as 100 Thieves are concerned.
NRG, only 10 opportunities to win this game from here, Mitch.
That's a lot.
Yeah, you're right.
10 match points. That seems pretty nice.
Whoa, and 100 Thieves, they said it's not... We down by 10, time to work the map. Let's start orb maxing on B. Let's get the high tide up.
We're playing the long game.
We're pivoting back into the A hit. Whoa, all right.
All right.
Hold on. Marber indoors, though.
Yeah, what's the Marber got for us on this defense side?
Freako backside. What's he about to do?
Okay.
I'm
trying to hold the line.
Thieves are back.
Cryo outdoes him. Timo's going to be pinged here, but there's not really much that the defenders can do about it. Kiko. Oh, okay. Just tucked by those boxes. Able to get out of there as well. That is insane. Down to 300 Thieves, fighting for their lives in this game. Bang and Timo deliver. Brock and Ethan going to be late to the party, but still, it's going to be a 1-for-1. Bang very low. Here we go. He's going to throw it. The reckoning, and there it is. Brock does him in. NRG bring the curtain down on, frankly, a tragedy. As 100 Thieves sputter out as they were looking for their second win of the stage. Finally, NRG have their win.
Yeah, it looked like we might have been headed towards like a banger third map, neck and neck, 100 Thieves. They both outplay the other on their map pick, bringing in some different compositions, different looks, and then it just turbo-flattening map 3.
No, I was setting it up for the tension, the Michael Bay moments, the storylines that were going to be there, but no, this is a justifiably deflated-looking 100 Thieves, who honestly have shown us both extremes in Stage 1 thus far. They're still on for playoffs, it's fine, they've got to win, but now going to 1 and 2, well, you're not quite safe anymore.
Yeah, look, they can obviously still qualify to playoffs, but we teed up the strength of schedule
narrative.
A classic, you're on a broadcast buzzword, but Mitch, the strength of schedule. 100 Thieves, they've got Crew and Furia after this. NRG, they've got EG and Sen. So on paper, obviously, 100 Thieves is tougher. Crew look insane at the moment, and Furia have still remained really consistent. Even in the loss to Crew today, Crew look insane. So Furia are still going to be one of our top teams for sure. That's dangerous for 100 Thieves, where, well, you know, on the upside, NRG, they finally get that win and they're feeling good.
Let's send it to Dryad now for our Verizon post-match interview.
Won the distance, we didn't really know who was going to get the win, and Energy absolutely dominated. Ethan, can I talk to you for a little bit? You've won champs twice. You are an incredible player. And I feel like today I saw you more excited, jumping, screaming than I've ever seen you before. What was the vibe? Why was that happening?
I mean, we won our first map in VCT, so that was a big accomplishment for us. Yeah. And then obviously second map, everything was going our way. Or third map, sorry.
It was amazing, and I think we never really expected to see Mata on the harbor as well. Was that your cooking? Was it Bunker? What happened?
I don't remember. I mean, I think Adam definitely brought it. He's like, I'm good on harbor, so he showed it today. It went pretty well, I think.
That is amazing. Kiko, also, I want to talk to you because the superstar, and one of the reasons, Ethan, why you were yelling so much was because, Kiko, you were insane today. I was looking at the last time that you played Jet. It was the Stage 1 finals against Team Heretics where you lost 0-3. It was at Decider map. You picked Jet, and this time around, you have kind of the opposite score where you win 13-2. You dominate. And I know that you played the race before. I know that you played a little bit of the duelist, but how come this Jet is so insane?
I'm not sure. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of a nice third game. We finally won our Lotus, and yeah, we finally won a map, and yeah, we were just playing super confident, so it was fun.
I know that you're really flexible and you're willing to play anything. I mean, just today you played the Killjoy, the Omen, and the Jet. Where do you feel the most comfortable? Do you think this might incline the team to let you play more duelists?
Definitely feel the most comfortable in duelists and smokes, but you know, I'm flexing for the team, so whatever it takes to win.
And my last question for you as well, I want to ask you about the upcoming matchup, because everybody was talking about the first couple matches for NRG that were the most difficult. You have EG coming up next. What have you seen from them? What can we expect for NRG? Do you think now you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely confident after today, so it's going to be a fun match. I like the guys from there, so yeah.
Thank you so much, Kiko. This is everything that we have for the post-match interview, and we're going to send it to the desk with Mata and Scuba.
Thank you so much. Hello and welcome to Match Point, and also welcome Mata and Scuba. Your faces don't quite show it, but that must have felt good.
Yeah, it was amazing. I loved it. It was a lot of fun.
100%.
Yeah, like if you're on that side of a scoreline, it's gonna be fun. Did you expect that, or were you surprised halfway through the series, like why it's this one-sided?
No, I feel like we showed glimpses of it throughout the first map, and then the second map we started picking up pace, and I could just tell like the confidence was building by the third map, so it was good.
Can you tell us about the decision there with you on the harbor and Kiko on the Jet?
Since the map came out, I've been begging Bonk to go on harbor.
He's begging to play any role but duelist.
I love it.
Really? He gets to play Neon every day, and he's like, "Oh, I hate duelist.
Neon.
I hate duelist."
I hate playing Neon,
bro.
I hate it.
It's so broken.
And I watched Sam play on harbor for I think a year, so I learned from the best, and I was just waiting for my moment, you know? Like I feel like I learned everything from the GOAT.
Respect.
We love to see it. That was super fun to watch, but the fun doesn't end just yet. We have one more game for you guys to play. It's so simple, so simple. Blind rankings. Are you familiar with it?
I can kind of guess what it is.
That's good.
Pretty intuitive.
Yeah.
It's pretty intuitive, yeah. It's a very fun challenge where we will give you, where are they? Dim, dim, dim.
What?
Okay,
What
thank you, Myrna.
Oh,
And
this is
painting,
you
and
guys.
painting.
Oh,
this
it's
is
us.
fan art. We
Is
were
that in
looking
here?
at this before the show.
Is
Yeah,
that in
yeah.
here?
Which one's me?
That's you in the
you.
back.
What do you
right
mean, which
there.
one's you?
Oh, okay, yeah.
They should be there somewhere under a table. Should be our
pretty
things
cool.
to rank.
Cards. I've got
The cards. He got the.
Oh,
I can't reach. I'm
already saw.
challenged.
Yeah. Do you want them?
No, you have
I
you
can
have
have
at
them?
it. Yeah, you
All
have
right.
at it. Okay, we're gonna let you blind rank guns, but we're only gonna hand you one at a time, and you have to put them on the board without knowing what else is coming up next.
All right.
All
Sounds
right.
good. Should I hold them
Sounds
or?
easy.
All right, never mind.
I'll give you them one by one. Marshall
Right.
coming up first.
That's a hidden.
That's a hidden gun there.
Yeah, it's a hidden gun. People don't know how good the Marshall is. Where do I show it?
Underrated.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
where
very
would you put
underrated.
it? Like on the board.
I'm
I
down
mean, is
for
that
5?
Yeah, 5.
Five, yeah,
Put on
yeah,
4.
yeah.
Put on 5. Put on 5.
5. There's worse guns out there. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose. What about you might not like this one. A Bucky.
Bucky. It's hit or miss.
Hit or miss?
It's a. Wait, 5.
You can't put it at 2.
Put it at 4.
3?
Because you got Judge, Vandal,
Op.
like you know,
Bucky.
like.
Yeah, 3.
Don't forget about your
That's safe.
pistols. We could have pistols in
I'm down
here
for
too.
3. I'm down for 3.
Bucky's broken.
Let's go for 3.
All right. How about Brock's favorite?
You see, we forgot. We forgot. I
Oh,
knew
I
we
made a
forgot
mistake.
something. I knew we forgot something.
That's frustrating.
I mean, you gotta put it at 1. Champs MVP use Odin, right?
I put it at 2.
If you really think about it.
All right, yeah, we can put it at 1 just
You
because
really
of Brock.
Because of Brock. Yeah.
Just because of Brock. Number 1.
All right, the new guy, Bandit.
Man, boo.
Boo.
Number 6 straight away.
Number 6.
No thought.
No discussion.
Have you guys ever bought a Bandit in professional play?
He bought it today, I think.
I did, and I died without a bullet shot, so I think that...
It's definitely the gun's fault. I agree.
Yeah.
How about the Phantom?
Number 2.
I think it's
so
user
consistent.
error, personally.
Nah, but the judge is going to be in here. Like, it has to be.
You think the last one's Judge?
Why did we put Bucky at? Why'd you put Bucky at 3?
You don't know
Bucky's
that.
good,
You don't
though.
know.
Bucky's good,
Why
though.
did you put Bucky at 3, though?
We all know Bucky's good.
Just put it at 2. Move on.
Fine, but judge at 4 is going to
we messed up. I mean, we messed
Oh,
up. Nice,
we're
man.
losing stuff down here.
We're losing cards, and yeah, unfortunately,
It's Judge.
you're
yeah.
making
You
some
were
big
right.
mistakes.
You were right.
You got to trust me sometimes, bro.
Can we? You gotta trust me. I said
Come on,
Bucky
come on,
4.
come on. Can we do that?
Wait,
No, no,
It's a
obviously
blind
not.
ranking. You
Come on,
can't. You
come on.
can't
We
cheat
can
like
change
that.
it, please.
Would you say that was
Wait, maybe I
bad
can.
judgment call on your
look.
side?
Look, I did
There's
it.
no
We're not
trust.
looking. We're not
There's
looking.
no. There's
no,
no.
it was me. It was me.
There's no
Wait,
trust.
what?
Wait,
This
what?
is foul
How'd that happen?
play.
That was me.
Thank
We
you.
can't just
Thank
do
you
that.
very much.
That
Thank you
doesn't
very
count.
much.
Wow.
And thus they keep on winning. How
That's
do they
fair.
do
That's
it?
good.
We
There
don't
you
know.
go.
I got
We
us.
don't know.
You just keep getting away with it.
Well, guys, with the day coming to an end, let's take a look at the current standings, and then we want to get your insight on where you feel like the teams. Do you feel like these score lines are representative of the actual strength for the individual teams? Who do you think is
Well,
underrated?
The thing that stands out immediately is us. I mean, Crew and Lev 3-0. Crew is very good. Gotta give it to
Us
them.
and G2 are playing very
And then
well
like
right now, I think.
me and us and G2, like I don't know, we're trying to restore balance to the Americas
Yeah.
here, but everything's kind of scrambled a little bit. So
As long as you guys get into playoffs, it's all good. From there, you can do whatever you want.
From there, that's all we care about.
That's a good
the
point.
goal.
That is a really good point.
That's right. That's all that matters. No one will remember the early days of a group stage.
Exactly. That's
Now-
exactly true.
Who cares what
Exactly.
happened in kickoff stage 1 last year? What happened? It's the end.
I don't even remember what happened.
No one even
That's
cares
the
who
point.
won stage 1
I
or
wasn't
2.
even here stage 1.
After a few weeks, you just wipe the slate anyway, right?
Yeah.
We do have more group stage matches to go, though. Tomorrow, we're going to kick things off with Evil Geniuses and Sentinels. Who would you pick as a favorite of the two? Who's going to win it?
I got no
Give me some
idea.
creds.
I don't know. This new meta is crazy. I feel like anyone can win right now. But I gotta go with my boy Redux on Sentinels.
Okay.
So shout out to Sentinels.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with the opposite. I think DG's in. I tip my hat to DG's in. You know, he's a great
Okay.
player. So shout out Douglas.
Myrna on Team Sen. Yep.
Sen win.
Okay, Sen win. Easy as that. Easy as that.
I just hope they
Got the
both have
props right
fun.
as well. We just want to have fun. MIBR and C9, I think, is the other one we have. What do you got? You got for that one?
You want to?
You got it.
Should you say it or should I?
You got it.
Should you say it or should I?
Someone's got to say it. You can both say it at 1, 2.
You got it.
MIBR. I'm gonna go with MIBR. Could be a close game, you know. Like I said, the meta is very open, so I want to see Cloud9 win, honestly. But I'm gonna go with MIBR.
Yeah, me too. Same.
Yeah, we're excited to see how the group stage will shake out. Obviously, seeing teams coming back from a tough start, just as yourself, is great to see. Guys, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and we are done and dusted here. We have one more day of action to go, so we hope to see you all tomorrow. And before we let you go, here's the Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Bye. Thank you.
We're back on the couch, but ready for action to jump into Crew versus Furia. This is going to be a spicy one. It's up for Dante to break this site open. Finds Arson right away, and now he's got them sweating inside the pit. And he's going to walk right in. They shake hands, and Nerve goes down. Crew just take Furia right out of A. They could try to keep it off game point. Arson, oh my God, again! That's the same spot! And Crew dominate Lotus. Olim overdrives, but he really doesn't have an entry yet. He's just trying to keep Nerve and him alive. The second one from Nerve, and he has the Nerve. Sets up for 4 from the backside, and nobody can even pick him out of position. A little bit of an avenue of space to get in here, trying to play anti-flash through the Stingers. Dante in silence now as they get the slide in, and that's going to be Crew taking down Furia. Crew seems angry here. They want more. They know they've just flipped Furia on their head, so they're going to go even harder. 2-0 Crew over Furia.
Crunch time for NRG at 0-2. Your 2025 World Champions are running out of time to secure their spot in the playoffs. 43 seconds left. They're going to go for the fight. And there it is. Asuna slides on in.
This round should be as good as done.
Asuna for 3. Bonafide 2v2. Any sort of cringe storm mechanic. What? Asuna with the ace.
Does Brock know?
Who's a Noah?
He's aware.
Another shocky towards the sides, and there it is. Bang is brought down.
Come on, bro!
For them, though. They did lose Bang, so the retake wall's not going to be at their disposal. Stun. That is a nice little relay. Look at all the space you can take off this. And there's Asuna, like a bat out of hell. It's on Cryo. B. Brock, Jordy in hand, and he gets ahead of the Owl throwing 100 Thieves. Close out on a pretty dominant Pearl.
Flank low, 120 flank vice. 120 flank vice.
Fight up.
Wide 120 flank.
Time. Sick post part again. They play back and kick the flames forward. Cryo, they're getting some classic value now. It's a 1v2. Has to be a good double swing. There's the bait. Oh, buddy, it's going to be dangerous. Surely Scuba can salvage this. It looked ugly to say the least. A bang out of nowhere. Incredible. All right, there's Marta dealt with Cryo. Up behind him. And slide on in. Marta's found 3 out of nowhere. Bang. How does he fall there? NRG close out Lotus. War set up now for retake. Awkward stuff. Despite the flash. Kiko making use of this support. But now the backstab being threatened. Kiko just farming kills, bro.
Oh my God! You're the ace destroyer.
But Arsenal's gotten ahead of it. He's on the side, but he's alone. It's a backup. He's low, but he knows he can play contact easily. Oh, Ethan, it's dirty. It's absolute filth. Through the box, he'll take it forward. Bro is dominating. Finally, NRG have their win.